Welcome back, brothers, to Hammerlore. Tonight we're diving into a story about one of the black dragons met the world leaders. Before we get into that, be sure to like, comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for your support. Now, let's get into the madness.
Rendolia turned beneath the strike cruiser like a wounded eye, slow and feverish in the void. Its night side was a sprawl of half-lit hives and manufactoria, bruised dark and guttering under storms that never quite ended. Vox picks from orbital augers showed spires like broken teeth punching through low cloud, lightning crawling across the smog domes as if the heavens were trying to claw the world open from above. On the day side, thin seas and ash wastes stretched between the hive clusters, a scab of grey and brown where the Imperium strip-mined the planet's bones and left nothing but slag and wind. Above it all, cutting the starfield like an unhealed wound, the cicatrix maledictum bled its impossible light across the void. The tear in reality painted everything in sickly colors. Shadows did not fall quite where they should. The pale curve of Rendolia's atmosphere was tinged with bruised violet and corpse blue, as if the world were already halfway claimed by the grave. In the Astropathic choir pits of the grim drake, the warp was a pressure at the back of every sanctioned mind. Echoes ran through the ship like the distant tolling of cracked bells, faint impressions of claws on metal, the taste of hot iron and old blood, something savage closing in, not yet at the system's throat, but already scenting it. Chaplain Darrig watched the world from the Strategium's viewing arch and listened to the quiet susurration of ghost voices he could not quite hear. The armor that encased him was sable and bone and brass. Ceramite plates, scoured by 100 battlefields, interlocked over corded muscle and gene-wrought bone. Along his shoulders and helm, sharpened ivory extrusions thrust through the armor itself, sheathed in adamantium, etched with litanies of spite and devotion. His own skeleton had grown itself into a weapon at the Emperor's unspoken command, denying him the solace of ever forgetting what he was made to be. He folded his gauntleted hands behind his back. The Crozius Arcanum rested against his leg, its dragon-headed maul dormant. For the moment. "The planet looks almost peaceful from up here," came a voice at his side. "It is a lie, obviously, but it is a pleasing one, like most Imperial declarations." Darrig did not turn immediately. He had fought beside the speaker for more campaigns than he cared to count. He knew the cadence of that dry, scarred humor, and the faint metallic brush where bone met ceramite with each step. "Captain Gerin," Darrig said, "you are late." Gerin stepped into the wash of hollow light. His armor was the same night black as Darrig's, trimmed in bone and brass, but the curse of their gene line sat heavier upon him. Taloned growths armored his forearms from elbow to knuckles, forming hooked blades that extended past his vambraces. A ridge of ossified spikes crested his helm, like the fin of some abyssal predator. "Late," Gerin echoed. "The war has not even deigned to arrive yet, Chaplain. The enemy keeps us waiting. That is discourteous. We should file a complaint with some appropriate office of the Administratum." "Perhaps after the butchery is concluded," Darrig said. "The colonels of the Cadian regiments are waiting, and the Dragonclaw sergeants, and the mortals in your command, Voxnets. They do not find comfort in humor." "They should," Gerin replied. "In this age it may be the only mercy they receive." He gestured with a clawed gauntlet toward the hololithic table at the center of the chamber. A three-dimensional projection of Rendolia hung over it, turning slowly, red-rund icons marking hives, void batteries, manufactoria complexes, and defense bastions. Around the circumference, smaller panes flickered with the grainy faces of Astra Militarum officers deep beneath the planet's storm-choked skies. "Come then," Gerin said. "Let us reassure our mortal allies that the monsters guarding them are on schedule." They crossed the Strategium's mosaic floor, passing under bronze reliefs of dragons tearing through heretic armor, under banners that hung heavy with age and battle honors. Mortal serfs and naval officers bowed their heads as the Astartes passed, eyes lowered, hands clutching small icons. Some made the sign of the Aquila. Others touched bone talismans at their throats, eyes flicking to the ossified blades that crowded the black dragon's silhouettes. Darrig felt their fear as a physical thing, sharper than the recirculated air. He stepped into the glow of the hololith. The rune spirits of the cogitators recognized the war plate of a chaplain and chimed acknowledgements, adding new threads of data and tactical overlays to the spinning world image. "Colonel Vaughn," Gerin said, his vox-gravelled voice echoing across the chamber and down into the buried bunkers far below. "Report." The largest of the mortal images resolved into clearer focus. Colonel Vaughn, of the 124th Cadian Regiment, had the hard, carved face of a man who had seen too many worlds burn. His flak armor bore the scars of dozens of campaigns. His greatcoat was stained with ash and oil. Behind him, the command bunker of Hive Castrum seethed with vox officers and data clerks, lumen globes swinging overhead with each distant tremor. "My lords Astartes," Vaughn said, snapping a salute more out of habit than hope. "The 124th stands ready. We have dug defensive rings around the primary hive and the associated manufactoria. Elements of the 3rd, 600th and 89th regiments are in support. The local planetary defense forces," he grimaced slightly, "require constant supervision, but they will hold a lasgun in the right direction if we keep shouting at them." "There is no shame in shouting," another colonel's image cut in, his background a trench line under a low, toxic sky. "So long as they die where they are told." Gerin inclined his horned helm. "Your frankness is noted. So is your resolve. You all know why the 5th Company of the Black Dragons is here." There was a low crackle across several vox channels. Darrig watched the tiny shifts in the mortals' expressions, the ways their gazes dragged across the bone crests and protrusions of the Astartes armor. "Because someone in the Segmentum command staff is desperate, my lord," Vaughn said, voice carefully neutral. "Desperate enough to call on a chapter with a reputation as direct as yours." He had almost said something else. Darrig heard the aborted word in the smoothness that followed. "Say it," the chaplain said quietly. Vaughn blinked. "My lord?" "You were about to call us mutants," Darrig said. "You and your men have whispered as much in your trenches and bunkers. I prefer truth spoken plainly. It wastes less breath." Silence followed that, for a heartbeat measured in, drum beats of the ship's engines. Then Vaughn nodded once, slow. "We have seen what mutation means, Chaplain," he said, "in the servants of the arch-enemy, in the traitor legions and the warp-tainted, bone that grows where it should not, flesh that warps into claws. We have fought against them since Cadia fell. When we see Astartes whose bodies have gone that way," he drew breath, "we are human. We wonder where the line is drawn, that is all." Darrig's helm inclined. The Rosarius at his throat hummed softly. "You are human," he agreed. "That is your sin and your glory. You are allowed to wonder. You are not allowed to flinch when the Emperor's will stands between you and the blades of those you fear." Gerin's vox filters grated with something that might have been amusement. "Colonel," the captain said, "judge us by what we carve apart, not by our silhouettes. The World Eaters will not care what you think of our gene seed when they are sawing their chain axes through your men." At the mention of the 12's old name, some of the mortal picked faces tightened further. Even veterans flinched at the thought of that particular foe. "Speaking of which," Vaughn said, forcing himself steady, "do we have confirmation that it is indeed the 12th Legion's Get who are inbound?" Before Gerin could answer, a new voice cut across the Strategium's voxnet. It came not from the planet below, but from the Grim Drake's own hull. "Lord Captain," droned a helm serf from the sensorium deck. voice blurred by the distance and the crackle of sanctified wiring. "We have emerging contacts at the system's edge. Warp translation bloom detected. Signature. It is not like the torchbearers. There is something else." Garen's helm snapped toward the nearest auger display. Darrig felt the ship's machine spirit shiver through the deck beneath his boots, servitors and engineers whispering Binharic devotions as new data cascaded across the runic screens. "The torchbearers," Garen muttered, "late and arriving in the same breath as the enemy. Gilliman's timing is as exquisite as ever." "Bring them into the strategium feed," Darrig said. "Both of them. The torchbearers and whatever stalks their wake." "Acknowledged," the Helmserf whispered. "Patching now." The hololithic planet shrank slightly as new images resolved around it. One was the rotating silhouette of a small escort flotilla, its hulls marked with the sigils of the Adeptus Astartes and the icon of the Indomitus Crusade. Torchbearer vessels. Alongside that schematic, a different signature tore itself into being, like a fresh wound in the auger field. Brutal silhouettes, spike-crusted prow horns shaped into screaming skulls. Gun decks, swollen with macro batteries and launch bays. The cogitator spirits translated the warp echoes into color. Cold blue-green for mass, pulsing red for weapons, a sickly bruise of black for warp taint. The new fleet was almost entirely that bruise. "There," the Helmserf whispered over Vox. "Warp shadow. Composition suggests a warband-scale armada. Vox silence, but the Auspex spills. There is a saturating bleed of psycho-reactive residue. Blood prayers, my lord. Repeated, layered. The mark in the immaterium matches archived profiles for the 12th Legion traitor gene line. World eaters," Vaughn snarled softly, somewhere far below. "Saints, preserve us." "There are no saints out here, Colonel," Garen said. His voice was flat now, humor gone. "There are only men who die properly, and men who do not." Darrig watched the warp shadow unfurl. The shape of the flagship was familiar in a way that bypassed sight and went straight to old, ugly instincts. Angled armor like a clenched fist, skull trophies welded to the prow, atmospheric burn scars from 1,000 brutal orbital assaults. He could almost hear the distant thunder of chain axes in his mind, like the remembered echo of some ancient battlefield. "The torchbearers are hailing us," a Vox officer reported. "Priority channel. Encryption confirms Adeptus Custodes authorization codes." "Of course it does," Garen murmured. "Open the channel. Put it through to the strategium." Another pane of shimmering light flared into existence above the table. It resolved into the form of a giant in golden warplate, his helm wrought in the visage of an eagle, his armor layered in sigils and filigree that made even the most ornate Astartes harness look crude by comparison. The light around him seemed brighter than that surrounding anyone else. "I am Shield Captain Alexandrios Menza of the Adeptus Custodes," the figure said without preamble. His voice was like a blade drawn over stone, calm and utterly certain. "By decree of Lord Commander Robute Gilliman, I bear with me Primaris Reinforcements and Grey Shield cadres of Black Dragon's gene lineage. We answer Rendolia's call." "Your timing is noted, Shield Captain," Garen said, giving the slightest inclination of his horned helm. "You arrive as the traitor dogs of the 12th Legion tear themselves from the warp at our system's edge." "I am aware," Alexandrios replied. "My flotilla's augurs tasted their translation. The blood gods curse bay in the dark. It is appropriate that they do so now. It will make the accounting cleaner." Darrig studied the custodian's face through the hololithic distortion. There was no fear there, no concern, only a detached acknowledgement that slaughter was coming, and that he was one more weapon being placed inside the Imperial engine. "And the Grey Shields?" Darrig asked. "They are truly of our gene stock?" "They are," Alexandrios said. Their gene seed has been drawn from your chapter's tithe. They have fought as Grey Shields in other theatres until now. Rendolia will be there. First war at your side. Darrig felt a subtle shift within his breastplate, a muscle that had not moved in many years, twitching towards something like apprehension. "We will receive them aboard the Grim Drake," Gerin said. "Our Thunderhawks will guide your flotilla into high orbit around Rendolia, under our void screen. The World Eaters will not shoot you from the sky while I live. If that occurs, Captain, you will by definition no longer live," Alessandrios said with something that might have been irony. "We are inbound." The hololithic image dimmed as the channel closed. The Cadian colonels were murmuring among themselves now, thinking themselves unheard across the delay. Darrig caught fragments of words, scraps of resentment and unease. Mutants. Cursed. Dragons with new heads forged in foreign places. "Mute the mortal vox," Gerin said quietly. For a moment. The ship's officers obeyed. The strategium stepped into a brief, unnatural silence, broken only by the thrum of reactors and the distant chanting of the ship's priests. Gerin turned his helm slightly toward Darrig. "New brothers in the middle of a war," the captain said. "Grey shields drilled in Gilliman's perfect doctrines, brought to us on the leashes of the custodes. Tell me, Chaplain, does that fill your hearts with joy?" Darrig thought of the Primaris warriors he had seen on other worlds. Taller, broader, their armor newer, their flesh marked by refinements his own generation would never know. Perfect lines where his own kind were jagged, no bone breaking through ceramite, no curse written in ivory across their forms. "We will see if they are brothers," Darrig said at last, "or if they are simply another rebuke from an Imperium that has always been ashamed of the weapons it forged in its darker hours." Gerin's claws flexed. "Do you trust them, Darrig?" "I trust the Emperor," the chaplain said, "and I trust that everything he allows to exist has a purpose in the wound that is this age. That is not the same as trusting men made in laboratories at the edge of the galaxy by a Primarch who has never set foot upon our homeworld." "You sound almost unsettled." "I am a chaplain," Darrig said. "I am never unsettled. I am merely watchful." The Vox officers signaled for attention. One of them, a gaunt man with half his face replaced by augmetics, bowed low. "My lords," he rasped, "Astropathic choir reports. Agitation. They request permission to elevate to full chord of warning. They feel the enemy's arrival like a brand in their minds." "Let them speak," Darrig said. The relay opened. For a moment, the strategium filled with a low moaning, a layered chorus of voices that were not entirely sane even at the best of times. The sanctioned psychers of the Astropathic choir spoke as one, words bubbling up from the depths of the warp they had just skimmed. "A shadow falls," they hissed, overlapping. "Iron and bone and rusted teeth. There is a fleet of rage at the edge of the system. Warplate bearing the mark of the 12th Legion. Chain weapons howling hymns to blood. They come voiceless but not silent. Their prayers drown the void." Images flickered in the minds of every man in that room. Chains swinging, skulls piled in obscene ziggurats, red silhouettes striding through storms of shrapnel, the echo of Angron's broken suns. "Enough," Darrig said, cutting the link. The moaning ceased, leaving a ringing absence behind. "Confirmation enough for you, Colonel?" Gerin asked, toggling the Cadian channels live again. "Aye, my lord," Vaughn said. His skin looked grayer now in the hololithic light. "We will reposition to the hardened lines, as per your previous instructions." "Do so," Gerin said. "Begin fallback to the inner trenches and the bastion sectors around Hive Castrum. Pull the 3rd, 600th and 89th back to anchor on your position. I want your artillery sighted where it can shell the approaches without cutting our own throats." "And the planetary defense forces?" another officer asked. "If we pull them back, there will be riots. Looting, the usual. Let them riot, Darrig said. Better they burn their own habs now than scream under chain axes later. Order them to hold the outer walls as long as they can. Then detonate the demolition charges and bring the ruins down over whatever is still standing. We will seed the corpse fields with mines and artillery. We can use their dead as a weapon if we must. The colonel flinched visibly, then mastered himself. As you command, he said. Gerin straightened, bone blades catching the hololithic light. From this moment, the 5th Company stands to full combat readiness, he said. Drop pods primed, Thunderhawks fueled and armed, boarding torpedoes loaded in case those traitor vessels brush to. Close. You all know what you face. You have fought them on other worlds. You know how they scream and how they die. He paused. Remember one thing. They bleed. The World Eaters bleed like any other flesh when you cut them deep enough. Our bones are made for cutting. He closed the channel before any of the mortals could reply. The Cadian faces winked out, leaving only the spinning world and the icons of approaching fleets. Bridge, Gerin voxed. Bring us to high anchor over Hive Castrum. Angle our prow toward the incoming enemy. I want our lance decks ready to gut anything that dares close. Notify the Torchbearer Flotilla that they will make for our shadow under our guns, and alert all Astartes aboard. We are now in a state of absolute war. By your word, Lord Captain, came the reply. Darrig watched him for a moment, then inclined his head. I will attend to the souls, he said. Try not to shred too many, Gerin replied. I need them, angry, not broken. Darrig left the strategium, the hololithic glow fading behind him as the adamantine doors sealed. The corridors outside hummed with rising activity now. Serfs ran between stations, arms full of munitions and devotional scrolls. Tech marines strode toward armories, their servo limbs already oiling the machine spirits of bolters and chains wards. In one vaulted bay, he paused. Below, in the cavernous space of an embarkation deck, they were assembling. The firstborn of the Black Dragons stood in serried ranks, sable armor etched with the scars of unnumbered campaigns, bone blades flexing at shoulders and wrists. Helm lenses glowed ruby in the half-light, oath parchments rustling softly as they moved. Facing them, in smaller numbers but unmistakable, were the newcomers, Primaris Greyshields, taller by a head, armor bulked by new technologies, their pauldrons still bearing the glyphs of the Indomitus Crusade, rather than the full heraldry of the chapter. Their war gear gleamed with a perfection that sat uneasily amid the worn brutality of the 5th. Darrig watched them for a long moment. Their lines were exact. Their poses were textbook. The air around them hummed with the faint ozone scent of new armor and untested reactors. He saw no bone pushing through that flawless ceramite, no jagged ivory declaring the Emperor's displeasure or his ruthless pragmatism. Perhaps it was simply too soon. He turned away and resumed his walk toward the chapel. By the time he reached it, the deck's vibration had shifted. The grim Drake was moving, heavy engines swinging the ship into position over the embattled world below. Dull thuds in the distance spoke of munitions being loaded into drop pod racks and Thunderhawk hardpoints. Somewhere above, lance capacitors whined as they began to drink power. The chapel was a narrow, high-vaulted space, buried in the ship's spine, where the deck's tremors felt closest to a heartbeat. Statuary lined the walls, carved representations of skeletal dragons coiling around the armored forms of Black Dragon's heroes. Candles flickered in their thousands, casting restless light over bone and brass and steel. Darrig approached the altar. It was fashioned from the fused wreckage of a traitor warship's prow, a trophy dragged from a battle long ago. The Aquila had been carved into the metal with brutal care, its wings spread over a mountain of engraved names. Brothers fallen in service, worlds bought in blood. He placed his Crozius upon the altar. The dragon-headed maul rested between the Aquila's talons. Darrig knelt, He bowed his mutated head, bone spines scraping faintly against the gorget of his armor, and began to chant. The catechisms of the dragon were not gentle things. They spoke of fire and judgment, of loyalty that did not seek understanding, of weapons that did not question the hand that swung them. They were the words that had held the black dragons together when the Inquisition had circled like carrion, when fellow chapters had muttered about abomination and culling. He gave those words to the ship, to the brothers who would soon hear his voice over the battle vox. He gave them to the Emperor, wherever he sat in his golden tomb. And under the formal litanies, he gave another voice, silent and hard. "Are these new sons yours, Lord?" he asked, not daring to put breath to the thought. These perfect, towering warriors, forged far from our cursed home. Are they your refinement of our purpose, or are they your way of replacing a weapon you regret ever crafting? He did not expect an answer. The Emperor had been silent for many lifetimes. Still, he prayed, not for victory, not for survival. He prayed that when the World Eaters came howling down from the void, when the chain axes fell and the blood ran, the black dragons would be found worthy, that their curse would cut the traitor legions open and prove again that even the most imperfect of his creations could still be the sharpest edge. Outside the chapel walls, the warning klaxons began to wail. The skull host of Kalgorath tore free of the warp like a pack of starving beasts lunging from a pit. The void screamed as the translation shock rolled across Rendolia's system. Sensorium ghosts flared and died on augur screens. Machine spirits keened in vox pitch, and the stars around the emergence point dimmed, as if recoiling. Space had been empty there a heartbeat before. Now it was full of steel and madness. The Warband's vessels did not have the clean, brutal lines of the old Imperium's cruisers. Their hulls were crusted with iron spikes and chains, prow rams welded into leering skulls, gun decks swollen with jury-rigged macro batteries, and launch bays. Whole sections of exterior armor had been stripped bare to reveal rib-like structural girders. Trophy racks jutted from the flanks, hung with frozen corpses, broken armor and banners flayed from dead regiments. At the heart of the formation, like a corpse-black heart in a cage of meat, sailed Kalgorath's flagship. Once it had been a proud warship of the 12th Legion, its name a hymn to unity and conquest. That name had been cut away millennia ago. In its place, the traitor lord had etched his own title into the hull with lance fire and orbital bombardment, a crawling glyph of Khornate script that bled constantly in the warp. Within that ship, the roar never stopped. Chain weapons revved without ceasing in the vast assault decks. Armor plate rang as warriors slammed fists and chain axes into their own breastplates. Enslaved drummers beat out the tempo of the butcher's nails on skin-stretched drums, pounding a rhythm that matched the gnawing, grinding pressure in the skull of every son of Angron aboard. Kalgorath stood at the center of it all, like a statue carved from rage. His warplate was ancient, its crimson dulled by centuries of dried blood. Brass trim crawled with the marks of battle honors and cornate runes. A cloak of flayed human leather hung from his shoulders, tattered and stiff. His helm, wrought in the fanged visage of some demonic predator, rested upon a hook beside his command throne. He preferred to feel the air on his scarred scalp, the better to savor the stink of blood and fear. Hooks, suspended from chains, dangled before him. Each held a severed head. Some were fresh, eyes still wet, mouths frozen mid-scream. Others were yellowed and cracked, their flesh long since dried to parchment. Officers of the Imperium, champions of other legions, Xeno's leaders, nameless soldiers, all reduced to the same weight of bone in his hand when the time came. He took one of the new ones now, fingers closing around sweat-slick hair. The captive's eyes were wide with terror, still conscious thanks to the obscene life support tubing that fed his severed vertebrae. "You see it?" Kalgorath asked, raising the head so that it faced the picked window at the far end of the chamber. That window showed the starfield outside, the curve of Rendolia just beginning to swell into view as the flagship's prow turned toward the world. "You see what your emperor has done to his realm?" The head's eyes rolled wildly, trying to focus. Kalgorath laughed, a harsh rasp that bared his teeth. "He cannot even keep the sky from tearing," the warlord went on. "He cannot keep his slaves from turning. He cannot stop a single axe from falling if a god wishes it. But he can send dragon-marked whelps to stand between his cattle and my wrath. That is amusing." He reached up with his other hand and dug iron-clad fingers into the side of the captive's skull. Bones creaked. The man tried to scream. Kalgorath squeezed until something cracked and his fingers sank into wet softness. The butcher's nails in his own head flared, a hot spike of pleasure. Behind him, the assault deck roared approval. "Rendolia!" Kalgorath bellowed, letting the ruined head fall to bounce and skitter across the deck. A hive world on the edge of the wound, a carcass fat with manufactoria and hives and terrified souls. The Imperium thinks to hold it with dragon mutants and Cadian scraps. They insult us with this offering. They believe it will be enough. He turned, gaze raking the massed ranks of his warriors. They stood in their hundreds upon hundreds, packed into the decks like blades in a casket. Each one an armored giant in blood-red ceramite and brass. Helm lenses glowing like coals. Chain axes and chain blades rested across pauldrons. Gore-smeared bolters hung on maglocks. Trophy chains clinked with every tiny movement. Many had carved the mark of Khorne directly into their flesh. Some had hammered brass studs through their own skulls in crude echo of the nails embedded within. None were still. They swayed and flexed, fingers twitching on grips, shoulders rolling as they imagined butcheries yet to come. The nails clawed and bit and fed them images of skulls split and bodies trampled. Kalgorath snarled, raising his own weapon. The chain axe was as large as a mortal man. Its teeth were blackened with the residue of endless killings. Brass wings flared from the casing, etched with kill marks. "Brothers!" he shouted. "Look at that world!" They turned as one, hundreds of armored heads shifting toward the picked window. "Think of the hives," he said. "Think of the precipices and manufactoria streets and trenches. Think of the humans packed into them, their fear souring the air. Think of the dragon-cursed loyalists who stand in our way, trying to pretend they are not as monstrous as we are." Laughter rasped over the Voxnet, a broken, static-ridden chorus. "On that world the blood god has sent you a gift," Kalgorath roared. "A planet of skulls waiting to be claimed, oceans of blood waiting to be spilled, dragon-marked Astartes whose heads will sit at the top of your skull piles as trophies. The nails are hungry. I am hungry. Are you?" The answer shook the plated decks. "Blood," they howled. "Blood, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne." The chant battered the air, rattling chains and loose armor, making the picked window shiver. Kalgorath closed his eyes for a moment. The nails pounded in time with the roar, each spike of pain a strange, ugly joy. For a heartbeat he saw, not the assault deck, but a world wreathed in fire and smoke, heaps of corpses taller than hive spires, rivers turned red. He grinned. "Then take them," he said. The attack orders went out as a pulse through the warband's ships. No grand strategy, no delicate maneuvers, only the brutal directness that had always defined the 12th Legion's sons. In Rendolia's outer reaches, the Cadian picket line was still reorienting from the Torchbearer's emergence when the Skull host crashed into it. The first warning came as a burst of Vox static. Then the augur runes on the bridge of the escort frigate St. Vaughn's stand turned from green to blood red. "Multiple signatures close and closing," the sensor officer shouted, hands flying over brass-bound keys. "Course vector straight for the inner orbits. It is Emperor's Mercy. That is a fleet." On the viewing pane, the traitor ships swelled like onrushing blades. "Raise void shields!" the frigate captain barked, knuckles white on the rail. "Signal the Grim Drake and the Torchbearer flotilla. All batteries, fire as they bear." The escort's prows swung clumsily as its engines flared. Defense turrets spat lances of energy and flurries of macro shells into the void. Missiles streaked away, their machine spirits shrieking through the cold dark. The Skull Host answered with contempt. Kalgorath's flagship led the charge, prow horns aglow with the light of its void rams. Macro cannon banks along its flanks exhaled, eruptions of fire, shell storms that crossed the distance with brutal indifference. Torpedo tubes coughed out murder in long streaking trails. The first Cadian escort vanished when a shell twice the size of a troop transport smashed into its midships. The void shields flared, held for a heartbeat, then shattered like glass under a hammer blow. Armor buckled, atmosphere geysered into the void in a storm of fire and debris. On the bridge of the St. Vaughn stand, the picked panes became useless white for a moment as blastwash rolled past. Tech adepts screamed binary prayers, trying to keep the machine spirit from slipping into panic. Officers shouted orders that were lost in the roar. "Maintain formation," the captain yelled. "We cannot break, A torpedo punched through the next escort in line, its warhead detonating deep in the engine decks. The vessel folded in on itself, breaking in two with a sound that could not be heard, but was felt in every auger system in range. Void battles are measured in seconds and kilometers. The Cadian pickets never stood a chance. They were brave, and they were disciplined, and they were hopelessly outmatched. "Bring us a bout," Gerin growled on the command throne of the Grim Drake, as the runes for the picket line winked out one by one. Hard turned toward the enemy. "I want our prow pointed down their throat." The strike cruiser shuddered as its mighty engines burned, turning the vessel like a leviathan twisting in the waves. Servitors chanted in metallic monotone as they fed targeting data to the lance decks. Tech marines murmured Binharic canticles to soothe the weapon's temperamental machine spirits. "Void shields at maximum," voxed a bridge officer. "Lance capacitors charged. Macro batteries ready." Darrig stood beside the captain's throne, Crozius in hand, eyes fixed on the central Auspex display. The enemy fleet crawled across it as a dense cloud of hostile runes, each tagged with kill estimates and projected damage output. The tattered remnants of the Cadian line were falling back, what little remained of them. "They will swing to meet us," Darrig said. "World Eaters do not shy from a direct charge." "Good," Gerin replied. "Neither do we." The Grim Drake knifed forward, prow turning to cut across the Skull Host's trajectory rather than flee before it. Imperial naval tacticians would have called it reckless. A Black Dragon's captain called it necessary. "On my mark," Gerin said, leaning forward, bone blades flexing along his forearms. "Bow thrusters overburn. We will break their edge and tear out teeth as we pass." The first shots traded between the two largest vessels were lance beams, long spears of white-hot energy stabbing across the void. One grazed the Grim Drake's shields, making the viewing panes flare and every lumen in the bridge flicker. Gerin's reply was more accurate. The strike cruiser's dorsal lances stabbed into the flank of a smaller traitor cruiser, cutting a glowing furrow across its hull, blowing out entire decks in a spray of molten metal and drifting bodies. Macro cannon ranges overlapped. The void between the fleets became a storm of incandescent shells and flak bursts. "Brace!" the helmsman shouted as a cluster of impacts hammered into the Grim Drake's forward shields. The deck lurched. Darrig planted his Crozius, letting the weapon's weight anchor him. Status runes flickered from bright green to amber. "Shields holding," called the master of the Vox. "Minor breaches on the outer hull, compartments sealed, casualties within acceptable parameters." "Acceptable," Gerin muttered. "Tell that to the men sucked out into the black." the distance between the fleets collapsed. What had been tens of thousands of kilometers became thousands, then hundreds. The icons on the Auspex began to merge as the formations interpenetrated. Ramming vector. Achieved, the helmsman intoned, voice somewhere between terror and awe. On your order, Lord Captain. Now, Garen said. The grim drake heaved as her prow thrusters fired at once. Her hull swung like a hammerhead. For a moment, it seemed she would pass just under the flank of Kalgorath's flagship. Then the strike cruiser's armored beak crunched into the smaller escort vessel that had been sheltering there, driving through its void shields and into its belly. There was no sound, but the ship bucked as if a giant had taken it in both hands and shaken it. The enemy escort folded up around the strike cruiser's prow, its spine breaking, armor shearing. Fire blossomed from its ruptured decks as plasma reactors failed and torpedoes detonated in their tubes. "Brace! Brace! Brace!" the Vox shrieked. Darrig's vision snapped sideways for a heartbeat as gravity alarms screamed, then righted. On the Auspex, the enemy icon flared and died. "Prow plates! Intact!" called a tech marine. "Minimal structural fatigue. Damage within tolerances." Garen grunted, satisfied. "Lance decks, give me another shot at that flagship," he snarled. "Macro batteries, rake their escorts, and get me boarding calculations. They will try to take us by assault. We may as well return the courtesy." He was right. World Eaters did not dally at range. As the fleets slammed through one another's lines like colliding tides, Kalgorath gave the order that every son of Khorne aboard his flagship had been straining to hear. "Launch," he said. Stormbird gunships screamed out of launch bays in swarms, their engines snarling as they dove toward the grim drake, and the vessels clustered under her protection. Assault boats followed, brutish craft shaped like fanged maws, their hulls thrumming with boarding torpedoes and breaching charges. Smaller ships attached to the Skull host fired their own pods, fat darts of metal that cut straight through the maelstrom of flak. The strike cruiser's point defense turrets woke in a storm of tracer fire. Autocannons barked, stubbers spat. Small lance emitters snapped out beams that turned assault craft into expanding clouds of wreckage. Too many got through. The first impacts reverberated through the grim drake's spine. Boarding torpedoes slammed into her hull, mag clamps biting through armor. Charge packs blew, opening breaches that vented atmosphere and bodies in explosive gusts. Stormbirds and assault boats smashed into landing racks and flight decks, disgorging armored giants into corridors already choked with smoke. The Void War became, in an instant, something far uglier. Berserkers poured into the grim drake's veins. They came with chain axes already roaring, froth bubbling at helm slits, the nails hammering at their minds with such ferocity that many screamed without words. They did not advance tactically, they sprinted. They hurled themselves into intersections, fired from the hip, bounced off bulkheads, crashed into the first thing that moved, and set about turning it into meat. The first to meet them were mortal armsmen and voidsmen, brave in their own scale, but hopelessly outmatched. They died in droves, their laser fire sparking from ceramite and brass as chain teeth chewed through flak and flesh. Then the dragon claws arrived. In one of the ship's central corridors, the floor shook as a squad of them thundered into position. Their armor was marked with the dragon bone heraldry of the chapter's elite assault cadre. Ossified blades pushed out from their forearms and shoulders, sheathed in adamantium, honed to vicious sickle shapes. Some had growths along the backs of their hands, forming knuckle claws that scraped the deck with every step. "Hold here," growled Sergeant Kairos, his helm lenses slitting. "Let them come." He and his squad took position at the mouth of the corridor that led to an important plasma relay junction. Behind them, lesser black dragons lined firing positions. Bolters braced, fields of fire calculated to the meter. The Berserkers hurled themselves around the bend moments later. They hit the wall of bolt fire with a sound like a meat storm. Mass reactive shells detonated against armor plate, gouging craters, tearing limbs, blowing some of the charging warriors off their feet. Others simply staggered and kept coming, roars shuddering through vox channels. The black dragons did not fall back. When the first berserker reached them, Kairos stepped forward. His bone blades flashed. He did not swing like a man wielding a sword. He moved like a creature using natural weapons, his whole body driving the strike. The ossified scythe that sprouted from his right forearm punched through a traitor's breastplate at the join of chest and pauldron, ripping out in a spray of broken ceramite and dark fluid. His left arm came up at the same moment, the blade there hooking behind the shoulder guard of another warrior and jerking him off balance into the path of a brother's chainsword. Dragon claws fought with the intimacy of predators. They closed, they clung, they tore. They used their bone weapons to hook ankles and necks, to pull foes into joint locks, to wrench helmets aside for killing blows from combat blades. The corridors became close, brutal killing grounds, every centimeter of space contested with fists and teeth and steel. Further within the ship, Garen fought. He had chosen his path as the first impacts reverberated through the hull. "Bridge has its own guard," he had snarled, pushing away attempts by the honor guard to steer him toward safety. "The company needs its captain where the blood is thickest." Now he led a wedge of veterans through a smoke-choked artery toward one of the main breach sites. Red emergency lumens stuttered along the ceiling, casting everything in alternating shadow and bloody light. The air stank of burning insulation, propellant, and the copper tang of fresh death. "Contacts ahead," voxed one of his brothers, helm auspex picking out armored forms through the haze. 8, at least. Heavy footprint, chain weapons. "World Eaters," Garen said. "Dragon claws form on me. We break them here." They met in a damaged junction, where the decking had buckled, and half the overhead lumen strips hung down like entrails. Berserkers surged through the gap, chain axes raised, vox howls shrieking praises to Khorne. "Blood for..." The leading warrior never finished the chant. Garen hit him like a charging beast, shoulder slamming into chest, hard enough to send the traitor stumbling. His bone blades scythed in, the one on his right forearm tearing into the joint of the berserker's neck, punching through softened ceramite and whatever lay beneath. The traitor went down in a twitching heap. The corridor exploded into melee. Chain teeth bit against bone blades and battle plate. Sparks flew, brief flares of white in the red gloom. Garen's veterans met the berserkers head-on, their own chainswords and power blades singing counterpoint to the traitor's brutal weapons. Garen moved like a storm, his mutated limbs giving his strikes inhuman reach. He used his bone blades to catch axe hafts and twist them aside, opening enemies to neck thrusts and backhand blows. He planted a boot on the chest of a fallen World Eater and used the body as a springboard to crash into another, punching his left forearm blade straight into the grill of the traitor's helm. The nails in the World Eater's skulls drove them past pain. One warrior took a bone blade through the abdomen, snarled, and tried to drag himself further up the impaling limb to swing his axe. Garen ripped his arm back with a grunt, hurling the dying berserker into his fellows. For a moment, it seemed as if the loyalists would hold the breach by sheer ferocity. Then the champion arrived. He filled the corridor in a way that had nothing to do with mass. His armor was more ornate than that of his brothers. Brass worked into snarling faces around the vents, red deeper, almost black. Chains hung from his pauldrons, each link threaded with teeth. A halo of spikes rose from his back like a crown, each spike mounting a skull. He carried a chain axe in each hand. The nails howled so loudly in his skull that he could barely see, but that only sharpened his focus. Everything contracted to the narrow tunnel ahead, the shapes of enemies, the promise of the kill. "Khorne!" he screamed, the vox carrying the bellow like a thunderclap. "Skulls?" He came in with both axes already swinging. The first blow took a veteran's chainsword apart, teeth spraying, drove on and bit into the brother's pauldron, flinging him sideways into the wall. The second whirled back in a reverse cut that caught another dragon across the chest and hurled him from his feet in a shower of sparks. "Champion!" Garen snarled. He pushed forward, stepping over wounded brothers. The corridor narrowed around the two of them as lesser fights crashed and surged to either side. "Your skull for the pile!" the World Eater roared, axes crossing in front of his chest in a crude salute. "Mutant dog." "You first," Garen said. They crashed together. The champion swung high with one axe and low with the other, a brutal cross pattern meant to overwhelm any defense. Garen stepped into it instead of back. His right bone blade snapped up, catching the descending axe close to the head, grinding teeth against adamantium. The lower stroke he blocked with his own chainsword, sparks spitting as the blades fought. For an instant, they were close enough that their helm lenses nearly touched. Garen drove his head forward. Horned helm met brass-studded skull. The impact rang through both their armor. The champion reeled a half-step, more from surprise than pain. Garen twisted his right arm, wrenching the axe aside, and snapped his left bone blade up in a jagged arc toward the exposed cable bundle under the traitor's arm. The champion twisted in turn, one axe dropping to hook the blade aside, the other coming around in a vicious backhand that scraped across Garen's breastplate, chewing away the upper layer of ceramite and leaving a scored gouge. They fought like that, in close, each trying to tangle the other in a web of limbs and teeth and metal. Garen's bone blades gave him angles no standard swordsman could have managed, but the nails drove the champion into feats of ferocity that ignored wounds. Garen's chainsword bit into the traitor's thigh, carving down to ceramite, then through it. The berserker roared and rewarded him with an axe strike that crunched into Garen's pauldron, cracking the armor and twisting his stance. Bone spurs snapped, shards of ivory spinning away. Pain flared. Garen ignored it. He slammed a knee into the champion's torso, heard something give. The World Eater spat blood through his teeth and laughed in his face. "Good," the traitor rasped. "You will be a worthy skull." "Likewise," Garen said through gritted teeth. He overextended on the next strike. It was small, a fraction of a step too far, a momentary drag in his wounded shoulder. The champion saw it. The nails gave him the focus to seize it. One chain axe took Garen's chainsword out of line, battering it down. The other came in low and mean, teeth first, crunching into the exposed join at the captain's side where armor met the cursed bone that had once been a smooth rib. Garen felt the teeth bite, tear, drive in. For a heartbeat there was only impact, then heat, then cold. He snarled and did not fall. Instead, he stepped into the pain. His right bone blade came up in a stabbing thrust, hard and fast, punching under the champion's gorget, through the softer armor there, and into the throat beneath. The World Eater's laugh turned into a wet cough. Both axes faltered. Garen tore his arm sideways. The champion's helm snapped back. He staggered once, twice, then crashed to the deck, axes clattering from nerveless fingers. Garen stood over him, swaying. His vision narrowed to a tunnel as warning runes flared inside his helm. Blood hammered in his ears. He could feel it pouring out around the embedded chain axe, hot at first, then chilling. "Lord Captain!" one of his veterans shouted, cutting down the last berserker at the junction's edge and rushing toward him. Garen tried to answer. The words came out as a harsh, wet rasp. "Hold the corridor," he managed. "Do not let them reach the plasma relays." He took 2 steps away from the fallen champion. The third became a fall, as his legs refused to obey. He hit the deck hard. The impact jarred the axe in his side, sending a fresh wave of icy fire through him. His helm banged against the blood-slick plating. For a moment, he could see only the ceiling, Conduits ripped open, lumen strips swinging. The fight still raged down the corridor, but it was receding, as if down a long tunnel. Footsteps approached, heavy, measured. Darrig stepped over the corpse of a berserker, Crozius dripping dark fluid. His armor was spattered and scored, bone crests flecked with impact marks. He looked down at Gerin. "Brother Captain," he said. Gerin tried to rise. Darrig put a hand to his pauldron, holding him down with gentle, irresistible pressure. "Do not," the chaplain said. "You will only waste the last of your strength on theatrics." "There is an axe in my side," Gerin grated. "I had noticed." He coughed. Something thick bubbled in his vox. Red lights strobed across his helm's display, listing systems failing one by one. He could feel the weakness creeping in from his limbs, hollowing him. Darrig signaled to the nearest. "Apothecary." The medic knelt, helm lenses flicking as he took in the wound. "Too deep," he said softly over a private channel. "Even if I remove it, his lifeblood is already spilled inside the armor. His secondary hearts are shredded." Gerin must have heard the tone, if not the words. "Do not waste Narthesium and oaths on me," he hissed. "We need them, for those who can still stand. Rendolia." His gauntlet scrabbled, finding Darrig's wrist and clamping on with surprising strength. "Chaplain," he said, "hear me. By the gene of the dragon, by the honor of the Fifth, take command, hold this world, however you must, burn it if you have to, but do not let those animals plant their banners in its hives." Darrig knelt fully, their helms almost touching. "You make it sound as if I have a choice," he said quietly. Gerin's helm lenses flickered. "You always did like to pretend we were something other than weapons," he whispered. "Let me have this illusion. It makes dying less tedious." His hand tightened once, then loosened. The light behind his visor dimmed. Darrig watched until he was sure. Then he reached down and closed his brother's hand around the haft of the embedded axe, curling the dead fingers into a final defiant grip. He rose. A lone berserker, somehow not yet reduced to a smear on the deck, stumbled toward them, blood slicking his helm, chain axe dragging. He raised it in a final, wordless roar. Darrig did not bother with a prayer. He stepped forward and brought his Crozius down. The dragon-headed maul smashed into the traitor's helm with a crack that echoed down the corridor, sending the body cartwheeling into a bulkhead. The weapon's power field snarled briefly, then subsided. Silence fell, broken only by the crackle of small fires and the distant thrum of the ship. Darrig turned toward the nearest voxcaster. "Company channel," he said, the brother manning it, straightened, armor scorched, helm scraped, but standing. He tapped sigils on the side of the device, opening the line to every black dragon aboard. "This is Chaplain Darrig," he said, his voice carrying through the ship's decks, through armor and cogitators, into the ears of Astartes still fighting, still bleeding. "By the oath of Captain Gerin, fallen in battle against the cornate filth now infesting our halls, I assume command of the 5th Company." He paused for a heartbeat. Somewhere deeper in the ship, another boarding torpedo impacted, a distant boom. "Brothers," he went on, iron in every syllable, "the World Eaters have come to carve skulls from our serfs and banners from our bones. They believe us cursed. They believe that makes us weak. They are wrong." He looked down at Gerin's still form, then raised his gaze again. "From this moment, the 5th fights under Crozius and Dragonbone," he said. "We will hold this ship. We will hold the Void. We will hold Rendolia. If we must drown the decks in traitor blood and burn the very atmosphere of that world to ash to deny it to them, we will do so without hesitation." He let that sink in, imagining it reaching every brother, from the dragon claws in the bloodiest corridors to the Primaris newly come aboard, hearing a chaplain of a cursed chapter stake out their future. "Make the void run red," Darrig said. "Make them pay for every meter of deck and every kilometer of sky. We do not yield, not to the butcher's nails, not to the 12th Legion, not to the cowardice of men who think us monsters." He cut the link. For a moment, he stood in the ruined corridor, surrounded by the dead of both sides. Then he stooped, took Gerrin's helm in his free hand, and lifted it. "Rest, brother," he murmured. "Your war is finished. Mine is only beginning." The ship shook again as it traded blows with Kalgorath's fleet. Alarm klaxons wailed. Somewhere, boarding sirens howled anew. Darrig turned toward the sound, Crozius humming back to life. He walked into the noise. Ash rolled across the wastes like a slow tide, blown in pale waves by winds that carried the stink of chem clouds and promethium fumes. To the north, Hive Castrum rose out of that grey ocean, a broken mountain of metal and plasteel, its walls pitted by old shell impacts, its spires wrapped in shrouds of smog. Defensive bastions crouched along its outer skirts like squat, ugly gods, their turrets tracking across the horizon as if seeking something to kill, simply to reassure themselves they still could. Around those bastions, the sons of a dead world dug in. The 124th Cadian Regiment had carved trenches into the ash, as if trying to re-etch Cadia's own lines into this stranger, weaker soil. Fire steps and dugouts, sandbag berms and razor wire coils, prefabricated bunkers, half buried and then reinforced with whatever rubble the locals could provide. Auspex masts and Vox antennae stabbed up from command pits. Heavy bolter emplacements were sited to cross every avenue of approach. The thoroughfares leading toward the Hive were cleared of cover and seeded with trip mines and kill markers, turned into guided pathways for anyone foolish enough to advance. Hab blocks closest to the walls had been gutted and converted into fortresses. Apartments were now firing points. Stairwells became chokeholds. Sacred household shrines were stripped of their icons and loaded with ammunition crates and spare power packs. Armor turret emplacements punched through walls like boils. Men moved through it all with the grim, measured pace of those who had done this many times before. Cadians in flak armor and greatcoats, faces scarred by the winds of many worlds, voices hoarse from command shouts and prayer. They placed sandbags and sighted guns, checked Auspex scanners, and read the movement of the dust clouds through optical instruments. They knew this pattern, even if the soil was wrong, and the sky was wrong, and the star that shone through the smog was not their own. A siren wailed from the nearest bastion, once, twice. The pitch was not yet that of attack, merely alert. Colonel Vaughn of the 124th straightened from the trench map he had been glowering at, and looked up. "Thunderhawk," the Vox operator said, one hand pressed to his headset, the other adjusting the gain on a battered set. Descending on Vector Gamma, pointed for the command bastion. Transponder codes matched the Black Dragons. Vaughn wiped a streak of ash from his cheek with the back of his glove. "Good," he said, though it came out flat. "We can always use more monsters." He left the dugout and climbed the metal steps up into the command bastion's main gallery. The structure had been a planetary defense turret once, its interior chamber dominated by the spine of a great cannon that now lay silent, its barrel pointed uselessly toward the smog. Cadian tech priests had stripped parts of it to feed the Hive's void shields and macro batteries, leaving the bastion a hollow shell with thick walls and one enormous view slit that faced the wastes. Through that slit, Vaughn saw the Thunderhawk descend. It came down through Rendolia's stained sky like a fragment of night given engines. Its wings cut the ash clouds aside as its thrusters snarled, scorched dust billowing beneath it. For a heartbeat, it hung above the bastion's reinforced landing pad, engines roaring. Then it dropped with the controlled brutality that only Astartes' craft ever quite managed, landing claws biting into the armored surface. Ramps slammed down. They came out in a line that moved with the unity of a single many-limbed organism. Black armor, bone trim, helm crests and shoulder ridges crowded with sharpened ivory. The dragon claws of the 5th Company. Colonel Vaughn had seen many things since Kadia died. He had watched traitor titans walk and seen the sky split by warp storms and fought under the eyes of demons. He had burned cultists by the hundreds and ordered firing squads on imperial worlds that had simply been too weak to hold. It still did something to him, down behind the breastbone, to see the black dragons up close. They seemed like statues carved from nightmare and then set into motion. The bone that thrust from their armor had the look of growth rather than artifice, yet it was sheathed in adamantium, etched with script, honed to edges that caught the light. Claws along forearms and knuckles, spines along shoulders and helms. Some had blades sprouting from their shins, reinforcing their greaves. Vaughn knew mutation when he saw it. He also knew discipline when he saw it. The black dragons carried themselves like men who had spent their entire lives proving every day that they were not the enemy everyone suspected them of being. Chaplain Darrig walked at their head. He was less outwardly distorted than some of his kin, but the bone crests that rose from his helm and pauldrons were still a clear declaration of the gene curse. His Crozius Arcanum rested across his chest, held in one gauntleted hand. The dragon-headed maul was dark and inert. Vaughn had the distinct impression that it would not remain so for long. The colonel met them at the base of the bastion's central stair. "Chaplain," he said, giving a short, precise nod. Bending his neck more than that felt dangerous somehow. "Colonel Vaughn," Darrig answered, Vox filters grinding his voice into a cold rasp. "The 5th Company of the Black Dragons stands on your soil." Vaughn's lip twitched. "With respect, my lord, Cadia died long ago," he said. "This is just another rock to bleed on." "Rocks are interchangeable," Darrig said. "The examples set upon them are not." There was a muttered oath from one of the Cadian adjutants nearby. Vaughn shot the man a warning glance. "I heard about the Void action," the colonel said, returning his attention to the chaplain. "Your captain, Gerin, he died up there, tearing into their fleet's throat." "He died doing his duty," Darrig said, "which is the only death a captain is permitted." "And now you hold his office." Darrig inclined his helm a fraction. "I hold his burden," he said. "The office belongs to the chapter. The burden belongs to whoever is unwise enough to accept it." Vaughn almost smiled despite himself. "Well," he said, "on behalf of the 124th and the 3rd and the 600th and the 89th, I am glad the burden has fallen on someone who looks like he can bear it." He let his gaze flick just once to the dragon claws fanned out behind Darrig. Bone blades gleamed in the dim lumen light. "The men will complain in their mess lines, Chaplain," Vaughn said. "They will call you cursed and whisper that you look like the enemy. They will flinch when your shadows fall across them. But they have seen enough of this war to know that without monsters on our side, we would be dead 10 times over." "We are accustomed to flinches," Darrig said. "We are less accustomed to gratitude. Do not attempt to spoil us." There was a low chuckle from one of the dragon claws, quickly suppressed. Vaughn gestured toward the interior. "Come," he said. "We have something that at least pretends to be a war council." The bastion's main chamber had been refitted into a command nexus. A hololithic table dominated the center, its surface projecting a ghostly image of the surrounding defensive rings, flickering with rune tags for units and strongpoints. Cogitator banks lined the walls. Vox stations hummed. Cadian officers clustered around the projection like priests around an altar. As Darrig stepped into the room, the chatter dipped, then resumed at a slightly more brittle pitch. Vaughn cleared his throat. "Officers of the Castrum Defense," he said. "Chaplain Darrig of the Black Dragons, now acting commander of their 5th Company, Also joining us, freshly delivered by Torchbearer Flotilla, as if this world were not already complicated enough, the Primaris Greyshields of the Black Dragon's lineage. He nodded toward the far side of the room. They were impossible to miss. Even among Astartes, the Primaris towered. Their armor was of a slightly different cut, curves sharper, plates more segmented. It bore the night-blackened bone of the Black Dragons now, but there was something almost pristine about it that no amount of hasty campaign heraldry could quite smear away. The Primaris lieutenant stepped forward from his small cluster. His helm was mag-locked to his belt, revealing a pale, clean-lined face with the hard marble symmetry of a gene laboratory's success. His hair was cropped close. A narrow scar ran from brow to cheek, perfectly straight, like a mark, from some surgical instrument rather than a battlefield wound. "Lieutenant Kalos," he said, giving Darrig a shallow bow that was more formal than submissive. "Late of the Indomitus Crusade, now given to the Black Dragons, whether they will have me or not." His attempt at wryness did not quite reach his eyes. Darrig regarded him for a long moment. "You are our blood," the chaplain said eventually. "That is the only part that matters. Gene stock drawn from the same flawed well. Bones waiting to see what shape the Emperor will force upon them." He let his gaze travel over the lieutenant's form, taking in the smooth armor lines, the unblemished flesh. "So far," Darrig added, "he has been gentle." Kalos's jaw tightened. "The Primarch's artisans refined much in us, Chaplain," he said. "They smoothed away some defects. They did not smooth away loyalty." "A refinement," Darrig murmured. "We shall see if they refined steel or wax." One of the Dragonclaw sergeants standing at his shoulder snorted softly. The sergeant's helm was off, revealing a face fought into ruggedness by long campaigns, broken nose and scars sitting alongside the jagged bone ridges that bulged under the skin of his brow and cheekbones. Ossified crescents erupted from his forearms, even when bare, though now they were mostly hidden under ceramite. "Sergeant Kairos," Darrig said, not looking back. "This is Kalos. He will lead the Primaris squads under our command." Kiros folded his arms, bone blades catching the lumen glare. "As the chaplain says," he said, "we shall see what he is made of when his armor is not so clean." Kalos's gaze flicked to the sergeant, then back to Darrig. There was a moment's brittle tension in the air. "I have fought the servants of the arch-enemy across half the segmentum," Kalos said. "I have marched under the Primarch's banner. I have bled on worlds whose names I do not even remember. My armor's state is a matter of recent manufacture, not lack of battle." Kairos bared his teeth in something that might have been a grin. "Then we will be friends quickly, Primaris," he said. "Your armor will look like mine soon enough." Vaughn cleared his throat again. "Much as I enjoy watching the family reunion," he said, "the World Eaters are not going to wait politely while we sort out our internal tensions." He gestured to the hololithic map. An Auspex officer touched runes. The projection rippled and zoomed out, showing not just the immediate lines around Hive Castrum, but a wider swathe of Rendolia, other hives, Manufacturia hubs, bastion cities. Icons crawled across the atmosphere above them, like a plague. "These are the latest Auspex returns," the officer said. "Orbital assets confirm multiple signatures entering the atmosphere. Drop vessels, Stormbird pattern gunships, drop pods by the hundred. They are not probing, my lords. They are committing." The icons thickened as they descended, clusters aligning over every major hive and fortified position that could be reached in the first wave. Landing projections calculated by cogitators flared in red, indicating likely impact zones. "They intend to hit us everywhere at once," Vaughn said. "Break our ability to support each other, overwhelm local defenses before we can shift reserves." "World Eaters do not think in terms of elegant stratagems," Darrig said. "They think in terms of how quickly they can get a chain axe into something. This is as close as they come to subtlety." He studied the falling icons for a few heartbeats. "Colonel," he went on, "your men will hold these lines. They will hold them knowing that the enemy they face is stronger, faster, and more savage than they are. They will hold them anyway. Their reward will be to die slower and to make the traitors work for every breath." Vaughn nodded once, sharply. "That is what Cadians do, Chaplain," he said. "We die properly." Darrig turned away from the table. "Kairos," he said, "rally the Dragon Claws. I want them positioned behind the sectors we expect to be hit hardest. They will act as the axe that falls when the World Eaters think they have bitten through the hilt." Kairos inclined his head and strode out, voxing orders as he went. "Lieutenant Kalos," Darrig continued, "your Primaris will anchor the bastion approaches. Use your fire discipline. Do not waste ammunition trying to stop what you cannot stop. Slow them, strip armor, take limbs. Leave the killing blows to those who specialize in them." Kalos's mouth tightened slightly at the implication, but he nodded. "Yes, Chaplain," he said. "We will hold the line." "See that you do," Darrig said. "We will see how your refined doctrines mesh with our more direct methods." Outside, the sirens shifted pitch. The room vibrated as somewhere above them, the Hive's void shields shuddered under the first impacts of atmospheric entry. The Auspex display flared as objects punched through the outer layers of Rendolia's sky, leaving long, burning trails behind them. Drop pods, Darrig thought. Hundreds of them, each one a coffin of ceramite and fury. Rumor moved faster than Auspex. Even as the officers watched the projections, word was spreading through the trenches and bastion corridors. "They say the World Eaters are coming," a young guardsman whispered in a dugout, fingers knotted white around the stock of his lasgun. "They have been coming since the heresy," his sergeant replied, without looking up, checking the charge on his sidearm. "They never stop. It is what they do." "Those dragons," another man muttered. "You saw them, yes? Bones growing through their armor, like the warp touched them." The sergeant finally looked up, eyes flinty under the brim of his helmet. "Those dragons held the void against a warband that would have gutted this system before you ever knew what killed you," he said. "They tore enemy Astartes apart in corridors that used to be clean. They have a ship, and we have a world. That is the only difference that matters. But the Inquisition says—" "The Inquisition says many things," the sergeant snapped. "So do priests and munitorum clerks and officers. None of them are here in this trench with you and me. The dragons are. So when they walk past, you make the sign of the Aquila, and you thank the Emperor. He sent worse monsters than the ones coming for us." He spat into the ash and slammed a fresh pack into his lasgun. Above them, the sky began to fall. Drop pods came first. Great cylinders of ceramite wreathed in plasma fire, hurtling out of the poisoned clouds at terminal velocities. Their descent screamed across every Auspex array and Vox channel, turning orderly readings into static. Visuals showed them as streaks of white hot. Light, innumerable, converging on hives and bastions and trenches. Some died in the air, caught by void shield flares or flak bursts or rare lucky shots from Lascannons. They tumbled, broke apart, scattered burning wreckage across the wastes. Most made it through. The first wave slammed into the ash wastes before Castrum like a meteor storm. Impact alarms howled. The ground shook, trenches collapsing at their edges, bastion walls groaning as the shockwaves rolled in. Ash roared up in columns. Habblocks nearest the outer lines shuddered, windows blowing out, rubble raining into streets already cleared of cover. The first pods to open did so with explosive charges, petals of armor blasting outward. Red-armored figures surged from within, already moving, already roaring. The World Eaters hit the Cadian lines at a run. Chain axes roared as the traitor Astartes drove into the outermost trenches. They did not stop to fire. They leapt down among the scrambling humans and began to kill. Last bolts met them, a flickering storm, bright lances stabbing into red ceramite. Some shots found cracks and joins, pungent smoke hissing from armor. A few of the first rank went down, momentum dragging them into the trench floors. The rest thundered over their bodies. Sections of the line simply vanished under them. The first trenches, closest to the initial impact zone, were swamped in minutes. Men died on their feet, on their knees, on their backs, choking on dust and fear. Vox nets choked with screams and cut-off orders. But there were places where the line held, where sergeants with too many campaigns behind them kept their men steady and their firing arcs disciplined. "First rank, fire!" Acadian sergeant bellowed, voice raw, as a wedge of berserkers pounded toward his section. "Second rank, fire! Plasma! Now! Now!" The trench before him was a straight, carefully cleared channel. His men fired in volleys, hands steady despite the thunder coming at them. Las. Rounds crashed into the oncoming traitors, not enough to stop them, but enough to slow, to chip, to crack. The plasma guns spoke, bright suns erupting from their muzzles. A World Eater took a hit full in the chest, plate boiling, and stumbled, arms flailing as he toppled. Another lost an arm, weapons spinning away, though he still tried to charge until a second blast took his helmet apart. Then the berserkers were on them. There was no finesse there, only raw, bludgeoning fury. Chain teeth carved through flak armor and bone. Cadians died hard, sometimes taking a traitor with them, sometimes simply being swept away. Above and behind them, auto-cannon nests and heavy bolter teams did their work, stitching lines of tracer through the press of bodies, churning ash. Farther back, behind the first and second trenches, the black dragons moved. Darrig stood upon the ramparts of an inner bastion, Crozius in hand, black armor silhouetted against the burning horizon. Below him, in the killing fields between bastion and hive, his company was deploying. Dragon claws ran at a ground-eating lope, armor servos growling, bone blades gleaming. Standard battle brothers, less mutated but no less deadly, advanced in disciplined lines, bolters held ready, their helmets swiveling as they tracked Vox beacons from Cadian positions. Primaris squads took up positions at key choke points, their bolt rifles and heavier weapons settling into lines that overlapped with Cadian fire. They moved with machine-perfect precision, squads slotting into their assigned roles as if on a drill field. Darrig opened his Vox to all of them. "Brothers," he said. The word rolled out over every helm, every bead, every implanted receptor. The black dragons slowed, looking up as much as war allowed. "This is not a battle for a shining jewel of the Imperium," Darrig went on. "Rendolia is a scar, a dark world under a dark sky. Its hives are full of ash and hunger, and men who have never... On a casualty slate." He looked down at He looked down at the rushing lines of red and brass closing on the Cadian trenches. "But those men in those trenches will die believing this place matters," he said. "They will die thinking that if they hold one more minute, if they fire one more volley, some other world might live. They will not know how small they are. That ignorance is their strength. We do not have that luxury." He raised the Crozius. "We know how little we matter in the scale of the Emperor's work," he said. "We know the Inquisition watches us for any excuse to call our curse damnation. We know our own brothers mutter that we should have been destroyed alongside the worst gene seed aberrations." He let the words hang for a heartbeat. "This is our trial," Darrig said, voice hardening. "Not of our arms. Those have been tested. Enough. This is the trial of our right to exist. We stand between this world and the nails-mad savages charging its walls. We do this with bones that grew like blades without our consent, with a curse written in ivory under our skin. We will show the galaxy that even a flawed weapon does not need to be discarded, so long as it cuts the right throat." He lowered the Crozius, pointing its dragon head toward the oncoming storm. "Dragon claws," he said. "Primaris of our blood. 5th Company. You know your places. You know your oaths. Now show the 12th Legion what monsters the Emperor keeps in his service. He closed the channel with a click. The first World Eater drop pods struck within sight of the bastion. One slammed into the ruins of a Manufacturum gantry, obliterating what remained of it in an expanding ring of dust and debris. Another hit directly in the second trench line, annihilating the section where it landed and sending men tumbling like dolls. A third hit, just ahead of a Cadian heavy weapons nest, its petals blowing open to reveal a squad of Berserkers, already roaring, already in motion. They charged straight into the fire. Heavy bolters sent mass reactive shells hammering into them, tearing limbs, smashing armor. Two fell, bodies spinning. The others punched onward, stumbling, armor cratered. They leapt the wreckage of their own pod and crashed into the emplacement, chain axes rising and falling. "On them!" Darrig snapped. Dragon claws dropped from the bastion's ramparts like avalanches in motion. They hit the ground in showers of ash and small stones, shock absorbers in their armor flexing, then surged forward at a run. The Primaris came beside them, longer strides eating the distance, bolt rifles already firing. The Cadian line had buckled under the first hammer blow. Platoons had vanished, positions overrun. But here and there, squads clung on, discipline holding them upright as everything around them turned to ruin. A battered squad stood in a crater that had once been part of the second trench, laser guns propped on the shattered lip, firing into a pack of berserkers that had broken through. Their sergeant, blood matting his greatcoat, bellowed orders that were more hoarse breaths than words. "Keep firing," he roared. "Do not stop until they stop moving." The traitors waded toward them through a storm of red beams and smoke, armor pocked and scorched. One raised his axe for the killing stroke. A bolt rifle round punched through his helmet from the side, snapping his head around. More shots followed, precise, controlled, each one finding a target. Lieutenant Kalos vaulted the crater's edge with his squad at his heels, bolt rifles chattering. Each shot was aimed, each burst controlled to conserve ammunition and maximize effect. Berserkers fell, armor cracked, legs blown out from under them. "On your feet, guardsmen," Kalos snapped as he passed the stunned Cadians. "You have not yet been granted permission to die." They hauled themselves upright, more from reflex than understanding, and fell in behind the towering Astartes. Ahead, a larger wedge of World Eaters was forcing its way through the tangled ruins between trenches, chain axes flashing as they hacked through Cadian squads piecemeal. They were a blunt spear meant to drive straight at the bastion's heart. Dragon claws hit them from the flank. Kairos was at the front, bone blades slick with the dust of the wastes, helm lenses burning. He did not shout. He did not roar any slogans. He drove into the mass of red and brass with the silent efficiency of a predator. A berserker turned toward him, swinging. Kairos slipped inside the arc, bone blade rising. It slid under the traitor's pauldron and into the vulnerable joint. The World Eater spasmed, axe clattering from his grip as his arm went dead. Kairos tore free and drove his other arm forward, hook-like blade punching into the grill of the helm. In a shower of sparks. Around him, dragon claws and Primaris brothers crashed into the wedge together. Power swords and combat blades flashed alongside ossified scythes. Bolt pistols barked point blank. Chain axes screamed as they met unnatural bone and shimmer-wreathed fields, teeth snapping, housings buckling. The World Eaters roared Khorne's name into the vox, broken by static, saturated with static-warped fury. The Black Dragons answered with wordless killing, all their oaths and doubts and resentments channeled into the precise placement of blades. For a moment, in that churn of bodies and steel, it was impossible to tell which side was which to any human eye. Only the colors differed. Red and brass clashed with black and bone. Brass studs met etched scripture. Curse met curse. Ash billowed around them, hiding the sun. The first counterattack of the defense of Rendolia planted its feet in that storm and refused to be moved. Hive Castrum's outer wall rose like a scar. Across the horizon, a man-made cliff of plasteel and rockcrete that clawed at the bruised sky. It was not a clean thing. It bore the history of centuries in its skin. Old shell impacts had chewed craters into its flanks. Entire sections were patched with different shades of armor plate. Replacement blocks craned into place after previous sieges. Saint statues and imperial eagles, once proud and sharp, were chipped and blackened, their features eroded by acid rain and stray lasfire. Newer wounds marred the old. Orbital strikes from the first stages of the World Eater's approach had carved fresh gouges down from the parapets, leaving molten scars that still smoked. Drop pod impacts had cracked the glacis slopes, smashing crenellations, leaving jagged craters at the wall's base. From the Cadian positions on the first defensive terrace, the wall loomed like a god that had seen too much war and was tired of standing. Vox nets hissed and crackled around it, carrying desperate chatter from across Rendolia's surface. "Contact reports from Hive Lasker," came a voice over one channel, ragged with strain. "Enemy elements engaged at all approaches. Drop pods. Saints. There are so many. Secondary Manufacturum complex in the Eastern Hemisphere is gone," another voice cut in. "Void shields collapsed. Macro reactors breached. We lost everything inside. Bastion City Valorum reports World Eater presence on the ramparts. Close quarters assaults underway. They are requesting immediate reinforcement." The voices overlapped. Blurred became a background roar of bad news. Officers tuned some of it out by necessity. They could not fight every battle at once. They had to fight this one now. At Sector Gate Threnos, the war had narrowed to a single hideous focus. The gate itself was a vast, recessed maw in the wall, tall enough for the passage of super-heavy armor, wide enough that mechanized regiments could roll through in parade. Formation when there had still been parades. Heavy blast doors thick as hab blocks were retracted inside the wall housing, sealed behind crackling void shields. Towering bastions flanked the access way, their battlements bristling with gun emplacements. The World Eaters had thrown themselves at it as soon as they had smashed their way through the outer trenches. The approaches to the gate were unrecognizable. They had been roads once, wide, reinforced thoroughfares textured to grip tank treads, lined by loading platforms and access ramps. Now they were a churned morass of rubble, wrecked vehicles and bodies. Cadian tanks lay on their sides like gutted beasts, tracks snapped, hulls caved in by enemy fire. Burned-out Chimera transports sat half-swallowed by craters. The remains of drop pods sprawled amid them, their petals splayed, interiors blackened. Blood and promethium had mingled in that killing ground until the ash itself had turned a dark, wet color. Fire burned in drifts along the broken roadways, feeding on whatever would catch. Smoke coiled up in greasy plumes, partially obscuring the view from the parapets. When the wind shifted, it carried the stink of burned flesh and spilled fuel up to the defenders. The World Eaters came on regardless. They drove their mortal cultists ahead of them, herded forward by chains and whips, and the simple terror of what would happen if they tried to run. Twisted men in ragged armor and red-daubed rags, waving icons of Khorne fashioned from scrap metal and bone, screaming half-remembered litanies. They charged into the teeth of the Cadian guns, were scythed down, and were replaced by more. Behind them, the Berserkers advanced in a line of red and brass and roaring engines. Rhinos and Land Raider variants, spiked and scarred, pushed through the ruins, guns chattering. Packs of World Eaters on foot surged between them, chain axes already snarling in anticipation. Some clambered up onto the hulls, using the vehicles as moving cover against the murderous fire pouring down from the walls. Above it all, storm clouds rolled, flickering with the reflected light of macro-cannon shells and low-flying craft. Thunderhawks and enemy gunships snarled through the maelstrom, trading fire, diving and climbing. The 3rd and 600th Cadian regiments held the first terrace. They were spread along firing trenches and behind sandbag revetments that ran parallel to the wall, forming the outer lip of a killing field that had been plotted and replotted a dozen times. Heavy weapons squads occupied reinforced nests, autocannons and lascannons, and heavy bolters mounted in overlapping arcs. Earthshaker artillery crouched in recessed emplacements further back, their barrels elevated, recoiling with every concussion. Mortar pits were dug deep, operators working by touch more than sight as they fed rounds into tubes. "Keep the fire curtain constant," bellowed General Halvek of the 3rd, standing in a command position in a half-ruined bastion that jutted from the terrace like a broken tooth. "Do not let those animals breathe." He could see very little with his own eyes anymore. A lifetime of battle had left his vision scarred. Auspec's feeds projected into the lenses of his helm took their place. He watched bright runes skitter across the displays as enemy formations advanced, broke, reformed. Cadian fire chewed through the cultists, tore chunks from the armor columns, but always there were more. The 12th Legion's warband seemed endless. "Artillery!" Halvek snapped into the Vox. "Drop your pattern 50 meters. I want shells walking just ahead of that front line. Pin them down." "Copy. Firing for effect," came the reply, thin and calm despite the shrieking background noise. Earthshaker rounds howled overhead, great arcs of steel and explosive casing tracking across the toxic sky. They came down in ordered patterns, stitching explosions across the World Eater. Advance. Vehicles rocked, some flipping, tracks torn. Berserkers were hurled from hulls, limbs flailing, disappeared into clouds of dust and shrapnel. Cultists were simply erased. The line of red and brass slowed, wavered, then pushed forward again, as steady as a tide. Halvek's adjutant stood at his shoulder, eyes flicking between screens. "If they reach the terrace in force, we will not hold them long," the younger officer said under his breath. "Our men are good, sir, but when the Berserkers reach the trenches—" "I know what happens," Halvek said. "I have seen it." He had been younger then, on a different world, watching a different wall. The memory of red armor crashing into Cadian lines and the way men simply stopped being there had never quite faded. "One hope at a time, boy," he went on. "For now, we keep them out of axe range. Once they are in among us, it is the Emperor's call." It was not quite true. There was another card to play. It came down out of the clouds with engines roaring, cutting through the storm like a thrown blade. Thunderhawks, marked in black and bone, banked over the wall and dropped toward the chaos at the gate. Darrig watched from a high rampart as their hulking forms cut through anti-air bursts, scarred hulls shrugging off near misses. The Black Dragon's insignia glared from their wings. Void-scarred ceramite gleamed with the fresh scorch of orbital action. "Killpack deployments on my mark," he voxed, voice steady despite the thunder underfoot. "We drop behind the furthest Berserker elements. We break their spear and leave their shaft flailing." Acknowledgements crackled back from the Thunderhawk crews, and the Dragonclaw squads crammed into their holds. In the lead craft, a veteran named Malkion flexed his fingers and listened to the engines. He was old, even by Astartes' reckoning. Campaign badges etched into the inner rind of his armor spoke of crusades and suppressions that most of the younger brothers only knew from data scrolls. His body had been remade again and again by the apothecary's attentions, organs replaced, bones reinforced. The Emperor's curse had grown with him. Bone growths writhed under his armor like frozen lightning. They had forced their way through ceramite in places, had to be filed and capped and sheathed. His forearms were encased almost entirely in fused ivory, now bound in adamantium to keep them from simply shattering under the force he could bring to bear. Jagged projections curved from his shoulders, crowded with carved scripture and kill marks. Even his fingertips had hardened into short, stabbing talons. The mortal auxiliaries sometimes stared at him longer than at any other dragon. The Inquisition's hounds, when they crossed paths, always seemed to watch him the most closely. He ignored them all. The only gaze that mattered to him was the one he could not feel, in the throne on distant terror. 30. Heartbeats to drop, the Thunderhawk pilot voxed. The interior lights shifted from white to amber. The deck thrummed with the subtle corrections of the craft's stabilizers. Malkion checked the maglocks on his bolter, the retention cables on his combat blade. He flexed his arms again, feeling the familiar tug as the ossified armor plates shifted under the skin. A soft grinding sensation, half pain, half reassurance. "Brothers," he said to the squad around him, "you heard the vox. We are the blade. The Cadians are the hand that holds us. Do not bite the hand. Bite what it points at." Chuckles rumbled in helms. No one spoke. Dragon claws conserved breath before a drop. The light above the ramp turned red. "Mark!" Darrig's voice came through the vox. "Go!" The ramp blew outward in a wash of smoke and light. Cold air punched into the compartment, carrying the stench of ash and burned promethium. Malkion hurled himself into it. The ground rushed up, a chaos of shattered roadway and burning wreckage. He hit in a controlled roll, armor servos and reinforced bone absorbing the impact, then came up with his bolter already rising. They had dropped behind the furthest World Eater elements, exactly as planned. Ahead of him, the Berserkers were entirely focused on the terraces and the wall. Their backs were red splashes against the pall of smoke as they pushed onward, ignoring the cultist bodies that paved their path. Malkion opened fire. Bolts slammed into spine plates and the backs of helms, detonating. World Eaters staggered, armor splitting, men crashing forward under their own momentum. Those closest whirled, chain axes rising, only to take more fire from the dragon claws, spreading out along the ruined avenues. The Killpack hit like a hammer. "Left and right," Malkion voxed, moving at a ground-eating lope. "We split them, cut their wedge in half." Dragon claws peeled away in pairs, bone blades ready. They did not. Charged directly into the mass. They slipped around the edges, carving into flanks, forcing the Berserkers to turn and lose momentum. For the first time in a long time, the World Eaters found themselves reacting to someone else's charge. Malkion closed with the nearest of them, a warrior whose armor was scored and pitted, horns jutting from his helm. The traitor roared and swung, chain axe blurring. Malkion stepped inside the arc, his ossified forearms snapping up. The adamantium-sheathed bone caught the axe head, halting its motion with a screech of metal on unnatural ivory. The World Eater's eyes widened behind his lenses. Malkion drove his other arm forward. His reinforced bone blade punched into the traitor's chest, sliding between ceramite plates. He felt the resistance of whatever lay beneath, then the sudden slack as the strike went home. He twisted, then tore free, shoving the dying warrior aside. Another came at him without waiting for his brother to fall, froth at his helm grill, nails pushing him toward that perfect, mindless edge. Malkion met him head-on, scissor-cutting with his forearms like a creature made for that motion. The twin blades ripped across the Berserker's weapon, teeth snapping, then bit into shoulder and throat in quick succession. Blood sprayed, hot, speckling Malkion's armor. He did not register it beyond the increased weight. The Berserkers around him hesitated. It was a tiny shift, almost imperceptible. But for warriors who had spent lifetimes surging forward into other men's fear, it was a shock to find themselves looking at someone whose presence pushed back at the nails. Just a fraction made them stutter. He saw it. He savored it. "Come!" Malkion snarled through his vox, weapon lowering slightly in deliberate invitation. "You want dragons? Here we are." They came at him as a pack, axes and blades raised. He went to meet them, bones sparking under impact, claws tearing, bolter barking, point blank into snarling faces. For them, this was the closest they had come in centuries to fighting something in close combat that did not simply die on schedule. On the wall above, Kalos saw the black dragons strike land and struggled once again with the dissonance inside him. He crouched behind the broken crenellation of the curtain wall, bolt rifle braced, helm lenses set to cut through the smoke that boiled up from the gate approaches. His Primaris squad flanked him along the rampart, each warrior sighted in a carefully chosen position, fields of fire overlapping. The breach they held had been torn by a drop pod that had hit the wall itself, punching through the outer armor layer and detonating. A section of parapet was simply gone, a jagged mouth that looked down upon the slaughter below. Rubble had cascaded down the wall's face, forming a rough ramp that attackers could use to climb if they reached it. They had reached it, several times. Kaos fired. His shot took a World Eater in the side of the head as the traitor scrabbled at the rubble, hauling himself up. The mass reactive bolt punched through, detonated, and sent the Berserker tumbling back down, armor sparking off stone. "Target!" voxed one of his brothers, marking another figure further along the wall, where the enemy had managed to get a gain of purchase. "Champion pattern, heavy armor." "I see him," Kaos replied. A hulking shape in Terminator plate was forcing its way up the debris slope, moving with implacable slowness. Small caliber fire sparked from his armor and slid away, doing nothing. A chain fist hummed in his gauntlet, the disruptor field making the air around it shimmer. "Concentrate fire," Kaos snapped. "Aim for joints, helm lenses. Do not waste ammunition on plates you will not pierce." The squad shifted their aim as one. Bolt rifle rounds hammered into the Terminator's gorget and visor, chipping, cracking. A heavy bolt round from the squad's Hellblaster rattled his arm, momentarily disrupting his balance. He faltered, one knee dipping. A Lascannon beam, sent from a crew lower down the wall who saw their chance, stabbed out and caught him in the hip. The harness there glowed, then burst. The Berserker's leg folded. He went down, sliding, and crashed amid the bodies at the foot of the wall. "Maintain discipline," Kaos said into his squad channel, even as he felt the pulse of savage satisfaction. "Do not empty your magazines on dead targets. New threats on the approach. Mark 3, Mark 5. He toggled another channel, one linked to the Cadian gunners on the nearby bastion. "Gunners, this is Lieutenant Kaos," he said. "Walk your heavy bolter fire 10 meters left. You are leaving a gap directly beneath our breach that they will exploit." "For the Emperor," came the quick reply, the accent thick with hive dust. The heavy bolters shifted, the streams of fire adjusting. Kaos turned, looked along the wall. Further to his right, a section of rampart was a melee of black and red as dragon claws met Berserkers, who had managed to get a foothold. The firstborn moved like living blades, bone armor tearing, boots kicking traitors from the parapets. In that close quarters chaos, Kaos knew his own brother's rifle discipline meant less. He had been raised under the Primarch's doctrines, under the Codex Astartes in its pure form. Line and fire, interlocking zones, measured advance. Watching the black dragons fight in such savage, intimate ways grated at something in him. And yet, as he scanned the field, he also saw the truth. Where the dragon claws were not, the World Eaters pressed harder. Where the Cadians stood alone, their lines were thinner. The very brutality of the Black Dragon's charges was the one thing that seemed to shock the 12th Legion's deranged sons, to make them pause. That pause gave his own disciplined volleys more time to work. He exhaled. "Firstborn," he muttered to himself. "Monstrous, cursed, ill-tempered firstborn. We will need them all." The air around the breach warped. At first, Kaos thought it was another heavy weapon discharge, some energy effect he had missed. Then, the very stone of the wall seemed to twist, the thin skin between reality and unreality thinning. A teleport flare burst into being at the base of the gate. The distortion of the warp collapsed into form. Bulky silhouettes solidified in the midst of the carnage, displacing a spray of blood and ash. Terminator armor, heavy, archaic, trimmed in brass. Axe heads glowed, chain fists whirred. At their center stood Kalgorath. He wore warplate built to shame lesser warlords. His armor was layered in extra plates, festooned with chains and skulls. His pauldrons were carved into the leering visages of demons. Tall trophy racks rose from his back, heavy with heads that swung slowly as he moved. His bare scalp glistened with sweat and old scars. Brass studs hammered in around where the nails burrowed. The warp translation had driven the butcher's nails in every world eater nearby into a fresh frenzy. They screamed inside skulls, battering sanity, demanding release. Kalgorath's mere presence gave that release purpose. The berserkers around him howled, a wild, wordless sound, and surged forward with renewed fury. The pain of the nails, always there, always gnawing, became a roaring fire that told them one thing: kill. Kalgorath waded into the press, his chain axe rising and falling in great sweeping blows that hacked apart anyone in his path. Loyalist, cultist, even one of his own who happened to be too slow. Blood sprayed, painted his armor anew. He laughed, a ragged, delighted sound. "Dragons," he roared as he advanced. "Mutant carrion, I smell you on the wind." He pointed his axe toward the wall. "Bring me their bones," he screamed. The butcher's nails answered, pounding harder in the skulls of every world eater in sight. They would have flung themselves at the gates regardless, but now there was a focus, a promise of particularly pleasing skulls to offer. Void shields shimmered above the gate, flickering under the renewed assault. World Eater vehicles raked them with heavy weapons. A super-heavy tank, corrupted and bedecked in chains, ground forward, its main cannon spitting shells that flared against the invisible barrier, making it ripple and spark. Inside the wall, deep beneath the bastions, sat the Void Shield node. It was a chamber of humming generators and thick power couplings, cogitator banks and control panels. Tech priests had worked there without rest since the first shots of the siege, red-robed backs bent, mechadendrites clattering. They did not see the enemy weapon that finally broke them. A stray shell from that corrupted Super Heavy did not simply impact the shield. Its machine spirit was fouled by warp touch, its trajectory twisting as it flew. It slipped through a microscopic phase gap at the shield's base, something no sane munition could have done, and punched into the wall's internal structure. It reached the node. The explosion tore half the shield chamber apart. Energy washed out through the conduits, overloading systems. Void generator housings blew, panels flung like shrapnel. Tech priests were hurled into walls, augmetic limbs ripped away. On the parapets, the shield blinked. For a second, the shimmering curtain that had protected the gate flickered out. Kalgorath saw it. "There," he roared. "Now!" The corrupted Super Heavy fired again. The shell screamed through empty air, no longer checked. It smashed into the gate housings, ripping metal and stone. Secondary explosions chased one another along the wall as ammunition stores caught. In the bastion where Darrig had been directing the Killpack operations, the shock hit like the fist of a god. The floor, lurched. Walls cracked. Cogitator banks burst in showers of sparks. Auspex screens went dark, then returned. Rune fields scrambled. Vox channels howled with static as antennae were ripped from housings and relays overloaded. Darrig slammed a hand down on the hololithic table to steady himself. Crozius held in his other. "Report!" he snapped, tuning out the roar of failing systems. "Void shield node has gone," shouted an officer over the cacophony, blood trickling from his nose where he had been thrown into a console. "Gate sector is exposed. We have lost Vox contact with portions of the 3rd, sections of the 600th, and 2 of our own companies in the lower bastions. Channels are dead, Chaplain. Something burned out the relays. The first true fracture in the defense. Not just a ground lost, but the cohesion of the command web itself tearing. Reroute through secondary lines," Darrig said. "Old cables, Field relays, whatever you have. We are trying, the officer said, but we will not have full command integrity for some time. We do not need integrity, Darrick said. We need enough shouting to make men keep shooting. A new alarm shrieked across the bastion's interior. Enemy boarding signatures, cried another Vox operator, hands flying over dented controls. They have hit the wall itself. Lower levels, near the command balconies. We have berserkers inside the structure. Of course they did. The explosion that had gutted the shield node had also torn holes in the wall's internal architecture. World Eaters did not need a formal breach. They needed an opportunity. Colonel Vaughn, Darrick voxed, switching to the Cadian command frequency. Status in the lower galleries? Static spat back at him. He cursed under his breath and tried another channel. General Halvek. Here, came the answer after a moment, crackling. We are still on the terrace. We felt that hit. Shields are down at the gate. The enemy is pushing harder than ever. I have lost contact with Vaughn's position. I will find him, Darrick said. Hold your line. If the gate goes, the whole front will collapse. Acknowledged, Halvek said. We will die on this terrace before we let them through. Darrick cut the link and turned toward the nearest stair access. Honor guard, he voxed. With me. We are going hunting in our own walls. The command balconies were narrow platforms carved into the interior shaft above the gate machinery. They allowed officers to look down into the massive hollow space where chains and gears moved the blast doors, and to direct engineers during repairs or opening operations. Now, they were choke points. Colonel Vaughn stood on one of them, las pistol in one hand and power sword in the other, coat tattered, visor cracked. He had gathered what men he could in the moments after the explosion. A handful of staff officers, a squad of bastion guards, 2 stormtroopers who had been on relay duty. They crouched behind the balustrade, firing down into the darkness below, where red armor flickered in the emergency lumens. The berserkers were climbing. The explosion had broken maintenance platforms and ladders, but World Eaters could climb without such niceties. They dug chain axes and fingers into the stone, hauling themselves up like insects. Some leapt from one jut of broken masonry to another, snarling. The void-lit cavern echoed with their roars. Hold the line, Vaughn snarled, firing again. His las pistol spat, useless against ceramite, but he aimed for faces, joints, any weak point. Kill them before they reach us. A stormtrooper beside him hammered burst after burst from his hellgun into a climbing figure, finally dislodging it. The traitor fell, smashing into his own comrades. Another berserker leapt, catching the edge of the balcony, fingers digging into the stone. He hauled himself up, chain axe, already swinging. Vaughn stepped forward to meet him. He was not a small man by human standards, but next to the traitor Astartes, he was compact, almost slight. He moved with the careful economy of someone who had spent his life learning where to put his feet when everything around him was trying to kill him. The axe came in. Vaughn ducked under it, feeling the wind of its passage. His power sword flicked out, kissing the berserker's wrist. The field flared, severing gauntlet and hand. The chain axe tumbled away, clattering into the depths. The traitor roared, lunging in an attempt to simply crush him against the wall. Vaughn stepped aside, driving his sword into the gap at the berserker's armpit as he passed. He had seen the weak points of Astartes' armor up close too many times to count. He knew them the way other men knew prayer verses. The World Eater staggered, crashed to his knees. Vaughn wrenched the blade free and kicked him away, back over the edge. That is as close as you get, he hissed after the falling body. This wall is mine. Another berserker hit the balcony almost immediately, and another. Vaughn fought, and his men fought, and the balcony floor grew slick under their boots. He took a blow to the shoulder that sent him spinning, armor plating dented, bone cracking beneath. A guardsman beside him died with his throat open, gurgling, but still tried to shove a knife into the traitor that had killed him. It could not last. A berserker, larger than the others, hauled himself over the balustrade, his armor marked with personal sigils, his helm crested with spikes. He swung a chain blade two-handed. Vaughn tried to parry, limbs heavy, but the strike smashed his sword aside, sent it spinning. The impact jarred the colonel's arm all the way to the socket. The second blow would have taken his head. He managed to turn it enough that it ripped across his chest instead, tearing through armor, punching him back into the bulkhead. His visor shattered. He tasted blood. The berserker loomed over him, chain blade raised. "Cadia stands!" Vaughn spat up at him, blood running down his chin. "In me, in all of us, even here." He tried to bring his last pistol up. His hand would not obey. The berserker snarled and swung down. The blow never landed. A Crozius Arcanum smashed into the traitor from the side, its dragon head wreathed in crackling energy. The impact sent the berserker hurtling across the balcony into the far wall. He hit and slid, limbs twitching. Darrick stepped into Vaughn's field of view, black armor filling it. "Colonel," he said, offering no comfort, only a hand. Vaughn stared at it for an instant, then took it. The chaplain hauled him to his feet with casual strength. "You are late," Vaughn rasped. "I was at the top of the wall, keeping the sky from falling on your head," Darrick said. "Now I am here, between you and the World Eaters. Try to keep up." He turned, gestured. His honor, guard, dragonclaws all, poured onto the balcony. Bone blades gleamed as they moved to the edge, looking down at the climbing berserkers. "Push them back," Darrick said. "Send them down to join their brothers." They did. Where Vaughn's men had struggled to keep the foe from the lip, the dragonclaws simply refused to let them land. Any traitor who got a handhold was met with a boot stamping down, crushing fingers, or a blade severing arms at the wrist. A few made it over the balustrade. They died within heartbeats, torn apart by claws and Crozius. Vaughn leaned against the wall, breathing hard, watching. He could not see the whole battle anymore. His world had narrowed to this balcony, this shaft, these few meters of stone and blood. He knew intellectually that the terrace outside was still in chaos, that the gate was under more pressure than ever, that shield collapse might mean the whole wall eventually fell. But in that moment, as Darrick's warriors cleared the balcony and the chaplain stepped to the edge and looked down at the mass of red armor still climbing, Vaughn allowed himself a tiny, bitter satisfaction. He had bought those additional breaths, those additional seconds. He had not flinched. Darrick glanced back at him once. "Your death will be recorded, Colonel, when it comes," the chaplain said. "The chapter remembers such things." "You sound very certain of my death," Vaughn replied with a cracked grin. "This is Rendolia," Darrick said. "No one gets out alive, Colonel. We simply argue with the universe about when it happens." He turned back to the shaft. "Brothers," he voxed. "The gate is exposed. The enemy presses. We will stabilize this breach, and then we will go back out there and remind them that charging a wall defended by dragons is a mistake they should have learned millennia ago." Outside, in the ruin of the gate approaches, Kalgorath stood upon a mound that had once been a line of defensive barricades, and now was only corpses and wreckage. Blood soaked his armor. His chain axe teeth were clogged with blackening gore. His chest rose and fell, each breath a rasp. The nails in his skull pounded like the drums of some distant, furious god. He looked up at the wall. The void shields were gone over the gate. Smoke billowed from rents where the shell had punched through. He could see flashes of movement along the parapets, black armor and bone shapes cutting down his sons even as they climbed. He bared his teeth. "Dragons," he murmured, "mutant cattle, still standing." He dug the axe head into the mound at his feet, using it as a support as he leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "I swear by Khorne's throne," he said softly, the vow threading through the vox to every world eater listening. I will pull you down from those walls. I will tear your bone spines from your backs with my own hands. I will build a mountain of your skulls in your largest plaza and burn your banners on its peak." His Terminator guards shifted, weapons humming. He straightened, wrenched the axe free. "Forward!" he roared, raising the weapon high. "For the blood god, for the skull throne, bring me those cursed dragon bones." The skull host surged again, driven by his fury, by the nails, by the simple, endless need to kill. The first breach in Hive Castrum's walls had not yet become a flood, but the stone was cracking. The hololithic table showed Rendolia dying by degrees. Its surface was a ghost-lit sphere suspended over adamantium, its continents rendered in pale green, its hives and bastions marked by flickering symbols. Where the war was fiercest, the light bled red. There was a great deal of red. Hivelaska's icon pulsed erratically, a rune stamped over it to indicate heavy enemy presence. Manufacturum belts in the eastern hemisphere burned as shifting patches of crimson and amber, indicating uncontrolled fires and the loss of automata networks. The sigils of several orbital defense stations were already black, hollowed out, their loss acknowledged and filed, even as the fight raged on beneath them. The Augur spirits streamed real-time casualty estimates along the hololith's margins like litany scrolls. Darrig watched it all from the strategium on the grim drake, lip tightening behind his Vox grill. He knew it was only a map. He knew the data could not show the stink or the screaming. But the pattern alone was enough. The World Eaters were not simply rampaging. They were cutting the world apart with crude but effective strategic strokes. Warband detachments driving into Manufactoria hubs, void shield nexuses, macro batteries. Little by little, they were prying the Emperor's teeth from Rendolia's jaw. "New intelligence from ground assets," an officer said, approaching the table, helmet tucked under one arm. He smelled of ash and recycled air and fear he was trying very hard not to show. "Astropathic Intercepts and Auspex returns from the eastern Manufacturum belt, Chaplain. The traitor Lord Kalgorath has diverted a significant portion of his armor and a core of his Berserkers toward Macro Manufacturum Castrum Primus." The hololith shuddered, zooming at a curt gesture from Darrig. The image slid until a segment of the continent below Hive Castrum filled the projection. A cluster of vast structures sprawled there like metal fungi, each one a Manufacturum tower feeding a different part of Rendolia's war machine. One complex was highlighted, its sigil flaring. "Castrum Primus," the officer continued. "Macro cannon production, one of the largest on the hemisphere. It houses a void shield nexus to protect the assembly lines. Auspex indicates the traitors are pushing into its outer perimeters now. They have already overrun several out-habs and worker hab stacks." "Macro cannon," Darrig repeated, "big enough to spit shells at orbit." "Aye, Chaplain," the officer said. "If they take the Manufacturum and its shield nexus, they could turn at least some of those guns toward us, toward the Torchbearer flotilla. The void shields would protect them from return fire long enough to do real damage." Darrig looked up, toward the armored ceiling, as if he could see through it to the black and the glittering hulls beyond. The grim Drake had already traded body blows with Kalgorath's flagship once. She could not afford to present her belly to a macro battery-turned traitor. "They mean to use the world against the sky," he said. "How very 12th Legion of them." He turned away from the table. "Signal Hive Castrum's ground command," he said. "Tell them that Castrum Primus becomes a priority point. We will cut out this gangrenous lunge ourselves. Bridge, prepare Thunderhawks for immediate deployment. I want full strike complement." He strode from the strategium. In the embarkation bays, the war did not stop. Chapter serfs ran in narrowed files beneath the looming hulls of Thunderhawks, feeding ammunition into maglifts, hauling Prometheum drums, chanting machine cant. Armory servitors clanked to and fro, bearing racks of bolters and chainswords. The air was thick with incense and oil, and the ozone bite of charged weapons. Darrig moved through it like a shard of night. Dragon claws, he voxed on a company-wide channel. Form on Thunderhawk Spearhead 1. Tactical squads, embark on 2 and 3. Primaris forces under Lieutenant Kalos on 4. Kassakin Spear on 5. We are striking at Castrum Primus. He felt the responses come back as affirmation runes blinking in his helm display. A squad of Kassakin waited near Thunderhawk 5, their carapace armor painted in the greens and greys of Cadian Special Forces, visors down. Hell guns and hot-shot volley weapons rested in disciplined grips. Their leader, a scarred veteran with a Vox unit strapped to his back and a dragon-tooth talisman at his neck, raised his weapon in salute as Darrig approached. "Kassakin of the 124th, he said, voice sharp with controlled zeal. "We swore oaths in the bunker, Chaplain. We stand by them. Castrum Primus does not fall while we draw breath." "You will be drawing less of it where we are going," Darrig said. "The air in Manufactoria is always foul. Try not to think of that while you are suffocating." The Kassakin sergeant's grin was brief and savage. "We came from Cadia," he said. "We grew up breathing refinery fumes and shell smoke. This will be familiar." "Good," Darrig said. "Familiarity breeds effective tendencies." Bored, he moved on. Thunderhawk 4's ramp was already down. Primaris intercessors in black and bone waited inside, towering over the few mortal serfs tasked with last-minute checks. Lieutenant Kalos stood at the center, helm under his arm, expression carved from stone. "Lieutenant," Darrig said. "Chaplain," Kalos replied. "My men are ready for deployment. We have studied what data the Cadian cogitators possess on Castrum Primus. The structures are dense, layered, kill zones and choke points everywhere." "Then you will feel at home," Darrig said. "Your work is to keep those choke points ours, clear corridors, lock down access routes. Do not allow this to dissolve into a single, undifferentiated brawl. The Berserkers would prefer that." "We will not give them their preference," Kalos said. "We will give them clean fields of fire and no cover." Darrig left him to it and boarded his own craft. Thunderhawk 1's interior was crowded with dragon claws. Malkian loomed near the ramp, his monstrous bone armor scraping faintly as he shifted. Other veterans stood with weapons mag-locked, helms bowed. An apothecary, in bone-white trim, checked the seals on his narthecium, the reductor's needle glinting in the lumen light. Darrig registered his presence with a nod. Serikos. Reliable. Unflinching. "Brothers," Darrig said, voice echoing in the dropship's belly. "You know our target. Castrum Primus cannot fall intact. We will break any traitor hand that reaches for its controls. We will do this fast, because every moment we spend down there is another moment Kalgorath spends tearing at our walls." No one answered. They did not need to. Their assent was in the way they tightened grips on weapons, in the stillness of their stances. Engines rose from rumble to roar. The deck underfoot vibrated as the Thunderhawks lifted, joining others in the launch sequence. The embarkation bay's void doors, inscribed with sigils of warding and worn by countless departures, ground open to reveal the bruise-colored sky. They plunged into it. Castrum Primus sprawled below like some immense rust-coated beast, its back a mess of chimneys and smokestacks, its limbs conveyor lines and rail spurs. Macro cannon hull sections the size of Hab towers lay in assembly cradles, partially sheathed in armor, their innards exposed like the ribs of unfinished titans. Cranes taller than lesser hives moved slowly along rails, bearing components that glowed with the heat of recent forging. Rivers of slag and coolant flowed between platforms, churning in enclosed channels. Fire marked where the World Eaters had already set their hands upon it. Smoke gouted from ruptured pipelines. Flame walked along cable runs. Weapons fire flickered in the canyons between assembly stacks. Pinpricks of light in the shadows. The Vox chattered with frantic calls from the Manufacturum's defenders. Section 6 is lost. Fall back to the secondary foundries. Enemies in the upper gantries. They are using the overhead catwalks to get behind us. This is shield control. We are under assault. We need... The transmission cut off in static. The Void Nexus must be in the Manufacturum's heart. Kalos voxed across the Strike Force channel. We hit their spear points and cut through to the core. The Cadians will anchor the flanks. Confirmed, Darrick said. Thunderhawks, vector onto designated landing zones. Do not linger. Auto turrets crackled from below, a few still loyal, others already corrupted or unmanned. Thunderhawks jinked, armor ringing as rounds glanced off. One of the escort craft took a heavier hit, streaming smoke as it peeled away, but stayed in the air. They dropped toward a cluster of loading platforms near the Manufacturum's central towers. The platforms had been used to bring in raw ore once, from the ash wastes beyond. Now they would serve as a beachhead. Thunderhawk 1 came in hard. Landing struts hit the plasteel with a scream. Ramps slammed down before the engines had fully bled off thrust. Dragon claws plunged into a hurricane of sound and heat. The interior of Castrum Primus was a thing of nightmares even before the 12th Legion's sons had entered it. Machinery the size of cathedral naves loomed overhead. Pistons the thickness of tramcars hammered up and down, driving presses and stamps that turned ingots into shell casing. Conveyor belts rattled under tons of material, feeding assembly lines that moved with unthinking precision. Overhead gantries crisscrossed the air like spiderwebs, bearing cranes and maintenance platforms. The air was thick with metal dust and furnace heat, edged by the tang of machine oils. The World Eaters had made it worse. Bodies lay crushed in the groaning teeth of conveyor lines, stripped of armor, used as nothing more than obstructions. Slag channels ran hotter than they should, their orange glow casting sickly light on the gantries. Fires burned in stacked crates of propellant and spare parts, sending black smoke rolling along the ceiling. And everywhere, berserkers. They moved among the machines with less grace than savagery, clambering over railings and leaping from catwalks, chain axes revving as they plunged down onto Cadian defensive points. Some used the conveyor lines themselves as pathways, running along them toward bastion doors, ignoring the sparks and machinery around them. Cadian defenders had turned assembly platforms into makeshift fortresses, flipping work tables into barricades, using macro shells as cover. They fired from behind stacks of unassembled gun barrels, las bolts and plasma bursts, glancing off ceramite and scoring brass trim. They died where the berserkers reached them, torn apart among half-finished cannons. Darrick's boots hit the deck with a clang. "Forward," he barked. "Anchor on the Cadian pockets. Kill anything red and screaming. Keep moving." The dragon claws spread out in a wedge, Malkion in the vanguard. Bolters roared, their bark half lost in the manufacturing din. Berserkers who had been sprinting toward a cornered Cadian platoon jerked and fell as shells detonated against their backs. The Kazarkin spear hit alongside them, guns crackling with hot-shot beams. They moved like a blade in human form, every step measured, every burst of fire selected. A berserker trying to bound along a gantry railing took a dozen rounds through his joints and toppled sideways, armor ringing against metal supports as he fell. From the opposite side of the Manufacturum, Thunderhawk 4 disgorged Kalos and his Primaris. "Intercessors, secure the east-west transit corridors," Kalos voxed. "Reavers, take the upper gantries. Deny them vertical advantage." Primaris squads fanned out with Codex pure efficiency, bolt rifles raised. They moved down side corridors two abreast, clearing junctions with drilled sweeps of fire. In hallways where mortal defenders had already been overrun, they planted themselves and turned the spaces into killing lanes, bodies of traitors and cultists piling up under the relentless, controlled barrage. Up above, rivers in grav chutes dropped onto catwalks, shock grenades flashing between Berserker packs. Some of the World Eaters shook it off with little more than a snarl. Others staggered, senses disrupted long enough for the Primaris to close and slit throats or hurl them into the yawning drops. In the heart of the Manufacturum, in a chapel to the Omnissiah that had been defiled into a shrine of blood, a World Eater champion knelt before the main control altar. Once, machine priests had stood there, whispering Binharic cant into the ears of the macro cannon's machine spirits, soothing them, guiding them. Now the cogitator altar was slick with sacrificial offerings. Servo skulls dripped. Sacred scripture scrolls had been torn, their parchments used as rags. The champion's armor was heavy with chains and skulls. He had torn off his helm to better feel the spray of blood. Brass studs ringed his brow where the nails had been hammered in. His eyes were wild, but not entirely gone. Some shard of cunning remained. He drove, his chainblade into the altar, letting the teeth churn through sacred housings, spilling sparking entrails of wiring. "You belong to the blood god now," he told the machine spirit within. "Not to your false Omnissiah. You will turn your guns on your masters, and we will offer their shells back to Khorne as gifts." He slashed his own palm, letting blood spatter across rune panels. It hissed where it touched, but the spirit, weakened by the fear that permeated the place, yielded. Servo arms that had previously moved in measured, precise arcs shuddered and twisted. Some turned from their programmed tasks, clamps snapping open and closed like hungry mouths. Industrial cutters powered up unbidden, blades whirring. A tech adept who had been chained nearby watched in horror as the chance of maintenance turned into something else, something wordless and hungry. On the Manufacturum floor, men began to die in ways that were not entirely the fault of the World Eaters. Acadian. Gunner ducked behind a conveyor support to reload, only for a servo arm to whip around, clamps closing around his torso. It lifted him off his feet, ignoring his screams, and squeezed. Bones snapped. Another reached down from above to seize a fleeing cultist, dragging him into the path of a cutter. Darrig saw one such incident from across a gantry. A servo harness mounted on the underside of a crane swung, clamps clamping onto a Kazakhin who had strayed too close. The mechanized limbs tried to tear him in half. The sergeant's armor held for a fraction of a moment. It would not last. Darrig raised his bolt pistol and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. 2 punched into the servo mount, making it jerk, mechanisms sparking. The third took the clamp's control housing apart. The limbs spasmed and went limp. The Kazakhin dropped, gasping, armor dented but unbroken. "Even the machines are turning," the sergeant panted, dragging himself upright. "Is nothing on this cursed rock on our side?" "The machine's spirits are frightened," Darrig said. "Fear makes even engines treacherous. Keep moving." Above them, Malkian fought his private war. He had lost count of the Berserkers he had killed since landing. The nails' howl in their skulls had a maddening echo that scraped against his own mind, setting his hackles on edge. He had just torn another traitor from a maintenance platform when he heard a different sound. A roar, not entirely unlike a Berserker's, but with a ragged, broken edge. A sound that struck him as wrong in a way he could not immediately place. He turned. Brother Rael, another Dragonclaw, stood on a catwalk a short distance away. His armor was more distorted than most, bone protrusions crowding his joints to the point of deformity. His helm had been carved to accommodate horns that had pushed out through the skull. His ossified forearms were thick and ridged, sheathed in extra layers of adamantium. He was breathing, harshly, Vox carrying the raggedness. A cultist had hurled himself toward Rael in some insane attempt at martyrdom. The Dragonclaw had swatted him aside with casual force, sending the man crashing into a pressure pipe that burst in a cloud of steam. That was not the wrongness. The wrongness was that Rael did not stop. He leapt after the dying cultist, clawed gauntlets tearing into him again and again, long after the body had ceased any semblance of resistance. He snarled curses that were not liturgies, words mangled into near incoherence. His bone spines flexed, scraping against his own armor as if they were trying to tear free. Another Cadian, too slow to pull back, stepped toward him with a shout, perhaps to drag him away from wasting effort. Rael's helm snapped toward the sound in a movement more animal than human. He lunged. The Cadian had no time to raise his weapon. Rael hit him with enough force to send them both crashing into the catwalk grating. The dragon. Claw's blade drove down, plunging toward the man's chest. It never landed. A bolt round took Rael in the side of the helm, staggering him. A second blew his shoulder joint apart. The third punched through his gorget, burying itself in the neck behind. He collapsed, twitching, massive frame suddenly slack. Serikos, the apothecary, lowered his smoking pistol and strode forward, Narthesium whirring. He reached Rael's side and knelt, helm lenses flicking with data. For a long moment, he simply watched the dying warrior, listening to his rasping vox. Whatever Rael muttered in those last moments was for the apothecary alone. Then Serikos drove the reductor down. It was a precise, practiced motion. He did not flinch. He did not look away. When it was done, he marked something in his helm's internal slate and rose. The Cadian he had saved stared up at him, eyes wide, chest heaving. "That was your brother," the man stammered. You just... He was losing. "Himself," Serikos said. "The curse was eating more than his bones. I saw it in his eyes in the last engagement. Here, now, with the nails howl around us, it would only have worsened. It is better this way." He turned his helm slightly toward the Cadian. "Better for you, better for us, better for the chapter's name. We cannot afford to have our monsters look too much like theirs." He moved on without waiting for an answer. At the Manufacturum's core, Darrig and his honor guard forced their way toward the Void Shield Nexus.
Be sure to subscribe. You know you want to. If you don't, you'll be sent into the void and nobody will find you for the rest of your life. So go, be sure to subscribe. Remember, subscribe.
The path led through a series of control galleries that overlooked the main assembly hall. Glass-fronted consoles lined the walls, cracked and smoking, their display panes shattered. Data cables snaked along the ceiling like petrified entrails. The air was thick with the stench of burned insulation. A World-Eater Terminator smashed through one of the gallery bulkheads in a shower of rockcrete dust and rebar fragments, heavy footsteps shaking. The floor. His armor was marked with Cornate runes, his helm carved into an angular skull. He carried a combi bolt gun in one massive fist and a chain fist in the other. He opened fire as he came, bolts shrieking, detonations tearing chunks from consoles and support pillars. Two of Darrig's dragon claws went down, armor plates ringing as they were hurled back. One did not rise. Darrig shifted his stance and advanced. "On me," he voxed. "Bring him down." His honor guard fanned out, seeking flanking angles. One brother vaulted a console, coming in low. The Terminator swatted him aside with a backhand blow that sent him crashing into a wall. The chain fist whirred, its disruptor field making the air around it shimmer with distorted light. Darrig raised his Crozius. The dragon-headed maul crackled as its power field engaged. He thumbed the activation rune with the practiced ease of uncounted battles. The weapon became an extension of his will, an iron sermon waiting to be delivered. The Terminator stepped toward him, each thudding footfall amplifying the pounding of distant engines. "Loyalist," the traitor growled, vox laden with static. "Mutant dog, your skull will—" Darrig did not let him finish. He stepped into the path of the chain fist and twisted, Crozius coming up in a tight arc. The maul struck the Terminator's wrist. The impact rang like a bell being struck. Ceramite and bone alike buckled under the force. The chain fist's teeth spun, then stuttered, its field flickering. One of the honor guard took the moment, a bone blade scythed in, punching into the side of the Terminator's knee joint. The traitor staggered, weight shifting. Darrig reversed his stroke and brought the Crozius down on the side of the helm. The power field flared as it bit. The traitor's head snapped sideways. Cracks spidered across the brass-rimmed visor. A second blow caved it in. The Terminator crashed to the floor, armor too heavy to allow any graceful fall. "Forward," Darrig said, stepping over the wreck. "The Nexus is close." They found it in a chamber thrumming with barely controlled power. Concentric circles of generators ringed a central column that rose up into the Manufacturum's higher levels and plunged down into the foundations. Blue light crackled along conduits. Auspex arrays crowded the walls, their displays fractured and flickering. Tech adepts lay sprawled where they had fallen, some in pieces, others simply stopped, their augmetics dark. Among them, fresh trails of blood and broken skulls indicated where the World Eaters had passed through. More Terminators waited here, a makeshift honor guard around the central control dais. Kalgorath was not present, he had other fronts to lead, but his chosen held the machine heart in his stead. "Guns!" one of them rasped as Darrig entered, voice thick with contempt through the vox. "Always you loyalists and your guns. You fear to meet us with only steel between us." "You are mistaken," Darrig said. "We have brought plenty of steel." They met without further words. The chamber became a brawl of the brutal and the sanctified. Crozius fields clashed against chain fists. Bone blades scraped sparks from ancient warplate. Auspex consoles blew apart under stray blows, showering shards of glass and metal. One Terminator managed to fire his combi weapon before a dragon claw tore his arm away. The shot caught a generator housing, sending arcs of energy licking across the room. Servitors mounted in alcoves twitched and went still as their connections cooked. Darrig fought with the efficiency of a man who had seen too many champions die. He did not waste motion on flourishes. He put his weight behind each blow, aimed for joints and seams, trusting his honor guard to cover his flanks. When a Terminator tried to bear down on him with raw mass, he used that mass against him, stepping aside, hooking a bone blade behind a greave, sending the traitor staggering into the range of another brother's gun. Within minutes, the last of the chosen went down, armor rent, weapons still twitching. The void shield nexus hummed on, uncomprehending. "Status?" Darrig asked, turning toward the surviving tech adepts. One dragged himself part upright, mechadendrites spasming. "Systems. Compromised," the adept rasped. "Machine spirits. Agitated. But they are still ours, for now. We can hold the shield. We can keep it from being turned inward. However, if the traitors renew their rituals, if they reach the altar again, I cannot guarantee." "You will not need to," Darrig said. He looked up at the looming machinery, at the vast shapes of half-completed macro cannon barrels visible through high viewport slits. He pictured what would happen if such guns were turned against the Grim Drake and the Torchbearers, against any orbital asset still trying to keep this world from slipping completely into the dark. "Chaplain," Kalos voxed, his voice edged with static. "We have stabilized several corridors. Cadian units are consolidating, but more Berserkers are pushing in from the western intake tunnels. We will be hard-pressed to hold them indefinitely." "Understood," Darrig said. "Prepare your men to fall back by phases." There was a pause. "Fall back?" Kalos repeated. "We are not going to hold this place," Darrig said. "We are going to break it." He switched to a wider channel. "Kasrkin's spear," he said. "Sergeant, I want demolition charges on key Prometheum stacks and structural supports throughout this complex. Focus on the central towers and the assembly cradles. Leave them enough integrity to keep standing until we are gone, then let them collapse." There was a grim chuckle over the link. "About time, Chaplain," the Kasrkin sergeant said. "We brought enough toys to make the Omnissiah weep." "Apothecary." "Serikos," Darrick continued. Mark the gene seed of those we have lost, and begin recall of our wounded. Any brother too damaged to move under his own power will be given the Emperor's peace. We do not have the luxury of carrying them out. Understood, Serikos said. His tone was no colder than it had been when he executed Rael. The dead will not weigh us down. Darrick turned back to the tech adept. Deactivate every safety you have tied to this structure, he said. Strip out every failsafe that would prevent cascading failure. If you can, set the machine spirits to see the traitors as their tormentors, not us. Then withdraw whatever personnel you can spare. The adept stared at him through lenses cracked by shock. You would destroy Castrum Primus, he whispered, voice carrying a note of horror. This Manufacturum has served the Imperium for millennia. Its output arms entire armies. Its loss will cripple Rendolia's ability to wage war. If the enemy takes it, its guns will cripple our ability to breathe vacuum, Darrick said. The calculus is simple. Better a crippled limb than a knife in the heart. The Manufacturum dies as it lived, in service. Activate your rights, Magos, then get out. He did not wait to see if the adept obeyed. In the end, they always did. Chaos offended them more than destruction. The order rippled through the Manufacturum like a dark prayer. Kasrkin teams planted melter charges on key load-bearing columns, on Prometheum Tower anchorage points, on critical cranial nodes of macro cannon assembly cradles. They moved with expert efficiency, tagging each target in their helm displays and setting timers in overlapping patterns. Primaris squads fell back by bounds, abandoning kill lanes one by one, drawing the World Eaters after them, deeper into the labyrinth, away from the exits. The Berserkers followed, their hunger overriding caution, their nails howling. Dragon claws covered those, withdrawals, fighting delaying actions on gantries and stairwells. Malkian held one choke point alone for what felt like a lifetime, bone blades red, armor cracked, until Darrick's voice cut through the battle noise and ordered him out. Now, the chaplain said, all Imperial units fall back. Pull out along the pre-marked corridors. You have counted your charges. Make sure you are beyond their embrace when they detonate. The retreat was not clean. It was never clean. Some Cadian squads did not receive the order in time. Their Vox sets were dead, batteries shot out, operators decapitated. They continued to fire from their barricades, thinking themselves still part of a larger resistance, unaware that they were holding ground that would soon cease to exist. Some heard and refused. A sergeant in a flooded coolant tunnel shook his head when the order came, wiped blood from his eyes, and simply kept firing. Someone has to slow them, he told his men. Might as well be us. If the dragons say this place is going to fall, I do not want to be anywhere but under it when it does. A Kazakin demolitions trooper tried to drag him out by force. The sergeant hit him and ordered him to go. In the end, the trooper obeyed, because that was what his training dictated, and because he knew that arguing would waste the precious seconds the sergeant was buying them both. Darrick felt each of those decisions as a weight. He bore them anyway. He reached the outer loading platforms with the last of his honor guard as the first charges began to blow. The detonations walked through the Manufacturum's gut in a rising sequence. Pillars blew, stone and metal turned into lethal shrapnel. Prometheum stacks ruptured in gouts of fire that climbed like pillars of hellfire, setting nearby structures ablaze. Macro cannon cradles buckled, their massive loads shifting, toppling, smashing through lower levels. Machines that had labored for generations screamed as their housings failed. Servo arms flailed, then went limp. Cranes snapped and dropped their burdens. The whole complex seemed to sag. World Eaters died in it, crushed by falling gantries, buried under collapsing floors, hurled into slag rivers that erupted as containers burst. Cultists were obliterated, swept away in tides of molten metal and superheated steam. Cadian defenders, who had remained in place, vanished alongside them. From above, the view was of a mechanized apocalypse. Towers leaned and fell in spreading clouds of smoke and dust. Fire crawled up fuel lines and danced along shattered walkways. The sound of it reached the withdrawing Thunderhawks even over their engines, a deep, grinding roar. Darrig stood in the Thunderhawk's open ramp as it lifted, watching Castrum Primus die. "Vox, open channel to the company," he said. The link clicked. He could feel hundreds of helm nodes on the line, the ears of his brothers and the borrowed ears of the Primaris. "This is Darrig," he said. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The Vox carried it into the hearts of men and Astartes alike. "You have seen what we have done to Castrum Primus," he said. "You have seen our own guns fall, our own Manufactoria burn. You have seen guardsmen stand where we told them to and die when we lit the fuses under their boots. Some of you will be asking quietly if this is what loyalty looks like, if this is what the Emperor asks of us." He watched a macro cannon barrel, the length of a city block, slide free of its cradle and plunge through collapsing floors, dragging girders and walkways with it. "I will answer you," he went on. "On Rendolia, mercy is treason. If we leave the enemy a single asset he can turn against the Imperium, we have failed before we begin. You do not weep for the loss of factories. You do not flinch from ordering men to die in the shadow of charges you yourself have set. You burn whatever you must burn to keep this world from Khorne's grasp." Thunderhawks banked away from the collapsing Manufacturum, engines howling. "We are the Black Dragons," Darrig said. "The cursed, the watched, the almost condemned. There will be those who say that what we have done today proves their suspicions, that only a chapter already tainted would burn its own Manufactoria, crush its own mortal allies, to deny an enemy a weapon." He bared his teeth behind the grill. "Let them think that," he said. "Let them mutter in their cloisters and their council chambers. While they debate our purity, we will be out here, in the dark, breaking the teeth of the blood god with whatever stones we can find." He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, feeling the Thunderhawk rock as a gust of hot air struck it. "Remember this, brothers," he said. "On Rendolia, there is only one sin left: to leave the enemy something he can use. You will not commit that sin. Not while I draw breath." He cut the link and opened his eyes again. Castrum Primus burned beneath them, a man-made star on the surface of a dying world. The nails were never quiet. They gnawed and grated at the meat of Kalgorath's mind, metal against bone inside his skull, an endless grinding that had begun on an operating slab in the days when the 12th Legion still named itself Legion. They had not stopped since. Sometimes they were a distant thunder, a reminder, a pressure that hummed at the edge of thought. Sometimes, like now, they were a storm. He stood in the shadow of a half-collapsed hab spire in Rendolia's largest low hive and listened to the chorus inside his head. Kill, kill, kill. Images strobed behind his eyes when he blinked. Not memories, not really, but shards of previous slaughters, jagged and overlapping. A line of white-armored loyalists breaking under his charge on some nameless crusade world. A line of gold, the teeth of the War Master's own guard, red-hot under the nail's song. The broken corpse of a son of dawn, yellow armor blackened by fire, a faceless ultramarine, helm caved in, falling in slow motion through void. They were all the same memory by now, all the same kill. "Lord," said one of his captains beside him, voice distorted by Vox. "The pyre climbs well." Kalgorath opened his eyes. The low hive had been a maze of stacked habs and Manufacturum annexes once, where men and their broods had crawled through a life of fumes and labor. Now, it was an open wound. His warband had smashed the spire supports, toppled blocks like a giant's careless swipe. Streets had become canyons of rubble. Hab units lay cracked open, guts spilling into the dust. Smoke rolled along the ground, thicker than the hive smog had ever managed. In the center of what had once been a market square, a mountain rose. It was not stone. Warriors of the Skull Host hauled fresh offerings to its slopes, ceramite boots slipping on the slime beneath. Every one of them bore sacks and bundles. Some carried their trophies in bare hands, fingers tangled in hair. They emptied their burdens onto the growing heap. Skulls. So many skulls that they blurred together into an irregular pale mass. Guard regiment insignia still clung to some, badges hammered into bone. Others wore scraps of flak helmets, visors shattered. Many had nothing at all, stripped of identity by the simple act of violent removal. There were small ones among them, and larger, the remnants of men who had taken longer to fall. Kalgorath sniffed. "Not enough," he said. His captain turned his helm slightly. "We have taken every head from this hive that we could find, Lord," he said. "The guardsmen who tried to hold it, the Hab folk who ran, and the Hab folk who knelt. Even the cult rabble who begged for mercy when they realized their offerings did not please you. The pile reaches the height of a titan's knee." "Not enough," Kalgorath repeated. The nails throbbed a little harder. He felt their displeasure at standing still, at not actively feeding them. They did not understand the patience that went into building such a thing. They only understood the end. He stepped forward, boots squelching in what coated the ground. The air here was thick and hot, laced with the copper tang of old violence. "Bring more," he said. "From where, Lord?" the captain asked. "The low hive is empty of anything that still moves." "Then take from somewhere else," Kalgorath growled. "There are other warrens, other hives. This world is full of skulls. Stop asking questions that do not involve cutting something open." The captain bowed his head, chastened. "Yes, Lord," he said. "I will send for fresh harvests." Kalgorath barely heard him. His gaze was up now, following the spire of the pyre. At its peak, impaled on a spike forged from welded bayonets and steel bar, was a single head encased in cracked ceramite. The helm of a black dragon. Its bone ridges had been shattered when they took it. Shards flaked away to reveal the pale, ugly growth beneath. He liked that one. It was new. "You see, Nails?" he muttered, more to the pounding in his head than to the captain. "We bring you variety, not just soft human bone, not just the same regiments over and over. We bring you strange flesh, cursed flesh, loyalist flesh that looks almost as wrong as ours." Something in the pressure behind his eyes shifted, almost like approval. He smiled, a ragged tearing at the corners of his mouth. "Do you feel it?" the captain asked, as if he could sense the same thing. "The air, it is changing." Kalgorath did. The pyre was not just a monument, it was an altar. The Skull Host had raised hundreds over the long years since Istvan, on demon worlds and dead worlds, on broken fortress moons and the carcasses of defeated void stations. They knew the craft of it now. The mountain of skulls was the physical focus. Around it, carved into the cracked ferrocrete of the square, were channels that had once been gutters. They ran full now with something thicker than runoff. Symbols had been etched into the walls of the nearby ruins, jagged and crooked, in a script that predated the Imperium. They glistened wetly. Above the pyre, the air shimmered. The sky above Rendolia's low hives was never truly clear, but this was different. The clouds did not simply roll and smolder. They spiraled, slowly, a vast, subtle vortex. The veil was thinning. "It is hungry," Kalgorath said softly. "Good. So am I." He turned away from the pyre, following the sound of tortured metal. At the edge of the square, a Vox tower rose. It had been an imperial structure once, a comms hub for the Hive, a spindly thing of Auspex discs and antenna arrays. His men had pulled the mortal techs out from its lower levels and added their heads to the pile. Then they had dragged something else inside. The warpsmith was on his knees before the central column, mechadendrites curling and uncurling. Chains linked his limbs to heavy anchors. His armor was a slick, oily iron, daubed with 8-pointed stars and crawling sigils. Metal tendrils sprouted from his spine, tipped with claws and tools, some of them glowing with balefire. One of his eyes had been replaced by a lens that never blinked. "Work faster," one of the World Eaters near the doorway snarled, rapping the Warpsmith's helm with the haft of his chain axe. "The Lord wants results, Technomancer." "I am working as quickly as the laws of the Omnissiah's corpse will allow," the Warpsmith hissed, fingers flying across a control panel that had seen better centuries. "You cannot simply jam a demon into a Voxmast and expect it to sing on command. It must be coaxed, it must be bound, it must be fed." He emphasized the last word by driving a data spike deep into the tower's core. The Yidid Vox pillar shuddered. Runes flickered and changed on its surface, cycling from imperial call signs to angular jagged glyphs that hurt the eyes to read. Voices whispered in the static, washing across its emitters, half-formed, quickly swallowed. Kalgorath stepped into the chamber. The Warpsmith's mechadendrites stiffened. "Lord," he said, bowing as far as his chains allowed. "The ritual nears completion. Soon this tower will not carry your orders. It will carry your god's laughter." "Good," Kalgorath said. "The world is too quiet. I want it to scream." He walked around the base of the tower, claws scraping faintly over the floor. "What will it call?" he asked. "Anything that listens," the Warpsmith replied. "The tower will broadcast a wound into the warp, a signal of blood and rage, focused on the places where you have already torn the veil thin. Wherever enough has been spilled, wherever skulls lie unburied, the boundary will fray. Lesser entities will scent it. Some will come through." He paused, the nails nipping at him. "Blades and banners and howling, Lord," he added, "the foot soldiers of your god." "Bloodletters," Kalgorath said, savoring the word. "It has been too long since I watched them work." "Then ensure there is more blood for them," the Warpsmith said. "The warp is not a tap you can turn and leave running. It needs encouragement." Kalgorath's lip curled. "You are chained because you talk too much," he said. "But you speak truth. More blood, then." He strode back out into the square. His inner circle waited there, clustered in loose knots around the base of the skull pyre, armor spattered, chain axes idling in their hands. They had been with him since the beginning, some of them, since the nails were new and the War Master's name was still spoken without spitting. They had watched the galaxy burn, and then watched it rot. Time had not dulled them. It had only stripped away everything that was not fighting. "Brothers," Kalgorath said. They turned, helm lenses glinting in the dim light. "We go hunting," he growled. "The pyre needs more. The tower needs more. The god needs more. There are still hives that squeal under the dragon's protection. There are still mortal warrens that think themselves beneath our notice. They are wrong." One of his captains stepped forward, chains clinking from his trophy racks. "Where?" he asked, voice caged thunder. Kalgorath gestured with his axe, indicating a swathe of low structures beyond the devastated square. "Sector 67 through Sector 84 of this hive," he said. "Work habs, storage layers, refuge stacks. They have not yet had the honor of our attention. We will cull them." A murmur went through the assembled warriors. Not dissent, anticipation. "Unarmed," another captain rasped. "Most of them will be unarmed. That is not sport." Kalgorath shrugged, a jerky armor-grinding motion. "You want sport? Go throw yourself at the dragons," he said. "This is not about sport. This is about weight, about the weight of bone, about how high the pile climbs." He raised his axe, letting the nails spike. "Corn does not care from where the blood flows," he snarled, "only that it flows. The skull of a warrior and the skull of a scribe crack the same when you squeeze them. We have given him the fighters. Now we give him the rest." He could feel their brief flicker of distaste at the thought of killing those who could not even swing at them. It was buried quickly under the nail's insistence. The rage did not care who it fell upon. Besides, he added, a broken chuckle leaving his throat, you will find some who refuse to kneel. There are always those who think a knife from a kitchen is enough. You can save your pride on their backs. That drew harsh laughter. Helmeted heads tilted toward one another, blades tapped against plates. They walked among one another as they spoke, trading brutal jibes the way mortals traded drinks. You are still behind me on tally, Vashk, one said, ramming a shoulder into his comrade hard enough to stagger him. I saw you counting the dragon kills on your pauldron. You are still 3 skulls shy of my mark. You are counting wrong, Vashik shot back, shoving him in return. The last 2 you claimed were half headless when you found them. They do not count. If you wanted them, you should have taken them yourself, the first retorted. You arrived late, as always. They laughed, the sound harsh. Another warrior, helm off, bare scalp a map of scars and brass inserts, leaned his chain axe against his shoulder and spat something dark onto the ground. Keep arguing about numbers, he said. Maybe the nails will stop chewing while you do, or maybe they will chew harder. They fell silent, for a heartbeat, as if listening inward. The nails grinned in their skulls, invisible but ever present. They did not allow much room for thought outside of the kill. When doubt tried to creep in, when the memory of something other than slaughter surfaced, the implant bit down. One of the younger Berserkers, young only by their stretched standards, frowned. Do you ever, he began, hesitating. Do not finish that, Vashk said. Remember? The younger warrior pressed on, words tumbling out. Not the killing, not the walls and the screaming. Something else, a ship with a different name, a sky with a different color, a Primarch whose face I can almost see, but not quite. The nails twisted, disliking the shape of the thought. His hands clenched on his axe haft. Vashk hit him, open-handed, hard enough to make his helm ring. There, Vashk snarled. Now you will remember that instead. The younger warrior staggered, then laughed, the sound pitched, slightly wrong. Yes, he said. Better, better. Kalgorath watched them with the weary tolerance of a pack leader used to this. He remembered more than they did, but even his recollections were fractured, chewed by steel. The only clear line that ran through them all was blood. Enough, he said. You want to outdo each other? Do it waist-deep in corpses. Move. They moved. The civilian cull began with the efficiency of long practice. They went street by street, block by block, smashing down hab doors, dragging out anyone who could walk, and some who could not. Those who ran were cut down. Those who begged were ignored. Those who tried to fight, swinging pipes or knives or stolen las pistols, earned a faster end and sometimes a grudging nod. In some habs, they found shrines to Khorne already smeared on the walls, crude icons daubed in stolen blood. Men who had worshipped from fear or hope or simple hatred threw themselves at their feet, babbling, prayers, thinking they would be spared. They were not. You do not impress us with your scribbling, Vashk told one such supplicant, before removing his head with a single blow. You impress us with how you die. This was not impressive. The skull pyre grew. The warpsmith's tower drank the offering. It began as a vibration in the air, a hum too low for mortal ears, but clear as a blade shiver to those born of the 8th Legion's cousin. Vox frequencies twisted. The static that had filled the Hive's broken channels shifted, took on a rhythm. Then the veil tore. It was not a physical sound, though it seemed to make every piece of glass in the low Hive tremble. The sky over the pyre's square darkened as if a shadow had passed beneath the clouds. The air above the skulls warped, colors draining for a moment, then returning oversaturated. Figures stepped out of nothing. They were tall, like Astartes, but leaner, their limbs corded and precise. Armor grew directly from their flesh, plates as red as world-eater ceramite, but smoother, more organic. Crests like jagged horns rose from their helms. Swords of impossibly sharp brass glowed in their hands, each one burning with an inner light that was not fire. Bloodletters. They scented the air and hissed, tongues like knives flicking. The closest berserkers froze for a heartbeat, watching as entities from their god's realm manifested beside them. The nails bit, driving intimidation back under rage. They roared in greeting instead. The diamonds did not answer. They did not need to. Their very presence was acknowledgement. Khorne's gaze had settled for a time on this place. From that point on, the war on Rendolia changed. Whenever a battlefield had soaked enough life into the ground, the tower's corrupted signal reached out. The air there would thicken, colors would warp, shapes would flicker at the edges of vision. In Cadian trenches, men saw red forms watching them from the corners of shell craters. There one blink, gone the next. On bastion walls, gunners found their scopes refusing to focus on certain areas of no man's land, as if something there offended the machine spirits. Then, the Bloodletters stepped fully through. They marched alongside the Berserkers into assaults, silent where the traitors howled. Their sword strokes were clean, almost surgical, parting flesh and armor with contemptuous ease. Where they trod, it became harder for mortal air crews to fly. Engines coughed, Auspex readings wavered, bombing runs went awry. In his fitful moments of what passed for sleep, Kalgorath dreamed deeper. The nails never let him rest completely. They paced and clawed, turning even the drift of half-consciousness into a churn of images. But sometimes, in the spaces between their shrieks, something else slipped in. He saw a figure of bone and black, tall, heavier than a mortal, armor trimmed in ivory growths, sharpened to blades. A Crozius rose. In its hand, the dragon-headed maul, catching a light that came from nowhere. The figure stood over him, lenses cold. Behind it, the world cracked under strain, fissures running through land and hive alike. Kalgorath tried to rise in the dream. His limbs did not answer. He tried to laugh. Only blood came out of his throat. The figure swung the Crozius down. He snapped awake, nails flaring. For an instant he thought he felt the impact. Then he realized it was only the distant rumble of artillery, transmitted through the hull of his bunker. He sat up, armor creaking, breath coming raggedly. "Lord?" a voice asked from the gloom, one of his chosen helm lenses glowing faintly. "I am fine," Kalgorath snarled. "The nails bark. They want more. They show me things." "Visions," the chosen said. "Gifts from the blood god." Kalgorath grunted. "If they are gifts, they are wrapped in barbed wire," he said. "I saw one of the dragon mutants. Standing over me, Crozius raised. He thinks himself righteous. They all do. They think their curse is a badge of honor instead of a mark of shame." He spat onto the floor, dried blood cracking on his lips. "Khorne shows me this to remind me that I have work yet to do," he went on. "It is not enough to drown this world in blood. I must find the bone-crested ones and break them. I must show him that I can crush even the Emperor's monsters." He rose, joints grinding, and paced to the crude strategium at the center of the chamber. It was no hollow table, just a scarred slab of metal over which maps and data slates were spread. They were stained and scorched. The men who had prepared them had long since become part of the pyres. His warriors had replaced them with simple markers. Here, a line of red stones for his warband's main spear, their black stones for bastions, white for hive centers, blue for void assets, though many of those had been removed now. Destroyed. The patterns were converging. "We have taken enough peripheral ground," Kalgorath muttered, more to himself than to the chosen. "We have burned Manufactoria. We have gutted void defenses. We have shown this world that it cannot hide from us in its tunnels. He jabbed a finger at Hive Castrum's icon, dug into the metal hard enough to scar it. This, he said, is the heart. The dragons cling to it with their claws. The Cadians plant their little flags around it and pretend they can hold back a tide with banners. It is time to end this. The Chosen inclined his helm. Then we gather the packs, he said. We call in the strays. We pull every warrior still capable of swinging an axe. We leave nothing for rear guards but the worms who clean the armor. Kalgorath laughed, a raw, hacking sound that might once have been rich. Yes, he said. All of them. Every berserker, every tank that still moves, every demon the tower can draw. No reserves. No second wave. We will spend ourselves in one blow and see if it cuts deep enough. He straightened, feeling the nails surge. Send the order, he commanded. All warband elements are to break off their little amusements and converge on Hive Castrum. We will crack its walls and drown its terraces. We will trample its banners into the mud and stack its defenders' heads on our pyres. He could almost see it now, not in dream, but in bloody anticipation. Dragons torn from their parapets, bone spines broken, Cadians lying in drifts where their trenches had been, the Hive's gates shattered, its interior streets running red. If we die, he said quietly, almost to himself, we die with the nails singing, under a sky that has gone black with smoke, on a world that tried to keep us out and failed. Khorne will be pleased. And if we live? The Chosen asked. Kalgorath's teeth flashed. Then we find another world, he said. And another, until the nails finally chew through what is left of our skulls. He slammed his fist down on the map. Rouse them, he roared, voice rising. Call every pack, fire every engine, sound every horn. This is the push that will decide if Rendolia dies in Khorne's name or staggers on for a few more pathetic decades. There will be no retreat. There will be no mercy, only the tally. Outside, in the ruined Hive and the wastes beyond, Vox units squawked to life. Warband leaders received the command and felt their nails blaze in approval. Engines turned over, chains rattled. Demons hissed and licked their blades. The skull host of Kalgorath began to turn as one, like a predator pack scenting the last, sweetest vein. Rendolia's heart awaited the bite. The storm on the augur screens looked almost beautiful. From the depths of Hive Castrum's principal command bunker, the world outside was reduced to ghost light and shifting sigils. The central display was a slab of reinforced glass and hololithic emitters that mapped the battle space in real time, turning continents into lines and hives into pulsing icons. Now it showed a tide. Enemy signatures swelled across the projection like a spreading bruise, converging on the symbol for Castrum. Red runes crawled over the terrain grid to mark berserker formations, armor spearheads, and demon concentrations. Overhead, in the thin stratosphere, other icons marked void assets and atmospheric craft, a snarl of fighting that had grown more desperate with each hour. Around the Hive, the outer bastions flickered in warning colors. Void shields at Bastion 9 are fluctuating, a Vox adept reported, voice strained as he squinted at a second screen. Energy spikes are inconsistent with conventional bombardment, demonic phenomenon confirmed by on-site observers. Saints, muttered one of the junior officers, mostly to himself. They are using the storms themselves as artillery. On the surface, demonic tempests battered the bastion walls. Where the corrupted tower's signal had thinned the veil, clouds had knotted into red-black whirls that spat warp lightning and molten rain. Void shields shivered under each impact, color coding on the augur display sliding from blue to sickly amber. Bastion 13 reports the same, another adept said. Demonic manifestations in the approaches. Bloodletters advancing in concert with traitor Astartes. Defenders falling back to inner parapets. General Halvek stood at the edge of the table, fists planted on the metal frame, and watched the tide. He had seen worse in theory, Munitorum projections for segmentum-scale conflicts, simulation runs for hypothetical wars where hive worlds were fed into the grinder in batches. This was worse because this was real, and it had his men's names attached. "How many?" he asked quietly. The nearest data savant flicked through layers of scrolling notation, his cybernetic eyes clicking. "Unknown, General," he said. "Exact figures are impossible, but based on previous engagements and the concentration of signatures," he swallowed, "it is the bulk of their remaining warband. Almost all Berserker packs, all tracked armor that still moves, and a significant contingent of daemons." "In other words," Halvek said, "everything." He looked down at the icon for Castrum, the little stylized representation of a hive that had somehow become the heart of Rendolia's fate, and felt the old weight settle between his shoulders again. "Signal Chaplain Darrig," he said. "He is already on the secure line," came a different voice. "Patch is open." The hololith flickered. A ghostly representation of a skull-helmed figure appeared at the edge of the projection, its lenses burning red. Darrig's image stood beside the swirling mass of enemy runes, as if already facing them. "General," the chaplain said. "You see this? Astartes?" Halvek asked. "Tell me my augurs are wrong." "I see it," Darrig replied. "Your augurs are not lying. The World Eaters come with everything they have left." Halvek exhaled slowly. "They mean to smash Castrum in one stroke," he said. "To tear out our teeth and let the rest of the world rot." "There is some logic under all that froth," Darrig said. "If they take Castrum, they take the main Bastion Ring, the largest concentration of your remaining armor, and the last stable command nexus. The other hives will fall one by one afterwards. Kalgorath is not imaginative, but he is not entirely witless." Around them, officers shifted uneasily. "We cannot meet that head-on at a single line and expect to hold," said one of Halvek's brigadiers, stepping forward. "We must trade space for time, fall back from outer districts, draw them into layered defenses inside the hive. We have contingency plans for phased withdrawals. We can preserve fighting strength for counterattacks." Halvek nodded. "That was my thought as well," he said. "Flexible defense, staged retreats. We bleed them, then fall back before they can bring their full weight to bear. We have done it before." "Against guardsmen and ragged cultist rabble," Darrig said. "Not against a warband of Angron's sons backed by the warp itself." The room chilled a degree. Halvek's gaze sharpened. "You disagree, Chaplain?" he asked. "You favor standing in place and letting them roll over us?" "I favor not feeding them," Darrig said. He turned his helm slightly, as if looking out through the walls of the bunker and the hive beyond. "You are thinking like a soldier of the old Imperium," he said. "You think in terms of ground, of lines on a map. You think of maneuver, of giving and taking space. The 12th Legion does not care about any of that. They care about momentum, about the feeling of never stopping. Every meter you yield to them, they will fill with bodies and call it an offering." Halvek's jaw clenched. "If we stand and hold a line, it will break," he said. "We do not have enough men to plug every gap. The casualty projections are already reaching levels that make this world functionally useless, even if we keep it. I have seen those numbers, Chaplain. Have you?" In the corner of the command chamber, a Munitorum clerk sat hunched over a cogitator, fingers dancing across keys. Lines of figures streamed up his display, each one linked to a location and an estimated headcount. The columns for estimated civilian casualties and projected guard losses were swollen. Numbers at the lower end of billions stacked under glowing rubric. He did not speak. He did not have to. The grim set of his mouth said enough. "I have seen them," Darrig said. They mean as much to me as they do to Kalgorath. You are proposing we throw lives away. Another officer snapped. Stand and die in place. Let the war band smash itself on us while we pray our backs do not break first. That is not strategy. That is ritual suicide. No, Darrick said. I am proposing we decide for whom those lives are spent. You want to fall back to keep your men alive a little longer. You will die anyway, General, if the Hive falls. So will they. But your way, they die feeding the Skull Throne. Mine, they die denying it. Halvek's hand tightened on the table edge. You are turning Rendolia into a sacrificial altar, he said, voice rising despite himself. You and your cursed chapter. You burned Castrum Primus rather than risk its guns. You scuttle bastions rather than let them be taken intact. Now you want us to stand still and let the World Eaters chew through us so you can claim your ledger is cleaner. Around the room, some of the Cadian officers nodded, anger flaring through their fatigue. It was safer to rage at the monster on their side than at the ones outside. Darrick's helm tilted. Do you think I enjoy burning your works? He asked softly. Do you think I took any pleasure in burying your men in the Manufacturia's collapse? You are wrong. I despise it. I despise that the Imperium has fallen so far that such actions are not only permitted but required. He stepped closer to the projector, his ghost image looming. But I was not made to enjoy anything, he said. I was made to kill what threatens mankind. That is all. I do not care how this planet looks when we are done. I care whether Kalgorath leaves it with more skulls than he arrived with. Halvek slammed his fist onto the table. And what if we lose anyway? He demanded. What if your iron doctrines and burned districts and heroic last stands are not enough? What if he cracks Castrum after all? Then all you have done is speed this world into death and drag more of us down with you. Then the blood god will still have fewer skulls than he wanted, Darrick said. And the next world he turns his attention to will have a little more time because his warband was bled white here. He straightened. We are not fighting for victory, he said. We are fighting for delay, for the chance that somewhere on some other front, another war goes slightly less badly because we bought a handful of moments with Rendolian lives. The general stared at him, breathing hard. This is madness, one of the brigadiers whispered. We cannot wage war like this. There must be some balance, some line we do not cross. The enemy crossed every line 10 millennia ago, Darrick said. You are only now catching up. The silence stretched. Kalos stood at the edge of the chamber, helm cradled under one arm, and said nothing. He had listened to the argument with a tightening knot behind his breastplate. The Codex Astartes had guided his every thought since his awakening. Attack and defense in depth, flexible response, the husbanding of forces so that they could be applied at decisive points rather than squandered. Darrick's doctrine appalled him. It also made a brutal, ugly kind of sense. He remembered Castrum Primus, collapsing in on itself, macro cannon and machines dying rather than being turned against their makers. He remembered the way the World Eaters had poured into the gaps there, how they had used every scrap of ground offered to them as a stepping stone toward more killing. He thought of what would happen if the line broke and they poured into the Hive without check. Lieutenant, Darrick said suddenly, turning his gaze toward him. You look as if you were chewing something sour. Speak it. All eyes swung to Kalos. He felt the weight of their attention like gravitic pressure. Cadians, worn and angry. Astartes, alien and watchful. Primaris brothers in the shadows, waiting to see where he would stand. In the Codex, Kalos said, slowly, we are taught to fall back in good order when an enemy's strength exceeds the capacity of a line, to trade space for time, to draw the foe into prepared kill zones, to counterattack when he is overextended. And, Darrick asked. And, Kalos went on, The Codex was written for wars between armies that cared about the same things. The 12th Legion does not. They do not think in terms of objectives. They think in terms of how much they can kill before they die. Every step we give them is another 100 throats. He drew breath. If we fall back through the Hive, he said, we give them a city full of bodies to cut down. If we stand, we give them fewer. The words felt like gravel in his mouth. They were also true. Darrig's helm inclined slightly. You approve, then, the chaplain said, of my uncompromising approach. I do not approve of anything, Kalos said. Approval is for mundanes. I see only that on this world. In this war, your doctrine holds more weight than the Codex. Guilliman wrote for an Imperium that still had options. We no longer do. Halvek's eyes narrowed. You are willing to throw your Primaris into this grinding line as well? He asked. To let them die in place instead of live to fight more flexibly? Kalos met his gaze. General, he said, I have seen more of this galaxy's despair than you can imagine. We marched with the Primarch across worlds that were already half gone. In every one, someone had to stand and not move. On Rendolia, that someone is us. Halvek looked away first. The decision, once spoken, locked in. Very well, the general said roughly. You win, Chaplain. We hold. No phased withdrawals, no graceful retreats. No retreats, Darrig corrected. But there will be collapses. You cannot hold every building, every street. When a district is overrun, you will not attempt to retake it by frontal counter-assault. Halvek blinked. What then? He asked. You will burn it, Darrig said. The room stilled. Artillery pre-plotting, the chaplain went on, as if discussing something as mundane as ration allocation. Every district we mark as a potential loss will have coordinates fed to your guns and to our ship. When the World Eaters take it, when they begin turning their new killing ground into offerings, you will call down everything you have. Earthshakers, Medusa batteries, orbital lance strikes, if the grim Drake can spare them. He let that sink in. In those strikes, he said, there will be guardsmen still fighting, civilians still screaming, perhaps even some of our own brothers. That is regrettable. It is also necessary. We will not leave Kalgorath perfect slaughter boxes to work in. If he wants skulls, he can dig through slag. A young officer made a strangled sound. That is murder, he whispered, horrified. That is war, Darrig said. The only difference is who pulls the trigger. Halvek rubbed a hand over his face, as if trying to wipe away the last clinging vestiges of something softer. Very well, he said again, voice hoarse. We will do as you say. Munitorum, begin compiling pre-plot lists for outer and mid-hive districts. Prioritize those with known cultist infiltration and those most likely to be overrun first. The cogitator clerks bent to their work, fingers moving faster, expressions shuttered. One of them adjusted a projection slate, watching casualty figures adjust as hypothetical bombardments were overlaid on populated grids. The numbers spiked. Sir, he murmured, mostly to his own machine spirit, if we execute even half of these contingencies, direct and collateral losses this will reach planetary extermination thresholds. Only if we lose, Halvek said flatly. Record it. Orders went out. Dragon Claws were pulled back from static positions and reorganized as response packs. Each squad was assigned to a Thunderhawk with a pilot who knew the Hive's broken sky lanes by instinct. Their task was simple and brutal. Drop where the line is failing. Hold it if possible. If not, mark it for fire. They went from one collapsing district to another, boots thudding on landing ramps that never really cooled down. In one, they shored up Akkadian defense around a collapsing hab block, bone blades scything through Berserkers long enough for the guardsmen to re-establish firing arcs, leaving the sector bloodied but held. In another, they saw at a glance that there was nothing left worth saving. "Mark it!" Malkian voxed from a shattered balcony, looking down on a crossroads that had become a three-way slaughter between cultists, citizens, and 12th Legion. "There is no line here, only screaming. Mark it and pull everyone who can still move." Kazakin scribed locator sigils on broken walls. Cadian sergeants dragged reluctant men back, cursing. Some refused to leave, preferring to shoot until the last moment rather than run from their own guns. The Dragon Claws did not waste time persuading them. Artillery shells began to fall as the Thunderhawk banked away. From orbit, the Grim Drake opened her lance decks when called upon, slashing white fire down into districts flagged by Darrig's command codes. Whole blocks vanished under the plummeting spears of energy. Streets that had been full of running figures and flashing gunfire became craters and glassed rubble. In the trenches and habs that still remained, men watched the distant plumes and understood. Their defenders were willing to burn them rather than let the World Eaters have them. In one mid-Hive district, a squad of guardsmen stood in the shadow of a collapsed transit arch and stared at the black smoke plume of a neighboring sector, their eyes hollow. Their sergeant lit a LO stick with shaking hands. "So that is it then," one of the troopers said. "Either the World Eaters cut us down, or the dragons drop the sky on us." The sergeant exhaled slowly. "Better it is ours," he said. "If I have to die, I would rather it be under the Emperor's guns than under a traitor's axe." "You really believe that?" the trooper asked. The sergeant looked at the burning skyline. "I believe the Emperor sent monsters to fight monsters," he said, "and that he does not much care if some of us are crushed between them. Now shut up and sight your rifle." In the command bunker, casualty projections climbed and climbed, the cogitators' servos whirring as they recalculated in the wake of each strategic strike. The clerk's hands shook occasionally on the keys, but they did not stop. Kalos walked the lower levels between deployments, seeing the aftermath of the orders he now supported. He saw piles of bodies in streets that had been hit by friendly artillery, imperial uniforms mingled with cult rags, breeding no distinction in death. He saw children's toys half melted into slag, discarded in courtyards that no longer existed. He saw men and boys and old veterans staring up at the polluted sky with the same expression, exhausted understanding. When he returned to the upper command, Darrig met his gaze. "You regret your words?" the chaplain asked. Kalos shook his head. "I regret that they were needed," he said, "not that I spoke them." "That is the first step," Darrig said. "The second is living with them." He opened the Vox to wide band, the command override giving his voice reach across the Hive and beyond. "Men of Rendolia," he said, the words carrying into trench foxholes and hab corridors, bunkers and bastions. "Brothers of the Fifth, Primaris sons given to our blood, hear me." The noise of the command chamber faded in the background of the transmission. For an instant, the only sound in every receiver was the distant thump of artillery and the shriek of wind. "You have seen what we do," Darrig said. "You have watched us burn Manufactoria and Habs. You have watched us order shells onto districts that still held our own. You have watched your commanders agree, because they know there is no other way. Some of you are afraid of us. Some of you hate us. Good. That means you are still human." He paused. "You may be asking if this is what the Imperium has become," he went on. "If the realm of the Emperor, the light in this darkness, is now nothing more than a machine that grinds its own people as eagerly as it grinds its enemies. You may think this is some new horror, birthed by the age of the cicatrix." His voice hardened. "You are wrong," he said. "The Imperium has always been this. It has always been won and kept by men who stood on walls made of bodies and did not flinch. The only difference now is that the lies have burned away. There is no more room to pretend we can be gentle and still survive. To make sure that when Kalgorath looks at this world, he sees a place that cost him more than it gained him. If that means your district burns under friendly fire rather than under his chain axes, then that is the bargain you were born into, whether you knew it or not. He lowered his tone a fraction. But know this, he said. We do not stand above you while we give these orders. We stand with you. The 5th Company will not leave this hive. We will not slip away to some orbiting safety and watch you die for us. When the World Eaters hit, we will be on the line beside you, our bones and your bones in the same mud. We ask no price from you that we do not pay ourselves. He closed the wide band then, letting the echoes of his words reverberate through Vox systems already stretched to breaking. Around Hive Castrum, preparations continued. Ammunition stockpiles were checked and rechecked. Crates of shells and las packs were stacked in magazines, each one catalogued and assigned to specific units. Fuel reserves were redistributed. Last-minute repairs to damaged bastions were carried out by exhausted tech priests who muttered binary prayers between coughs. Priests of the ecclesiarchy, faces gaunt, moved among the ranks of Cadians and local regiments, offering last rites and absolution. Some men listened, some stared past them, eyes already on the wall they would die on. On the drab expanse of a staging square inside the inner bastion ring, the black dragons mustered. The entire 5th Company stood assembled under the hive's bruise-colored sky, armor dulled by ash and scorch marks, bone spines etched with fresh litanies. Dragon claws formed the spear at the center, monstrous silhouettes bristling with ossified blades. Tactical squads flanked them, bolters mag-locked across breastplates, helmet lenses cold. Beside them, the Primaris stood in their own blocks, taller, their armor still too new to bear as many scars, but already stained by the campaign. Kalos walked their line, speaking low, adjusting grip here, posture there, turning codex-perfect stances into something a little more savage. Darrig walked alone in front of them all, Crozius at his side. He looked at his brothers, his bone-cursed kin, and the refined newcomers alike, and knew how many of them would be corpses by the next day's dusk. He also knew there was nothing else left to do but stand. The augur returns showed the tide coming in. The outer bastions sputtered under demonic storms. Beyond them, deeper in the wastes, red icons crawled closer, so many that the machine spirits had stopped bothering to count them individually. Kalgorath's final blow was on its way. The dragons were ready to meet it. The sky over Rendolia was on fire. Orbital wreckage fell like a slow, lethal rain. Streaks of burning metal dragging lines of light across the poison clouds. Broken hull plates, shattered macro gun housings, whole sections of void ship tumbled through the upper atmosphere, shedding fragments that burned out before they ever reached the ground. Some did not. Now and then a larger piece punched through, a roaring meteor that vanished beyond the horizon, followed by the distant roll of impact and the rise of a new column of smoke. On the far plains beyond Hive Castrum's sight, Titans walked. Their footfalls were tremors more felt than heard, a grinding bass under the rattle of nearer guns. War engines of the Collegia strode through their own private hells against warped god machines bound to Khorne, exchanging volcano cannon lances and plasma storms, trading blows that shattered whole districts. Their duels were glimpsed only as flickers of unnatural light on the horizon, as if storm fronts of fire were crawling along the world's edges. Closer, the artillery never stopped. Earthshakers, basilisks, medusas, hydra nests, guns of every caliber and pattern spat hatred into the wastes around Castrum. The horizon was a flickering wall of detonations, the sky a ceiling of soot. The sound was a constant physical thing, shuddering through the bones of men and Astartes alike. Voices had long since been reduced to hoarse shouts pitched to cut through the roar. The primary killing ground before Hive Castrum had ceased to be a landscape in any meaningful sense. It was a churned, cratered expanse of mud and rubble, and bodies between the outer bastion ring and the furthest trench lines Cadian engineers had been able to throw up before the 12th Legion's tide arrived. Into that open wound, the war poured. Cultist swarms came first, as they always did. Ragged figures in stolen uniforms and daubed rags stumbled and sprinted toward the trenches, laser guns and autopistols firing wildly. Some wore crude icons of corn hammered from scrap. Others had smeared blood on their faces and called it devotion. They screamed praises, curses, or simply screamed. Behind and among them, red shapes flickered in and out of existence. Bloodletters marched with inhuman precision, blades glimmering in the gloom. They did not charge so much as glide, steps perfectly measured, even as shells burst around them. Mortal artillery would tear some apart for a heartbeat, their forms exploding into red mist, only for them to claw themselves back out of the warp fog moments later, where the blood was thickest. Their purpose was simple: to die, to kill, to make a carpet of bones for the World Eaters behind them. Darrig watched them through the vision slits of the forward bastion, Crozius resting across his chest. The dragon claws sat in the center of the defensive line, a dark mass of bone-crested silhouettes dug into prepared positions behind the second trench belt. They had turned city hab blocks into fortresses with brutal efficiency, knocking out walls to create firing galleries, reinforcing floors to bear their weight. Ossified blades jutted over sandbag parapets and ferrocrete berms. They were the anvil. Beyond them, along the flanks and in depth, Primaris squads and standard Black Dragon squads waited in reserve. Intercessors and tactical squads in black and bone occupied secondary positions, ready to move wherever the line bent farthest. Kalos's grey shields had spread themselves where enemy armor was projected to hit hardest, ready to act as the hammer when the anvil was struck. The Cadians filled every gap in between, thin khaki and flak armor woven through the dark bulk of Astartes ceramite. "You have your sectors," Darrig voxed on the command channel, his voice cutting through the static. "Dragon claws hold the center. You are the rock upon which this tide breaks. Primaris, you are the fists that hit whatever spills around that rock. Standard squads, you are the spine that keeps all of this from collapsing." He looked down at the writhing mass of enemy flesh and warp stuff in the killing field. "Kalgorath brings everything," he said. "So do we. There will be no second engagement, no later war. This is the throat, brothers. Close your jaws." In the forward trench, Sergeant Kellen of the 124th Cadian shoved a fresh power pack into his laser gun, with fingers that were numb from recoil. "Up, you bastards," he snarled at his squad, voice raw from shouting and dust. "You do not get to cower while the heretics are still moving." They rose with him, 8 men who had once been part of a full platoon. Their coats were blackened, their helmets scuffed, their faces smeared with ash and blood. They moved on muscle memory now, boots braced against the trench wall, rifle stocks biting into shoulders. Kellen popped his head over the lip of the trench just enough to see. The world beyond was a blur of movement and fire. Cultists ran in, clumps, stumbling over the bodies of those who had fallen before them. Bloodletters strode among them like executioners. Artillery bursts chewed holes in the press, sending bodies spinning. "Targets!" he barked, not bothering with range. "Front rank, pick the ones with guns. Back rank, the fucking red things. First volley on my mark. Fire!" Lasfire cracked along the trench, a disciplined storm. The first rank of cultists in front of Kellen jerked and fell, holes punched through chests and heads. A bloodletter took half a dozen shots without noticing, then a lucky beam burned into the glowing socket of one eye. It hissed and turned, gaze locking onto the source. "Mark that fucker," Kellen snapped. 2 volleys. Bring it down before it gets here." Another burst of fire. The demon staggered, form flickering, edges blurring as its tether frayed. A mortar shell landed nearby, the blast swallowing sound for a second. When Kellen's ears stopped ringing, the bloodletter was gone. Just a smear of something too bright to be blood on the crater's lip. "Good shooting," he grated. "Do it again. Do it again until your barrels melt." A shell landed closer, showering the trench in dirt and fragments. Someone screamed as shrapnel tore through the firestep. Kellen did not look over his shoulder. "Keep your fucking heads up," he snarled. "Dying with your face in the mud does not impress anyone." Further back, behind the first belt of trenches, Malkion stood waist-deep in a shell crater that had become his personal foxhole. He did not need the cover. His armor could weather more punishment than any trench wall, but the crater's lip gave him a vantage point over the approach to his section, and it felt appropriate to stand in a wound carved into the earth. He rested his bolter against the edge and fired disciplined bursts into the mass of enemies funneled between two collapsed habs. Each shot was a mark he carved in his mind, against the adamantium sheath around his bones. He had been scoring those plates since the first time he noticed that the Emperor's curse had turned his skeleton into a weapon, a notch for each notable kill, a gouge for every champion. Lesser foes lumped together under broader strokes. A cultist's head disappeared in a mist of bone and grey matter. That was nothing. The next shot took an axe from a berserker's grip, blowing the hand clean off at the wrist. That was something. He logged it behind his ribs, a scratched line he would etch in truth later, if there was a later. "You are counting again," one of his squad voxed, catching the subtle tilt of his helm. "Always," Malkion said. "Someone must keep tally. The Inquisition will not record every skull we deny the Blood God. I will." He saw a bloodletter leap, blade raised, towards a Cadian-heavy bolter nest that had already burned through half its ammunition, fighting off the last wave. Malkion shifted his aim. 3 shots. The first hit the demon's chest, cracking its form. The second and third took it apart. It burst in a splash of red light and spite, leaving nothing but a smouldering outline scorched into the mud. He logged that too. Around him, the dragon claws waited, hunched behind cover, bone blades half buried in the earth or pressed against parapets, ready to surge. They were the anchor. They did not move yet. Above and behind them, on an inner parapet, Brother Hestian of the Primaris Intercessors watched the field through helm lenses that had been calibrated on a dozen other worlds and yet had never shown him anything quite like this. He had been born in a fortress on Mars, grown in a tank, armed and armored according to Gilliman's designs. He had fought in clean assaults, in coordinated campaigns where armor and air support and infantry moved in perfect, well-ordered ballet. Even on worlds that burned, there had been structure. Rendolia was something else. The black dragons around him were not a codex picture. They were ragged. Their armor was scored and patched. Their bone extrusions made them asymmetrical, monstrous. They fought with a brutality that made his drill field instructors look like children playing at war. He had thought, when he first saw them, that he was being given to a chapter already half damned. Now, as he watched them hold, something shifted in him. He saw Malkion's kill calm, the way the veteran used his mutated limbs, not as an excuse, but as an extra weapon. He saw the dragon claws in the trenches, silent and patient, letting mortals break themselves, trying to emulate their resolve. He saw Cadians glance back at those bone-crested silhouettes, and despite everything, stand a little straighter. He felt the nails in the World Eaters' heads, like a distant vibration, a psychic pressure he could not name, but which made the air taste of iron. He saw his own brothers flinch as their implants and fused organs reacted to the warp's howl. The black dragons did not flinch. Their pain was older and more personal. Bone pushing through flesh and armor was not a single operation on a slab. It was a lifetime of slow tearing. In that, there was symmetry. The traitors had their nails. The dragons had their curse. Both bled for what they were made to be. Hestian found, to his own surprise, that he respected the ugliness of it. "Brother," Kalos voxed, stepping to his side. "Your fire sector." Hestian snapped back to the moment. "Understood," he said, raising his bolt rifle. "Let them come." They came. Kalgorath led from the center, as he always did when the kill mattered. His armor thrummed with the echo of the nails. He stood in the open hatch of a corrupted land raider as it ground forward, tracks crushing corpses and debris with equal indifference. The tank's hull was a moving shrine of brass and skulls, trophies welded in place, chains jangling, autocannons and lascannons spat from its sponsons, tearing glowing gouges in the bastion stone. Rhino transports wallowed through the carnage beside it, their hulls studded with spikes, interiors crammed with berserkers. Kalgorath looked out across the killing field and saw trenches and bastions and banners. He saw Cadians firing until their rifles glowed, saw demons wading through lassfire like men through rain. He saw the dark, jagged shapes of the dragon claws braced in the line's heart. He laughed inside his helmet, teeth bared. "There," he growled to his chosen, "in the center. They have put their mutants where they think the line will crack. We will break them there. We will wear their bones on our harnesses." The Land Raider hit a crater lip and lurched. Kalgorath did not sway. The nails kept him steady, in their own twisted way, hammering rhythm into his nerves. The lead rhino took a direct hit from an Earthshaker round. The shell struck just ahead of it. The blast, flipping the transport onto its side, armor plating peeling open like a tin. Berserkers spilled out, some dead, some limbless, but still snarling, some already on their feet and running as if nothing had happened. The corrupted armor spear crashed into the forward trenches like a living avalanche. Kellen saw the Land Raider coming and knew, in the place inside him where superstition and experience lived, that this was the moment his line died. "Down!" he bellowed, dragging the nearest guardsman by the webbing as the tank's guns hosed their trench. Lascannon beams scythed through the fire step, vaporizing men. Heavy bolter rounds chewed sandbags into clouds of dust and meat. He hit the mud as the Land Raider's massive bulk rolled over the trench, tracks grinding on its lip. The world narrowed to darkness and engine roar. Soil cascaded, threatening to bury them alive. The tank passed on, leaving the trench half collapsed. Kellen spat dirt and blood, shoved debris aside, and fought his way back to his feet. "What is left?" he rasped, looking around. 3 men, maybe 4, if the one with half his face missing could still be counted. He opened his mouth to speak. Then the berserkers hit. They dropped into the trench in 2s and 3s, chain axes already spinning, armor spattered with so much blood that it was hard to see where paint ended and gore began. The nails howled inside their skulls, driving them into a froth. Kellen shot the first one in the chest at point-blank range. The bolt punched into Ceramite and detonated, rocking the traitor back, but not stopping him. The chain axe came down, chewing through Kellen's laser gun and taking most of his forearm with it. He screamed, a raw sound, but brought his sidearm up with the other hand, jamming the barrel under the berserker's chin and pulling the trigger until the pistol clicked empty. The traitor's head came apart in a wet explosion. The body fell, pinning Kellen against the trench wall, like a fallen statue. He could not feel his fingers. He could not feel his legs. It took him a moment to realize that the numbness was shock, not mercy. He watched, vision tunneling, as a second berserker waded through the remnants of his squad toward him, axe rising. Then the dragon claws arrived. They dropped into the trench like falling guillotines, black armor slamming into red. Bone blades flashed, hooking axe hafts, ripping arms from sockets. A dragon claw's boot took the berserker's knee sideways with a crunch. Another's forearm blade slit his throat with a single, economical cut. Kellen coughed blood and laughed weakly. "About fucking time," he croaked. One of the dragons glanced down, helm lenses flicking. "You are still alive," the Astartes said, voice a growl of vox distortion and disinterest. Unfortunate. It means you must keep fighting. I cannot feel my fucking arm, Kellen muttered. You have another, the dragon replied, turning, away to meet the next charge. The line around them dissolved into a close-range nightmare. Kalgorath's spear had punched a shallow wedge into the trenches. The Land Raider and surviving rhinos, now almost at the outer bastion's shadow. Berserkers poured from their hulls, some dropping straight into the maze of earthworks, others charging across the surface toward the Dragon Claw's positions. The air was full of chain teeth, screaming, the hiss of lasfire, the bass roar of bolters. Smoke hung in layers. Visibility dropped to a few meters in places. Men and Astartes alike fought by instinct and Auspec's pings, firing at shapes and then closing to confirm with steel. Inside his armor, Malkion's bones burned. The curse had always carried pain with it. Bones were not meant to grow through flesh and ceramite. They were not meant to bear the force he put through them. Nerves screamed where calcified protrusions had ripped them apart and healed poorly. Joints ached where ossified sheaths had fused. Today it felt worse. The warp storms, the tower's beacon, the presence of so many nails in one place, all of it made his mutations sing. The ivory plates under his armor seemed to vibrate with the same hateful rhythm that hammered in the World Eater's skulls. He could feel them in a way he never had before, not as voices, as a pulse. Kill, kill, kill. He rode the pain like a wave and threw it back. A berserker crashed into his crater, chain axe swinging. Malkion caught the blow on his forearm. Teeth sparked against adamantium-sheathed bone, screeching. The blade dug but did not cut through. His whole arm shuddered with the impact. Something in his elbow twinged, a rich flare of agony. He grinned behind his helm and drove his other arm into the traitor's chest, ossified scythe punching through. The berserker spasmed as Malkion tore downward, ripping armor, bone, organs. Steam hissed out in a gout of blood. One, Malkion muttered, logging it. Another came. Another fell. Each kill was another gouge carved into his internal ledger, another mark he would tally later if he lived, another offering denied to Khorne. Overhead, the sky split. Cadian artillery, under Darrig's Doctrine, had been given coordinates that were closer to their own lines than any sane commander would have written. Now those guns obeyed. In one sector where the berserkers had flowed over the first and second trenches like a red tide, an entire battery swung its barrels down a notch and fired. Earthshaker shells landed in a grid across friend and foe alike. The blasts tore trenches apart, vaporized flesh, shredded sandbags and bone. Guardsmen who had been fighting hand-to-hand with traitors vanished with them, erased in the same instant. The ground heaved, creating fresh craters filled with mud and meat. In the command bunker, an officer winced as the impacts lit up his grid. Danger close barrage complete, the voice from the battery reported, tones steady only by long practice. Enemy advance halted in that sector. Friendly casualties, total. Halvek closed his eyes for a heartbeat, then opened them again. Good shooting, he said. On the line, those not in the bombardment's footprint felt the shockwave and knew, without needing to see, what had just happened. Hestian saw the plumes rise from that sector and set his jaw. This is the war we are in, he said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else. Do not look away from it, Kalos replied at his shoulder. You chose this chapter, brother. This is the weight we carry. Something massive moved through the smoke then, dragging barbed limbs. A demon engine thundered toward the center, its form a blasphemous fusion of tank and beast. Its chassis crawled with screaming faces cast in metal, their mouths open in frozen agony. 8 limbs like inverted scorpion tails drove its bulk forward, each step punching craters into the ground. A maul of grinding teeth and chain-linked saws extended from its front, gnashing, Cannons mounted along its shoulders belched warp-tainted shells that detonated with screams. It ploughed into the dragon claw positions, smashing aside barricades, its bizarre limbs flinging debris and bodies. From behind the bastion's inner wall, a different shape answered. The Black Dragon's dreadnought strode onto the field, servos whining, pistons hissing. Venerable Brother Drazan had once been a warrior in armor, much like the 5th Company's, his bones as cursed as any. He had bled on so many worlds that when his body finally failed, the chapter had refused to let him go. They entombed what was left of him in the sarcophagus of a dreadnought, wiring his mind into engines and guns. Now he walked encased in a walking reliquary of black and bone, dragon motifs carved into his hull. One arm ended in a heavy flamer, its muzzle already dripping promethium. The other was a massive, close combat claw, its talons etched with kill runes. His sarcophagus faceplate was a snarling drake's head. The demon engine screeched, cannons swiveling. "Traitor abomination!" Drazan's voice boomed, emerging from vox emitters under his hull. It was thick with age, with static, with something like amusement. "You are late. I have been waiting centuries for something that might kill me properly." Warp-tainted shells slammed into his front plates, searing the paint, gouging the armor. He staggered, then corrected, heavy feet crushing a berserker unfortunate enough to be underfoot. Drazan answered with flame. The heavy flamer roared, washing the demon engine's front in a tide of burning promethium. Warp metal blackened. The thing screamed, a chorus of bound souls wailing through its casing, but it came on, limbs churning. They met with a collision that shook the already ruined ground. The demon engine's claws raked across Drazan's hull, leaving deep furrows. One limb stabbed for his sarcophagus. Drazan caught it in his power claw and tore, ripping the limb free with a shower of sparks and ichor. He swung the severed appendage like a club, battering the engine's head back. "Again," he rumbled, more to himself than the thing. "Again." The demon engine bit down with its maw, chain blades screeching as they chewed at his torso. Warning runes flared in his ancient coffin. Pain, distant and electric, rippled through whatever nerves he still possessed. He laughed. "Finally," he said, "something that can make me feel." He drove his power claw straight into the demon engine's chest, talons digging through corrupted armor, through writhing cables and flesh, until they closed around something pulsing and hot. He squeezed. The engine exploded from within, shrapnel made of bone and brass ripping outward. Drazan was hurled backward, hull cracked, one leg joint failing. He crashed to the earth, smoke rising from his vents. Brother Drazan's vitals are failing, an Astartes observer voxed. "But he still lives." "Incredible," Darrig muttered. "If he dies, it will take a god to do it." He did not have time to spare another thought. The battle had reached its crescendo. The line, already strained, finally tore. It happened where the Land Raider had driven deepest, supported by rhinos, disgorging berserkers, and bloodletters in thick numbers. Cadian trenches there had been reduced to scattered foxholes and shell rims. Dragon claws had taken heavy casualties. Primaris squads had been forced to commit early to stave off collapse. Now, under the weight of Kalgorath's personal guard and the press of demons, that sector blew open. Red-armored giants vaulted parapets, froth on their lips, axes swinging. Demons flowed around them, blades drinking light. The bastion wall there leaned, armored plates cracked by continuous fire. Auspex runes flashed on Darrig's retinal display. "Central sector breach," a Vox officer shouted. "Enemy elements pushing through. Estimated company strength at least. If they widen it, they will roll the line." Darrig did not hesitate. "All reserve elements," he voxed on the company channel. "With me, Dragon Claws, Primaris, any brother not currently engaged in mortal hand-holding. We drive into that gap and we do not stop. Our target is Kalgorath. If we cut off the head, the body will thrash itself to death. Kalos acknowledged immediately. Intercessor squads moving, he said. Rivers already redeploying to cover our flanks. Malkion, standing over a pile of fresh corpses, bone blades dripping, simply growled assent. Darrig vaulted the bastion's inner parapet, landing in a run on the scarred deck below. The breach yawned ahead, a ragged wound in the line. Beyond it, he could see the glint of Kalgorath's armor atop his Land Raider, the warlord swinging his axe to direct his warriors deeper into the Hive's heart. "Mark him," Darrig said, feeding the traitor lord's icon to every helm. Runes lit up across the company net, locking on. "Brothers of the Fifth!" Darrig shouted, voice loud enough that men nearby flinched even through helmet filters. "You have burned this world for the Emperor. You have scuttled his works. You have buried his soldiers. Now you will do what you were made for. You will kill." He lifted his Crozius. The dragon-headed maul hummed, power field flaring, casting crackling light over his bone crests and black armor. "Forward!" he roared. "For the dragon! For the Emperor! For every cursed bone in your bodies!" They surged with him. Dragon claws bounded over debris and trenches, bone blades raised. Primaris intercessors advanced in tight formations, bolt rifles at the hip, firing as they moved, then slinging them in unison and drawing combat blades. Standard Black Dragon squads followed, bolters spitting, eyes locked on the boiling gap ahead. On the other side, Kalgorath saw the movement, the surge of black and bone toward his spearhead, and felt the nails flare with savage joy. "Yes," he hissed. "Come, mutants. Come and die properly." He raised his axe, signaling his chosen. World Eaters formed a rough wedge around his Land Raider, axes and chain blades held high, demons sliding among them like red shadows. They howled, the sound battering at the air. Between the two tides, the ground was a churned strip of no man's land, filled with smoke and drifting embers, shell holes and bodies. Fire licked along ruptured pipelines, casting jittering light. Darrig ran at its head, Crozius raised. Kalgorath stood in his hatch, chainaxe lifted. Cadians hunkered down in their ruined trenches, and watched in numb awe as the monsters on their side charged the monsters on the other, knowing that whatever happened in the next few heartbeats would decide whether Rendolia died screaming or clung on a little longer. The dragons crashed forward, the skull host surged to meet them, and the fate of the world hung on the instant before impact, balanced on the edge of two blades about to meet. The two tides met, and the world narrowed to the space of a blade's reach. The black dragons hit the skull host's core formation in a thunder of ceramite on ceramite, bone and brass and black and red colliding in a swirling knot. Bolter fire vanished at this distance. There was no room for it. Chain weapons, combat blades, ossified scythes and crackling power mauls did the work now. Darrig plunged into it at the point of the wedge. A World Eater loomed ahead of him, armor already scoured by the fighting that had carried him this far. The traitor bellowed something wordless and swung his chain axe in a murderous arc, aimed to take Darrig's head. The chaplain stepped inside the stroke. His Crozius came up, catching the axe haft near the head. The power field snarled, the weapon's teeth coughing sparks as they juddered to a halt. Darrig twisted, wrenching the axe aside, and drove a bone blade that jutted from his vambrace into the traitor's throat joint with a short, brutal thrust. The World Eater spasmed, Vox howl cutting off mid-roar as he went down. Darrig ripped free and moved on, litanies spilling from his Vox grill in a low, constant murmur. Sin is rebellion, duty is annihilation. We are the Emperor's wrath made bone. Around him, his brothers crashed into the press, dragon claws hitting like living battering rams. Malkion vanished under a surge of red armor, then reappeared, heaving a berserker off his blade and flinging the corpse into another. Primaris warriors shouldered in beside Firstborn, taller helms and cleaner plate already marked and scored to match the older armor. On the left flank of the charge, Sergeant Kellen saw the Astartes rush past his shattered trench and knew he was seeing something few mortals ever witnessed from this close. Adeptus Astartes and traitor legionnaires meeting at full fury. The trench was half filled with bodies and rubble. Kellen's mangled arm was bound to his chest with a strip torn from his own coat. He had scavenged a dropped laser gun and jammed its stock into the crook of his remaining elbow, firing one-handed at whatever red shape appeared at the lip. "Get down!" he yelled at the remaining two troopers as a black dragon vaulted over them, boots slamming into the mud. The Astartes did not look down. He landed in front of the trench, bone blades already rising. A berserker leapt to meet him. Their weapons clashed with a crack that rattled Kellen's teeth. For a heartbeat, Kellen saw nothing but pieces. Black armor, red armor, bone, brass, flashes of light as fields met and bit. Then the traitor was on his back, and the dragon claw's boot drove down, helm and skull crunching into the trench lip. "On your feet." "Cadians," the Astartes said, still not looking at them. "If you are breathing, you are fighting." "You keep saying that," Kellen muttered, dragging himself upright with his good hand. "One day, I'm going to be too broken even for you to bully." He sighted again, laser gun barrel trembling slightly, and fired into the melee ahead. He could barely tell loyalist from traitor, but he knew colors well enough. He aimed at red. In the sand-choked ruins of what had once been a Manufacturum plaza, Darrig's charge met the core of Kalgorath's guard. The plaza was a wide space of poured rockcrete, now fractured into jagged slabs. Half-assembled machinery and broken cogitator housings lay scattered like bones. The ground was carpeted with fragments of armor, spent casings, and the dead. Skull piles from earlier offerings had been kicked apart and ground underfoot in the press. Kalgorath's land raider had come to a halt here, its tracks mired in wreckage and bodies. It sat like a squat idol in the middle of the carnage, its guns still barking, its hull wreathed in smoke. Around it, the warlords chosen formed a bloody ring, Terminators and Berserkers hacking apart anything that came within reach. Darrig carved his way toward it. A Berserker lunged for him, axe high. Darrig batted the weapon aside with the Crozius head and backhanded the traitor across the chest. The blow smashed through Ceramite, hurling the warrior back into a Cadian shell crater, where other dragons finished him with quick, efficient stabs. "Forward," Darrig voxed. "Do not get lost in personal duels. We are here for the head." The head in question turned toward him. Kalgorath stood in the open hatch of his immobilized land raider, like a statue of rage given motion. Blood slicked his armor, filled the gouges in his plates, ran in threads from the brass studs hammered into his scalp. His chain axe rested across his shoulder for a heartbeat as he stared through the smoke at the black-armored Astartes forcing their way toward him. The nails sang in his skull. Bits of the past flashed across his vision, overlapping with the present. The plaza became other killing grounds, layered atop one another. A fortress courtyard on some nameless world. A breach in a palace wall. Always there had been a figure opposite him. Always another champion, another proud loyalist. He almost saw them now behind Darrig's form. A fist of yellow, a blue helm, a white pauldron. All dead, all the same. The nails demanded he make this one match. He dropped from the hatch. He hit the ground with a crack of armor and stone, and began to walk toward the dragon chaplain, chain axe rising. Between them, retinues clashed. Kalos saw the Terminators that moved to intercept the onrushing black dragons, and knew, with the cold clarity of a veteran, that if they were allowed to punch into the side of Darrig's charge, the whole attack would collapse. "On me," he said. "Grey shields, intercept. No one gets past." The Primaris squad pivoted without question. Terminators in Baroque, brass-rimmed plate advanced from Kalgorath's right, their silhouettes grotesque in the smoke. Their weapons glimmered, chain fists humming, combi bolters pumping rounds into the air. They moved with slow, implacable certainty, each step a statement of mass and malice. "Close with them," Kaos ordered. "Inside their guns' sweet spots. We are not here to survive, we are here to hold." He led the charge, bolt rifles spitting until the last instant, before he hurled it aside and drew his power sword. The first Terminator steadied his stance, braced for impact. Kaos hit him full on, blade flashing in a low cut aimed at the knee joint. The field-wreathed edge bit through the weakened plate with a hiss. The traitor staggered, one leg failing. A second strike, vertical, hammered down onto the gorget. Sparks burst, the helm jerked. Blood sprayed inside the fractured seal. A combi bolter roared from Kaos's right, rounds smashing into his cuirass and shoulder guard. Warning runes flared in his helm. He felt ribs crack. He turned into the pain. His brothers crashed into the rest of the Terminators. Intercessors were tall and strong, but Terminator Plate was an older, heavier monster. The Grey Shields fought two, sometimes three against one. Blades slid into joints, underplates, at the backs of knees. Traitor fists caught some of them regardless, breaking bodies, throwing them aside like discarded dolls. Brother Hestian went down when a chain fist took his thigh off. He did not scream. He drove his combat knife into the joint of the weapon's elbow as he fell, jamming it, making sure the Terminator had to waste a heartbeat, tearing the blade free instead of continuing his swing. Another Primaris took the opening and punched a bolt pistol into the traitor's visor, emptying the magazine. One by one, Kaos's squad fell. He saw them go in fragments between blows. Brother Orestes crushed under a boot heavy enough to crack his ribcage through plate. Brother Galen decapitated by a wild chain fist swipe after he took an arm from the same traitor. Each death brought another moment where the Terminators were not advancing. "Hold!" Kaos hissed through gritted teeth, sword locking against a chain axe. "You will not break our brothers from the side. You will not reach them." He drove his shoulder in, close enough that he could see the embedded nails throbbing under the traitor's scarred scalp through a crack in the helm. He smelled the copper reek of blood, his and theirs. A blow from behind took his legs out. He went down on one knee, then all the way, armor alarms screaming as systems failed. A boot descended toward his head. In the last instant, he saw the line beyond, still intact, dragon claws still driving at Kalgorath. "Worth it," he whispered, and the world went red, then dark. Elsewhere in the maelstrom, Malkion found himself chest to chest with a Hellbrute. The twisted sarcophagus had once been an Astartes. Now it was an ugly mass of fused metal and meat, armor sprouting warped limbs and weapon mounts. A multi-melter glowed on one side. A great claw of twisted metal and bone flexed on the other, dripping filth. The sarcophagus faceplate was a screaming maw of bolted iron and flickering rune lights. It crashed through a half-collapsed Manufacturum wall in a storm of debris, heading straight for a line of Cadian artillery pieces that had been dragged forward for direct fire. The gun's crews scrambled, trying to swing their barrels around, but they were too slow. The Hellbrute's steps ate distance with obscene speed. Malkion moved without thinking. He hurled himself off the shattered balcony where he had been fighting, landing hard enough that his knees jolted even through his armor. He ran, closing the gap, bone blades, catching the light. The Hellbrute saw him and turned, claw sweeping. The blow caught Malkion mid-charge. Armor that had endured centuries buckled. He heard and felt something crack deep inside, in the cursed skeleton itself. Pain roared along his nerves like a new war. He did not fall. He seized the claw with both forearms, bone blades biting into warped metal. The Hellbrute tried to tear free. Servo pistons hissed. Malkion's boots gouged furrows in the ground as he was pushed back. For a heartbeat, he saw the artillery crews behind him, faces turned up, eyes wide. They understood. They began to run. "Go!" he voxed, voice thick. "Dragons, hold!" The Hellbrute's multi-melter whined. as it built charge for a point-blank shot. Malkion snarled, teeth bared behind his helm, and did the only thing left. He jammed his hand down to his belt, fingers fumbling for the cluster of crack grenades clipped there. The claw's grip crushed his armor, plates digging into his chest, but he found one pin, then another, yanking them free with sharp tugs. "You do not get to reach the guns," he told the abomination, voice almost conversational in its steadiness. "You die here, with me." He shoved the grenades as far as he could into the Hellbrute's under-armor gaps, feeling their weight slide into cables and meat. The world snapped white. The blast tore the Hellbrute's lower torso apart, blowing out a chunk of its hull. Its upper body toppled backward, limbs flailing, then crashed down, still twitching, weapons sputtering uselessly. There was nothing left of Malkion but scorched armor fragments and shards of bone that were indistinguishable from the other debris underfoot. The Cadian artillery line held. At the heart of the plaza, Darrig and Kalgorath finally came together. Their retinues had spent themselves killing each other. Around them lay a ring of bodies, black dragons and berserkers intermingled, Primaris in their bulkier plate, beside Terminators in Baroque armor. The last of Kalgorath's chosen stumbled and fell under a Dragonclaw's blade, leaving the two warlords alone in a space an axe length across. The nails roared in Kalgorath's head now, a pounding so intense he could barely see. His vision pulsed red at the edges. Every breath tasted of metal. Every nerve screamed for the satisfaction of a kill. "Mutant," he snarled, chain axe coming up, cursed animal pretending at purity. "I have killed Primarch's sons with cleaner blood than yours." Darrig's answer was a single word, flat. "Traitor." Kalgorath lunged. The chain axe came in low, and then whipped high in a brutal feint and strike pattern. Darrig slid aside, bone blades snapping up to knock the weapon off course. Teeth scraped across ceramite, leaving fresh gouges. He stepped into the opening and hammered his Crozius into Kalgorath's ribs. The maul's power field flared, cracking armor, driving the traitor lord a half-step sideways. Kalgorath snarled, more in irritation than pain, and swung backhanded. The axe's teeth bit into Darrig's pauldron, tearing away the upper layer of plate and biting into the bone crest underneath. For a moment, pain flared hot and sharp where the unnatural bone met living flesh. Darrig rode it, turned it into focus. "Litany of scorn," he muttered, words audible only to himself as he twisted away. Bones fashioned for war, flesh for the pyre, soul for the throne. Kalgorath pressed forward. He fought with a savage, battering style, every strike meant to break something. His armor bore so many scars that new ones looked at home. Wounds that would have killed lesser Astartes had been cauterized by rage and filthy warp blessings. He took Darrig's Crozius blows on chest and shoulder, armor cracking, and kept coming. A downward chop of the chain axe slammed into Darrig's raised forearm, chewing away part of the adamantium, sheath over his bone blade, and sending a jolt of agony up to his shoulder. Another strike scraped across his gorget, scoring the helm's lower rim and knocking his head sideways. He tasted blood behind his teeth. "You feel it, dog?" Kalgorath laughed, voice ragged. "The nails in my skull, the god in my veins. You cannot match this. Your emperor sits silent on his corpse throne, while my lord howls for more." Darrig spat blood onto the rockcrete between them. "The emperor does not need to shout to damn you," he said. He stepped in again, heedless of the pain. His Crozius cracked into Kalgorath's wrist. The chain axe shuddered. A second blow hammered into the same joint, bone and metal groaning. The warlord snarled and wrenched his arm back. Kalgorath shifted grip with an ugly, practiced motion and drove his free hand forward, claws of his gauntlet catching on the edge of Darrig's helm. He ripped. The helm's seals gave with a snap. The metal tore away, trailing cables and shards. For a moment, Darrig's world became cold air and the stink of blood and the roar of battle without vox filtering. Kalgorath froze for a heartbeat, taken aback. Darrig's face was not the warped horror of some possessed thing. It was pale and scarred, hard lines cut deep by duty and fury. But there, beneath the skin, bone pushed subtly against the flesh, in places it should not. A ridge along the brow, raised knots at the cheekbones, the suggestion of spurs along the jawline. His eyes, dark and steady, did not flinch. "Look at you," Kalgorath spat. "Not even honest in your mutation. Half-breed thing. Too pretty for the Inquisition to burn, too twisted to ever be accepted. You cling to that corpse on terror and hope it does not notice what you are." Darrig bared his teeth. "This?" he said, and when he spoke his voice was his own, unmediated by filters, harsh and human. "This is not shame, this is proof. The Emperor sharpened us with his own hand and did not bother to hide the edge. Every spur, every ridge, every cursed bone is a reminder that I am a blade, not a man." He stepped forward. "And you," he went on, "are a tool that broke." Kalgorath roared and swung again. The chain axe came in low, aimed at Darrig's hip to take his legs out. Darrig pivoted, letting the teeth scream past, close enough that he felt the heat of their passage. He drove his left forearm up, bone blade spearing into the inside of Kalgorath's elbow, where armor was weakest. The traitor lord howled as the blade bit. His arm spasmed, grip loosening. Darrig did not waste the opening. He slammed his Crozius up under Kalgorath's raised arm into the gap at the side of his cuirass. The maul's power field flared as it entered, chewing through soft material, then bone. Kalgorath staggered. The nails in his skull screamed, a howl of denial. He tried to bring the chain axe down one more time, wild, unbalanced. Darrig stepped inside the arc and rammed his shoulder into the traitor's chest, driving him backward a step, then another. "Litany of ending," Darrig breathed. "Duty complete, weapon returned." He yanked the Crozius free, and in the same motion, brought it around in a brutal horizontal swing. The dragon head smashed into the side of Kalgorath's helm with a crunch that cut through the battlefield noise. The brass-rimmed helmet deformed, visors cracking, studs tearing free from his scalp. The warlord's head snapped sideways. Something in his neck gave with a sickening, crunching pop. He sagged. Darrig's bone blade, still buried in the ruined elbow joint, held him upright for a moment. Kalgorath's legs twitched, trying to find footing that was no longer there. The nails did not go quiet. They shrieked in his dying mind, demanding motion, demanding killing, baffled by muscles that no longer obeyed. "You will not stop this," he gurgled, words slurred as blood filled his vox. "Others will come. More war, more skulls." "Yes," Darrig said, "but you will not." He twisted his forearm and ripped free, letting the traitor lord collapse onto his back atop the skull-littered ground. Kalgorath's chain axe lay where it had fallen, teeth still spinning weakly. The warlord's fingers scrabbled for it, claws scratching at the rockcrete. They did not reach. His hand fell still. For the first time in uncounted years, the nails in that skull fell silent. The effect on the World Eaters was not dramatic in the way other legions might have faltered. They did not throw down their weapons and run. They did not cry out in dismay or surrender. They simply lost what thin thread of direction remained. Without Kalgorath's presence and the focus of his will, the skull host splintered. Some berserkers continued to charge anything in front of them, swinging and cutting until someone put them down. Others turned on whatever was closest, friend or foe, hacking in a blind need to keep the nails from chewing their minds to paste. A few simply stopped where they stood, panting, axes lowering, as if hollowed out. The battle splintered with them. Cadian units that had been hanging on by fingernails felt the pressure ease. Trenches that had been seconds away from being overrun suddenly found the next wave never quite arrived. Officers saw Berserker packs milling and shouted for fire. "Now!" Halvek roared over the Vox from his command post. "Target their clusters. Treat them as you would any broken formation. Do not give them time to find another leader." Artillery switched targets, walking barrages onto concentrations of red armor. Heavy bolters chattered. Lascannons stitched lines of light through World Eaters who had paused, catching them unawares. The demons, whose presence had always been tied to purpose and sacrifice, began to flicker. Some vanished outright, their anchors lost. Others hissed and lunged in spite, only to be dragged back to the warp as the bloodletting shifted from offering to extermination. The dragons pressed the advantage with the cold relentlessness that had made their chapter both dreaded and distrusted. Dragon claws moved like serrated blades through the loosened packs of berserkers, cutting down warriors who now fought with all the fury, but none of the cohesion of before. Primaris squads, those few that remained, reformed ragged lines and poured disciplined fire into targets marked by Cadian Vox. Tactical squads advanced methodically, bolters barking, finishing what the charge had begun. There were no cheering charges now, no banners raised in triumph, just work. A berserker staggered up from his knees in front of Darrig, helm dented, axe hanging loose in one hand. His lenses were dark. Perhaps his armor's power pack had failed. Perhaps his eyes were gone behind the cracked glass. He swung anyway, a tired, hungry motion. Darrig caught the blade on his Crozius shaft, twisted it from the warrior's weakening grip, and slammed the maul into his chest. The traitor went down and did not rise. He stood over Kalgorath's corpse and looked around. The plaza was a desolation. The skull altars that had once defined its center were now mostly rubble, their offerings scattered and crushed. The Land Raider lay on its tracks, hull smoking. One side caved in by repeated hits. Bodies lay everywhere, stacked almost by accident into new mounds. Black dragons and Cadians, world eaters and demons that had left only twisted remnants when they were pulled back to whatever nightmare realm had birthed them. Fragments of armor, broken weapons. The noise had changed too. The constant high-pitched shriek of the nails that had underlain the din was gone now, leaving a strange hollowness. The thunder of artillery still rolled. Men still shouted, bolters still cracked, but something had gone out of the storm. Darrig felt his legs slacken. He realized he was bleeding from more wounds than he could count. One pauldron hung loose, half sheared away. His chest plate was cracked, a shallow groove scoring the plastron where a chain blade had glanced off. His exposed face stung with shallow cuts. Bone spurs along his brow and cheek throbbed with dull pain. He planted the Crozius head on the ground and leaned on it for a moment, drawing breath. "Chaplain!" crackled a Vox channel, thick with interference. "This is General Halvek. Our Auspex shows the enemy's main thrust has stalled. Their formations are dissolving. Reports from outer bastions confirm similar. The warband is still killing everything around them, but there is no more push, no more direction." Darrig let his gaze travel across the ruin. On one side of the plaza, he saw a Cadian squad advancing cautiously, laser guns raised, firing into the backs of 3 berserkers who were busy hacking a corpse into pieces as if trying to make it smaller for some obscene tally. On the other, he saw a dragonclaw sitting amid a pile of dead, helm off, bone crests chipped, simply staring at nothing, bolter slack in his hand. Nearby, the wreck of Brother Drazkan's dreadnought lay on its side, hull blackened, sarcophagus plate still intact, but the machine utterly still. "Kalgorath is dead," Darrig said. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. "Whatever passes for their discipline died with him." "So we have won," Halvek said. The word sounded strange in the bunker, in the ears of men who had watched casualty numbers climb beyond comprehension. Darrig looked at the heaps of bodies, at the half-collapsed bastion walls, at the burning sky. "No," he said. "We have not lost. That is all. There is a difference." Halvek was silent for a long moment. "Rendolia still exists," the general said at last. "For now." "For now," Darrig agreed. He straightened slowly, every movement sending sparks of pain through his twisted bones. He reached down and picked up his shattered helm, feeling the severed cables dangle. The faceplate was a ruin. He turned it once in his hand, then let it fall. There would be other helms, if there were other battles. If there were not, he would not need one. Around him, the dragons moved through the wreckage, finishing off pockets of feral resistance, dragging wounded brothers clear, raising vox beacons so that casualty retrieval crews could find the piles of dead in the churned earth. Cadians picked their way through the ruins in numb silence, some dropping to their knees beside fallen comrades, others simply stepping over them and carrying on. The pyres had not yet been lit. They would come. Darrig lifted his Crozius once more, not in challenge now, but in acknowledgement. "Emperor," he said quietly, the word almost lost in the wind. "You asked us to hold. We have held. You did not say for how long. You never do." He started walking, boots crunching on skull fragments and spent casings, heading back toward the battered bastion line, toward whatever came next on this cursed, still-breathing world. The pyres burned for days. They rose in ragged lines along the ruined approaches to Hive Castrum, stacked higher than any wall the Cadians had built. Fuel came from shattered habs and manufactoria scrap, heaped over pits that had been trenches. Bodies were layered within, guardsmen and cultists and traitor Astartes alike, soaked in promethium, blessed with litanies barked by raw-throated priests and tech adepts. When the pyres were lit, the heat rolled across the killing fields in waves, baking the churned mud into cracked plates. Smoke climbed into the already poisoned sky, thick with the stink of burning flesh and oil and ceramite. The wind carried it over the Hive, over the bastions, over the ash wastes, turning the daylight to a dim, copper glare. It was not reverence, it was denial. Deny the flies and the plagues and the rot. Deny the chance for something in the warp to cling to all that spilled life and claw its way through. Deny Kalgorath even the scraps of skulls that might have slid from his grasp. Munitorum clerks sat hunched in dugouts and half-collapsed bunkers, with cogitators jury-rigged from Manufacturum remains, inputting casualty rolls until their fingers bled. They read out lists of numbers in flat tones, voice after voice, calling estimates that numbed the mind. Companies gone, regiments reduced to a handful of survivors, civilian sectors lost entirely, tens of thousands at a time marked as missing, presumed dead. The figures climbed into ranges that no longer meant anything human. Millions upon millions, then more, until the cogitator displays simply notched a new place for another digit and carried on. General Halvek walked among what had once been the assembly point for the 3rd and 600th Cadian regiments, and now was a sprawl of burned tents and wrecked field kitchens and hastily erected memorial shrines. He moved like an old man, though he was not. There was a new stoop to his shoulders and a tightness bracketing his eyes that had not been there when Rendolia had still been a name on an order sheet rather than a scar. Officers fell in beside him, some missing limbs, some with their arms still in slings, some with their uniforms torn and stained. "Regimental roll for the 3rd, one colonel reported, voice clipped. "We can field perhaps 1/3 of our pre-campaign strength, if we stretch the definition of field. The 600th is worse. The 89th exists as a banner and 3 companies. The 124th..." He hesitated. Halvek looked at him. "The 124th is changed," the colonel said. "There are men wearing its badges, enough to hold a line, but most of the names we knew are now in the cogitators." Halvek grunted. "Men die," he said. "Badges endure. That is why the Administratum loves them." He halted at the edge of a fresh pyre and watched a squad of guardsmen heave dead comrades up under the direction of a priest, whose vox-amplified voice had long since dissolved into a rasping monotone. One of his adjutants cleared his throat. "Without the black dragons," the younger officer said quietly, "we would not be standing here at all, sir. The first week would have seen Castrum trampled. I do not like them. I do not trust those bones. But they held," Halvek finished. "They burned our Manufactoria and shelled our own lines, and still they held. We will not forget that." He did not say that he would also not forget the way the chaplain had spoken of burning districts as if he were ordering ammunition allotments. Gratitude and unease sat side by side in his gut. Both felt deserved. He turned away from the pyre as the flames climbed higher, sending a shower of sparks into the smoky air. Above the poisoned clouds, the grim drake hung in a high orbit, her hull scorched, armor plates patched with hasty welds where Kalgorath's fleet had raked her. In the strike cruiser's great assembly bay, the air smelled of incense and oil, and something older that clung to the armor of the men gathered there. The deck had been cleared, maintenance rigs folded back. Lumen strips burned with a steady, solemn light. Coffins lay in ordered ranks along the center. Some held bodies, recovered and sealed with care, armor cleaned as far as the campaign had allowed. Others were empty, bearing only nameplates and small relics, standing in for those whose remains were now ash in the Rendolian soil or cinders in the pyres. At the front, under a hanging banner, bearing the stylized drake of the chapter, rested a sarcophagus fashioned from armor plates and dragon-carved stone. Captain Gerin's bones lay within, stripped from his ruined warplate and bound in ceramite and scripture. His shattered helm rested on the sarcophagus lid, chain-axe gashes still visible across its face. The 5th Company stood in silent ranks facing him, dragon claws at the fore, bone blades sheathed and stained, ossified spurs catching the light. Their mutations were stark, ivory ribs and ridges pushing the lines of their armor into something less than regulation, more than natural. Behind and among them stood the less twisted Battle Brothers, their plate closer to the ideal of Astartes' design, but still marked with the scars of the gene curse in subtler ways. To one side stood the Primaris. Their armor was cleaner by necessity of age, midnight black and bone picked out in sharp lines. The bone trim looked almost decorative compared to the natural growths of the firstborn. Their helms were off, faces pale and unreadable, eyes following every movement of the chaplain who walked alone along the line of coffins. Darrig halted before Gerin's sarcophagus and rested his Crozius on the deck, both hands on the haft. His bare head was unhelmed, scars and bone ridges clear in the bay's light. His armor was repaired only enough to function. Cracks had been sealed, plates re-riveted, but the dents and scorings remained like a campaign record. He spoke without vox amplification. He did not need it. The bay's sound systems carried his words to every helm and human ear. "Brothers," he said, "the Emperor made us weapons. He did not promise us glory. He did not promise us long service. He gave us bones that would not break easily, and hearts that would not falter until they were pierced. Captain Gerin honored that gift." He set one hand on the sarcophagus lid. "He died where a captain should die," Darrig said, "between his brothers and the enemy, between a world and the thing that wanted to eat it. There is nothing else to say about him that matters more than that." He looked up, eyes raking the assembled company. "You stand here because you did the same," he went on. "Dragon claws, who held breaches with your own bodies. Battle brothers who fired until your bolters ran dry and then swung them as clubs. Primaris who took the codex you were born into and dropped it into a fire because this war needed something harsher." The Primaris held his gaze. Lieutenant Kalos stood at their head, arm in a sling, face lined with fresh scar tissue and the older, cleaner marks of surgical work. His expression was set, the idealistic angles of his features worn down by Rendolia's grind. "This ceremony is not for the fallen," Darrick said. "They are beyond caring. This is for you. So that when the next war asks you to do the same, you remember that you have done it before and survived, at least some of you." He lifted the Crozius, then brought it down in a slow, deliberate strike on the deck. The impact rang through the bay like a muted bell. "Honor the dead," he said, "because soon enough you will join them." There were no words of comfort, no promises of peace, just the acknowledgement, stark and honest. After the assembly, when the coffins had been sealed into stasis niches and the servitors had trundled off, bearing those that would be committed to space, Darrick convened the company's command circle in a smaller, armor-lined chamber. Kailos and the surviving Primaris Grey Shields stood in the center, helms in the crooks of their arms, while senior sergeants and the remaining officers of the 5th formed a ring around them. The Dragonclaw's bone crests rose like jagged teeth. Darrick regarded the newcomers for a long moment. "You have seen how our chapter wages war," he said. "You have seen our curse. You have watched our methods. The torchbearers that brought you here filled you with tales of codex perfection and ultramarine discipline. Rendolia showed you something else." Kalos nodded. "Once. It did," he said. "It showed us that perfection is a luxury, that some wars cannot be fought according to clean doctrine, that there are enemies who force you to choose between atrocity and extinction." "And?" Darrick prompted. "What do you choose, Primaris?" Kalos looked around him at the scarred faces and bone-edged armor. "I choose to be a black dragon," he said. He spoke without hesitation, the words falling with the certainty of a vow. "I will not pretend that I belong to some immaculate ideal," he went on. "I will not pretend that my bones are not drawn from the same flawed gene stock as my brothers here. Whatever refinements the Primarch's artisans wrought in me, they were not meant to make me comfortable. They were meant to let me kill better. Your curse is mine now, whether it shows in my flesh or not. I embrace it." Darrick watched him, then gave a slow nod. "Good," he said. "Names and titles will be assigned in due course. The apothecaries will take what samples they wish. But for the purposes of the ledger that matters, you are dragons. You will be judged with us. You will burn with us, if it comes to that." One by one, the other Primaris echoed Kalos's declaration, some with more words, some with fewer. None spoke of returning to the Indomitus fleets, or of being reassigned to some cleaner, more honored chapter. When it was done, Darrick dismissed them with a gesture. "Go," he said. "Rest while you can. The galaxy will not leave us idle for long." Later, in the quiet of his cell, he sat before a slate of parchment and a cogitator screen and composed words that would travel across light years. "To the High Dragon of our chapter," he wrote in the formal script of the librarium, claws gripping the stylus with more delicacy than his armor suggested he possessed. "I, Chaplain Darrick, acting commander of the 5th, submit this account of the defense of Rendolia. He wrote of Garen's death in the corridors of the Grim Drake, of the assumption of command, of the Torchbearer fleet's arrival, and the delivery of Primaris of their line. He detailed the Void battles, the Manufacturum actions, the scuttling of Castrum Primus, the Scorched districts, the last stand at Hive Castrum's gate. He wrote of the Primaris Grey Shields, of Lieutenant Kalos and his squad, of how they had held against Terminators, how they had chosen to bend Codex instinct to the dragon's harsher doctrine rather than break under it. He noted carefully that, as yet, none of the Primaris showed overt bone growths beyond minor irregularities easily dismissed as variant ossification. He added that the apothecaries believed the curse might manifest differently in them, or later, or not at all. "We will watch," he wrote, "but whether the ivory shows in their flesh or only in their deeds, they fought as our brothers. I submit that they be formally recognized as such. He signed his name and chapter designations, then opened a separate file, marked with encryption ciphers and the glyph for sealed addendum. In that codicil, his tone shifted. "High Dragon," he wrote, "there is another matter, the moral cost of what we have done on Rendolia." He did not soften it with euphemism. He listed the districts they had ordered shelled, while still held by Imperial forces. He named the Manufacturum workers buried under the collapse of Castrum Primus. He cited the casualty projections that had brushed the thresholds for full planetary purgation. "In another age," he wrote, "these would have been seen as aberrations, acts to be explained away, hidden, or punished. In this age, they are merely the baseline. If we are to hold at all, we must do such things without flinching. I fear what that will make us. I fear what it has already made us. I also see no other path." He sat for a long moment, stylus hovering. "Judge us as you must," he finished. "But know that when the next world like Rendolia calls, we will do the same again. Not because we delight in it, but because the alternative is worse." He sealed the file and sent both through the ship's astropathic channels to join the endless stream of pleas and reports and cries for help stabbing through the madness of the Dark Imperium. He was not surprised when the Inquisition came to speak with him. The Ordo Hereticus observer had attached himself to the Torchbearer flotilla, a lean man in a long, dark coat whose presence had been a constant weight in every briefing aboard the Grim Drake, but who had held his tongue while the battle raged. He chose his moment after the reports had gone, when the pyres burned low and the first administratum petitions requesting resupply had begun to trickle in. He met Darrig in an observation gallery that looked out over Rendolia's scarred curve. The planet floated below, its atmosphere smudged by smoke, its hive lights dimmed, but not gone. "Chaplain Darrig," the Inquisitor said, folding his hands behind his back. A small rosette glinted at his collar. His face was austere, skin drawn tight over angular bones, eyes like auspex lenses. "You have had an eventful campaign." "Rendolia did not fall," Darrig replied. "For a cursed world on the edge of the Great Rift, that qualifies as a miracle." "A miracle bought with interesting coin," the Inquisitor said mildly. "Burned districts, friendly bombardments, the deliberate scuttling of Imperial infrastructure, and all under the direction of a chapter whose gene seed is already unconventional." He let the word hang. Darrig looked at him. "You wonder if we use the war as an excuse to indulge our nature," he said. "If we took pleasure in burning what we were meant to protect." "I wonder," the Inquisitor said, "if the line between necessary ruthlessness and damnable excess is thinner for you than for others. And I wonder whether this chapter, with its protruding bones and its willingness to cleanse loyal subjects alongside heretics, can be trusted to stand on the right side of that line." Darrig stepped closer, the armor servos in his legs humming softly. "I will make it simple for you, Inquisitor," he said. "You have two choices." One of the man's eyebrows twitched. "Enlighten me," he said. "You can damn us," Darrig said. "Declare that the mutations you see and the methods we employ mark us for censure. Call down the hammer on our homeworld. Thin the Imperium's already ragged front lines by the loss of a chapter that has proved, again, that it will stand where others would break. You can tell men like your general down there that the monsters who held the walls with them are now to be hunted." He lifted the crozier slightly, the dragon head catching the gallery's cold light. "Or," he went on, "you can look down at that world and see that, cursed or not, we kept it. You can accept that in this age, the Emperor's weapons are seldom pretty, and that some edges are sharper because of their flaws. You can watch us if it makes you feel useful. You can send your scribes and your acolytes to peer at our bones and whisper their little prayers, but you can let us fight." The Inquisitor regarded him for a long, silent moment. "You speak boldly," he said at last. for one whose chapter's fate can be decided with a transmission. I speak as a weapon that is tired of being inspected more than it is used, Darrig said. The Inquisitor's lips thinned, then curved into something that was not quite a smile. There are no pure tools left, he said. Not in this galaxy. Only ones that are more or less dangerous when left unwatched. He turned his gaze back to Rendolia. I will not excommunicate your chapter today, he said. You have bought yourselves time, proof of loyalty, if you like. But understand this, Chaplain. The moment your curse turns inward, the moment you use that ruthlessness on something other than the Emperor's enemies, I will be there, and I will not be alone. Darrig inclined his head. Then we understand one another, he said. On Rendolia's surface, under a sky still stained with the ghosts of pyres, the work of rebuilding began in fits and starts. In the shadow of a rebuilt bastion wall, its surface still blackened and patched, where Kalgorath's guns had hammered it, a Cadian sergeant stood before a line of fresh uniforms. The new men smelled of transport ships and recycled air. Some wore the shell-shocked expressions of natives who had survived the war only to be handed rifles. Others had the stiff, hollow stare of off-world reinforcements who had seen too many worlds like this one already. The sergeant paced in front of them, boots crunching on the grit ground into the parade square. You look up there, he said, jerking his chin toward the hazy sky, and you might see one of their thunderhawks. As if answering, a dark shape growled overhead, cutting through the smoke. Its wings were marked in black and bone. The dragon's sigil glared from its hull. They are ugly as sin, the sergeant went on. Bones growing out of their armor, scars where you did not think a man could live. You will see them in the trenches, and you will think they are closer to the enemy than to you. Some of you will be right scared of them. You should be. A nervous titter ran along the line. Good, the sergeant snapped. You should be scared. You should also be very, very glad they are on our side. Those monsters walked the walls with us. They burned our streets out from under us, so Kalgorath could not take them whole. They stood in front of World Eaters and did not blink. I watched a dragon claw tear a traitor apart with his bare hands, and then tell me to get back on the line because I was not dead. Yet. He stopped, letting the memory hang. Monsters walk for the Emperor, he said. That is the truth of this Imperium. It always has been. You will fight beside them. You will die beside them. If we are very lucky, when whatever comes next tries to crack this rock, they will be here again. And if they are not, he shrugged, then you had better hope you have learned something from watching them. He turned away, barking orders, sending the replacements to their stations along a wall that had already learned to be a grave marker as much as a bulwark. Above, the Thunderhawk banked and headed back toward the dark speck in the sky that was the Grim Drake. In the strike cruiser's chapel, the light was low. Dragon iconography coiled along the walls, carved in relief and picked out in gold and bone. Chains hung with seals and relics, tapping softly as the ship's motions shifted. The air was thick with incense and the faint, ever-present hum of the void engines. Darrig knelt before the altar. His Crozius lay across it, the dragon-headed maul resting on the worn stone, haft laid along a groove carved by centuries of similar offerings. His hands, bare of gauntlets, were clasped around bone blades that jutted from his forearms, claws folded inward in something that might, in another life, have been a gesture of prayer. He bowed his head. "Emperor," he said softly. There was no vox here, no amplification, just his human voice. "Garen is with you now, if you still bother to gather those who fall in your name. Malkian is ash on Rendolia, his bones indistinguishable from the others. The names on the rolls are more than I can remember. You know them. I do not." He drew breath, tasting incense and oil and the metallic tang that never quite left his palate anymore. "The next time the World Eaters come," he murmured, "we will be ready. The next time a world like Rendolia calls, we will answer. We will burn what we must burn. We will stand where we must stand. We will kill who we must kill. He closed his eyes. And every time we do, he went on, voice almost a whisper now, we will step closer to the edge, the one the Inquisition fears, the one I fear, the cliff where loyalty ends and damnation begins. He tightened his grip on his own bones until the skin around the spurs whitened. Keep us from crossing it, he said. Use us, break us, cut us down when we are too dangerous. But until that day, let us be your monsters, not theirs. He lifted his head and opened his eyes. The chapel was as it had been. The Crozius lay on the altar, its dragon head reflecting the dim light. The carved walls watched in silence. Beyond them, in the black, the grim drake held her orbit over a battered world that still turned, smoke curling like scars across its face. Between the skull piles, the world eaters had dreamed of, and the quiet disapproval of the High Lords and their hounds, there was a narrow path where cursed chapters walked. The black dragons would keep walking it, scale by begrudged scale, until there was nothing left of them but bone.